What if the greatest empire in history was built on lies so profound that even the architects of its opulence trembled at their own deception? Welcome to a world where Tsars wield power like a double-edged sword and shadows whisper of betrayal in the corridors of the Kremlin. Here, serfs dream of silk and spices while the aristocracy dines on treachery, their laughter echoing through gilded halls like the tolling of a grim bell. In the flickering candlelight, where secret plots dance like the flickers of flame, every glance could be a dagger, every handshake a noose. What if the very foundation of the Russian Empire was a calculated charade, a masquerade of ambition and blood? Feel the pulse quicken as you discover the hidden archives where ink spills tales of conspiracies that could ignite revolutions or extinguish lives in a heartbeat. Why did a simple peasant turn the tide of history with a single letter? How did rumors spread like wildfire, igniting the passions of the masses, fueled by dark whispers? The air thickens with anticipation, a tension so palpable it could be cut with a knife, leaving behind the electric thrum of danger. Look closer at the cloaked figures in the shadowy corners, their eyes glinting with a mix of greed and fear. Their fates are entwined with a past that refuses to stay buried. In one moment, you stand shoulder to shoulder with revolutionaries, dissecting the fervor of their dreams. In the next, you're peeking into the opulent chambers where betrayal is served on silver platters. The opulence is numbing, but the fear is intoxicating. What if every banquet was a farewell, every toast a curse? The nobility dances while the streets rumble with the anger of the forgotten. What if the past could speak? It would recount tales of assassins cloaked in the guise of loyal servants, of spies who wore smiles like masks while plotting under the table. Hidden letters, blood-stained proclamations, and the scent of gunpowder linger in the air, each page torn from the book of history, daring you to piece them together. Can you hear the whispers? They beckon you deeper. The secrets of a nation's soul writhe beneath the surface, an electric current of hope and despair, of a future hanging by a thread. Every twist of fate, every calculated move, laces the very fabric of an empire trembling on the brink of ruin. What if the truth is more dangerous than the lies? Brace yourself as you confront the ghosts of ambition, betrayal, and revolution. Each heartbeat quickens, each breath draws you closer to the precipice of revelation. The Russian Empire is not merely a tapestry of power, it's a labyrinth of intrigue where the stakes are life and death, and the echoes of the past continue to haunt the living. Once you step into this world, there's no turning back. What secrets lie ahead, waiting for you to unravel them? The clock is ticking. The empire shudders. The truth longs to be set free. The wind howled through the skeletal branches, a mournful wail that echoed across the starlit expanse of the forest. Shadows danced like restless spirits, flickering against the pale moonlight. I remember standing there, heart pounding like a war drum, as the night held its breath. The air, heavy with anticipation, crackled with a tension that made the hairs on my arms stand on end. It was here, at this very moment, that destinies intertwined, and the fate of nations hung by a fragile thread. In the heart of this wild land, three figures emerged from the darkness, each carrying their own scars and dreams, each a thread woven into the tapestry of history yet to unfold. Oleg, the ambitious prince, strode forward, his eyes gleaming with the fire of conquest, yet haunted by the specters of betrayal. He carried the weight of his lineage, a burden that crushed his chest, a reminder that power is a curse as much as a blessing. I will unite them, he whispered to the night, voice steady yet tinged with uncertainty, or die trying. The wind seemed to respond, howling louder, as if mocking his bravado. Beside him, the fierce warrior, Rurik, moved like a shadow, muscles coiling with the promise of violence. He was a man forged in battle, but deep within him pulsed a fear of irrelevance, a dread that one day he would be forgotten, a mere ghost wandering the cold halls of history. They think us savages, he muttered, clenching his fists, knuckles white against the chill, but they will learn to fear the name of Rus. His heart raced, a primal rhythm urging him on, yet the thought of his own mortality loomed, dark and oppressive, like a storm cloud overhead. And then, the enigmatic woman, Olga, emerged from the darkness, her presence as ethereal as the moonlit mist that curled around her feet. She had witnessed the horrors of war, her soul etched with grief, yet a flicker of defiance ignited in her chest. What is power without wisdom? She challenged, stepping forward, her voice a soft yet piercing arrow. You both seek to conquer, but what will you build upon the ruins? Uncertainty echoed in her words, a question that hung in the air like a specter waiting to be acknowledged. The chill of night embraced us, an unyielding reminder of the fragility of life. Dreams of glory clouded their minds, yet shadows of doubt lurked behind every ambition. I felt the pulse of their fears, the ache of their desires. It was raw, visceral, an electric current that surged through the stillness like an unrestrained river. I remember how their breaths mingled with the mist, the tension thickening like a noose tightening around their throats as they faced the daunting path ahead. And then, a crack, a sudden, shattering sound. The stillness was broken, an instinct kicked in. Oleg's hand flew to the hilt of his sword, muscles coiling tight. Rurik's breath caught, a snarl escaping his lips as he turned to the darkness from which the noise erupted. Olga's eyes widened, fear and courage colliding in a symphony of emotion. "What was that?" she whispered, both a question and a dare. A figure emerged, half-formed in the shadows, a messenger of fate wrapped in mystery. "The tribes gather," he rasped, voice like gravel, laden with secrets from the farthest corners of their fractured world. "They come to challenge your claim." Tension crackled like lightning in the air. Suddenly, time warped around them, each heartbeat echoing louder, each breath heavier. Silence, once a friend, now felt like an executioner's blade poised above their heads. The forest closed in, ancient trees standing sentinel, eyes unblinking, bearing witness. Oleg's mind raced with thoughts of honor, of legacy. Would he be remembered as a king or a fool? Rurik, consumed by the fire of battle, was torn between loyalty and ambition. And Olga, caught in the crossfire of their dreams, felt the weight of the world upon her shoulders. "You both march to war," she said, her voice trembling, "but I fear the hearts you seek to conquer are not mere enemies, they are our kin." The truth struck like an iron hammer, forging a moment of clarity amid the chaos. They were not just fighting for power, they were fighting against the tide of history, against the very essence of what it meant to be human. Their lives would intertwine with the fates of the Slavs and Vikings, a tapestry woven with blood and sorrow, joy and betrayal. I remember the haunting silence that followed her words, the way the wind seemed to pause in reverence. Fear clawed at their throats, doubt haunted their minds. Yet, they stood resolute, warriors bound by fate, reluctant allies on the precipice of something greater. In that moment, the future of Kievan Rus hung in the balance, always just out of reach, always just beyond the veil of their understanding. Time slipped away like sand through fingers, moments blurred by the urgency that pulsed in the air. The trees whispered secrets, shadows danced, and the stars blinked down as if to witness the clash of ambition and morality. Each heartbeat echoed the promise of a new dawn, yet also the specter of doom. And as they turned to face their destiny, the darkness of uncertainty loomed, pressing in like an ocean against a cliff. I could sense it, the inevitable clash that would reshape their world. Each step they took resonated with the weight of their choices, the echoes of their intertwined fates trailing behind them like a haunting melody. The night held its breath, the stars bore witness, and the shadows laughed, whispering tales of glory and ruin yet to come. I felt the pulse of history thrumming through my veins, a reminder that this was only the beginning. The threads of their stories would weave an intricate dance, a ballet of ambition, betrayal, and the relentless pursuit of power. The stage was set for Kievan Rus to rise, but at what cost? The question lingered, a ghost in the night, waiting to be answered. The air crackles with tension as the castle walls shudder under the weight of the unseen storm. I can feel it in my bones, a low rumble echoing the restless hearts of those within. Candlelight dances like restless spirits across the stone, and in this fleeting illumination, fear and ambition twist together, forming a dark tapestry of fate. The Grand Duchy of Moscow stands on the cusp of transformation, trembling like a taut bowstring, ready to unleash its power upon an unsuspecting world. I remember the moment vividly. A shadow flitted past the narrow window, a fleeting glimpse of a world outside that I could not touch. Dmitri, young yet burdened with the crown of 1,000 ancestors, stood before me, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles white as he wrestled with the tempest inside. The weight of history pressed on him like an iron shroud. "If I falter," he whispered, eyes glinting with both fear and fire, "it isn't just my life at stake. It's all of Moscow." His words hung in the air, heavy with the gravity of responsibility, each syllable a reminder of the blood-soaked ground we tread upon. Then there was Vasily, Dmitri's closest advisor, or perhaps, his greatest burden. A man of sharp wit, his humor served as both salve and sword. But behind the playful banter lay scars of betrayal that marked his heart. "Dmitri, my boy," he said, a sardonic smile curling his lips, "remember, those who ascend the throne often find it a game of thrones with no winners." The laughter felt hollow, like a distant echo of joy that had long since departed. He had seen too much, and his eyes spoke of shadows lurking at the edges of their fragile empire. The chatter of soldiers outside rose and fell like the tide, a constant reminder of the looming conflict. Each clang of metal against metal sent shivers down my spine, a precursor to the violence that awaited. We were standing on a precipice, teetering between what was known and what might be, a knife edge of possibility sharpened by fear. I felt the presence of the past, ghosts of fallen warriors and forgotten rulers swirling in the corners of the dimly lit room, whispering their warnings, urging us to choose wisely. I remember the way Dmitri's gaze drifted to the window, where the skies darkened ominously, swirling clouds merging into a formless void. "Do you believe in fate?" he asked, a question that felt more like a plea. "What if we are destined for greatness, only to be snuffed out like a candle in the wind?" He was afraid, and that fear was palpable, clinging to the air like the scent of rain-soaked earth, rich and heavy. There was a yearning in his voice, a desperate plea for a sign, an assurance that the future held something brighter than the shadows that danced within those walls. "Fate is a fickle mistress," Vasily replied, casting a glance over his shoulder, as if the very walls had ears. "She wears a smile and a dagger at once. Trust the dagger, my friend." The grin faded from Dmitri's face, replaced by a grim resolve. The irony was palpable. Moscow needed strength, and yet their very strength felt like a curse. I could see the cracks forming, the weight pulling them apart, like ice crumbling under the warm touch of spring. Outside, the drums of war began to sound, the heartbeat echoing in the distance, each thud reverberating through the stones of the castle, through my very soul. The world felt alive with possibility and peril, a volatile mixture that made my heart race. Dmitri turned sharply, his decision coiling tight within him, ready to strike. "We will be more than a footnote in history. We shall carve our names upon the very fabric of time." The fire in his gaze ignited something deep within me, a flicker of hope amidst the encroaching despair. But the shadows grew longer, stretching into the corners of our minds, seeping into our hearts. The weight of ambition became a shackle, pulling us deeper into darkness. I could almost hear the whispers of the past, echoing through the corridors like a haunting melody, reminding us of every misstep, every betrayal. There was no turning back now. We were entwined in a dance of destiny, spinning faster as the drums of war grew louder, drowning out reason. The finality of their choices loomed ahead, a mass gathering of fate that promised bloodshed. The taste of iron clung to the air, thick with the scent of impending violence. Dmitri clenched his jaw, determination radiating from him like a beacon in the night. "We will not be silenced. We will rise, or we will fall." The fervor in his voice sent shivers down my spine. This was the brink, the threshold to greatness or ruin. And then there was silence, a silence so profound it swallowed the world whole. In that moment, I felt the weight of time stretch like a taut string, bowing under the pressure of inevitability. I wished I could capture this moment, this perfect stillness before the storm, to hold it close and remember. But even in stillness, I could sense the gears of fate grinding away, whispering promises of glory and horror. In the heart of Moscow, a new chapter was about to be written. Shadows of ambition and fear intertwined, the ghosts of the past loomed large, and the storm was gathering at the horizon. Each moment bled into the next, a relentless cycle of hope and despair, laughter and tears, as the dawn of a new era approached, unyielding and unstoppable. The pulse of destiny throbbed within us all, and there was no way to escape its grip. As I stood there, watching the weight of ambition settle upon them like a shroud, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was merely the beginning. The rise of the Grand Duchy of Moscow was a tale not just of power but of sacrifice, a dark symphony played in the key of blood and ambition, each note echoing through the ages. The world outside trembled, and within those walls, the hearts of men beat in unison, caught in the web of fate, bracing for the storm that was about to break. The air tasted of iron and smoke, thick enough to choke the heart. Outside the battered walls of Constantinople, shadows danced in the flickering torchlight. I stood there, clinging to the jagged stone of a crumbling battlement, the world below a cacophony of terror and hope. Each thud of the battering ram echoed like a death knell. I remember the way the ground trembled beneath me, a dark pulse of inevitability. It was chaos, and yet, it was a precision, like a masterful symphony composed by despair. I was not alone. Next to me stood Dimitri, a soldier whose laughter once rang through the taverns of Pskov but now wore a mask of stone. His eyes, usually bright with mischief, were pools of shadow. "Do you feel it?" he whispered, his voice thick with dread. "The end of a world." He clenched his fists, knuckles white under the pressure of a heart that had long since learned to drum in terror. I remembered the stories, the tales of emperors and empires, of golden domes glistening under the sun, of a city that was a bridge between worlds. Yet here we stood, on the precipice of ruin, surrounded by the ghosts of dreams unfulfilled. The air was electric with a fear so profound it felt like a living entity wrapping around us. I wanted to reach out, to shake him from his stupor, to remind him of the vodka-soaked laughter we shared, but my throat felt as though it were lined with gravel. Then there was Maria, the healer. She moved among us like a wisp of fog, gathering her herbs and bandages. Her hands trembled, yet her spirit burned with a fierce light. "You have to believe," she urged, eyes blazing. "If we hold on, if we fight," but her words hung heavy in the air, weighted with the knowledge that belief could only stretch so far. I could almost feel the warmth of her touch as she bandaged wounds, yet it felt distant like a fading memory. The ghosts of men long gone whispered through the cracks of the stone walls, their lamentation swirling around our heads. Suddenly, the city's heart began to break. The walls shuddered under the relentless assault. Dimitri's resolve faltered. He turned to me, his voice barely a whisper. "What if this is it? What if we are nothing but shadows of what was?" I could see it in his eyes, the flicker of despair threatening to consume him. I wanted to tell him that shadows can dance, can flicker against the light, can even give form to the formless. But the truth felt too raw, too fragile to speak aloud. The clang of swords and the cries of the dying rose around us, an orchestra of despair. A figure appeared at the gates, a silhouette against the flames. Mehmet, the conqueror, a spectre of triumph striding through the night, each step a whisper of inevitability. His resolve was iron, his eyes ablaze with the light of conquest. The knowable world trembled as he approached, and I could feel the weight of history pressing against my chest, a cosmic clock ticking toward our doom. "Stand firm," a voice cried out, but it was drowned beneath the roar of despair. I could see the soldiers rallying, a desperate surge of humanity flinging themselves against the tide of darkness. I felt the pull of their courage, their breath a shared rhythm in the chaos. But I also felt the futility, like trying to hold back the tide with a spoon. The walls rumbled again. Dimitri gripped my shoulder, his fingers digging into my flesh, anchoring me to this moment. "If we fall," he said, "we must not be forgotten." I could see the ghosts of those who had come before us, warriors and lovers, dreamers and builders. Our lives would weave into their tapestry, their stories mingling with ours until the end of time. And then, in an instant, it all shattered. A thunderous crash, and the gates gave way. The sound rippled through the air like the snapping of a fragile thread. I remember how the world seemed to slow, the scene unfolding in excruciating detail, the glint of steel, the screams rising like a chorus to the heavens. Time distorted as we were hurled into the abyss. I saw Maria rush forward, her hands raised in defiance, her voice a phoenix rising. "You will not take us," she screamed, a feral cry that clawed at the fabric of fate. In that heartbeat, she was everything: life, defiance, fire. But fate is a cruel mistress, and as the tide of invaders washed over us, her light flickered. Dimitri fell beside me, and I felt the life drained from him, a warmth extinguished in an instant. Every heartbeat felt like a funeral drum. I crouched beside him, my hands shaking, tears mixing with the dust of despair. I could hear the chaos of battle, the cries of the fallen, and yet, all I could focus on was the emptiness that settled within my chest. The air was thick, heavy with the acrid smell of smoke and blood, and I grasped at memories, trying to hold on to the laughter, the warmth, the dreams we had once shared. And then, in the midst of the storm, I felt something shift in me. The realization that we were not merely bodies to be forgotten in this blood-stained moment. We were the echoes of a city that had withstood centuries, the remnants of a culture that would not extinguish itself quietly. In that fractured moment of despair, I understood. This was not the end, this was a beginning wrapped in shadows. The city fell, but the spirit would rise. The bones of Constantinople would merge with the earth, and from that earth, new roots would grow. The sound of the clash faded into a haunting symphony, and I knew that we would not be alone in our darkness. There would be others, across the steppes, in the shadow of the Kremlin, who would remember us. Our stories would pulse through time, intertwining like the branches of an ancient tree reaching for the stars. And as I looked into the turbulent sea of bodies, I felt my heart beat with the rhythm of the cosmos. This was not an end. No, it was a transformation, an alchemy of despair into hope. So I stood, battered but unbroken, a flicker of defiance in the depth of despair. I clutched the memory of Dmitri, of Maria, of this city that had cradled dreams and nightmares alike. Nothing could erase the scars we left behind, nothing could silence our stories. Through the embers of destruction, we would rise like ghosts, haunting the annals of time, waiting for the moment when the dawn would break once more. And in the silence that followed the storm, I felt a warmth, a promise lingering like the first notes of a new song. The fall of Constantinople would echo, yes, but within that haunting refrain was a whisper, a new beginning. The air was thick with tension, a silence so profound it gripped the heart like a vice. I stood in the dimly lit chamber, shadows dancing on the walls as if whispering secrets of the past. The scent of sweat and anxiety mingled, forming an invisible shroud around me. I remember Ivan, the great prince, his face a mask of determination, yet beneath it lay the tremors of uncertainty. He was a man on the brink, holding the weight of an empire on his shoulders, a titan against the backdrop of a fractured land. And there, in the corner, was the spectre of his mother, an echo of resilience, her eyes glinting with the fierce love of a woman who had buried too many sons, too many dreams in the cold earth of Russia. "I can feel it," he'd said, voice barely above a whisper. The words hung in the stillness, a haunting melody that resonated with unyielding resolve. The world watches us. They wait for our failure. I remember the flickering flame of a single candle illuminating his furrowed brow, every shadow a reminder of the enemy circling like wolves. Vasily, his closest advisor, a man torn between loyalty and fear, paced like a caged beast. Each footfall echoed with the soft thuds of a heartbeat, the rhythm of impending conflict. He was Ivan's conscience, the voice that questioned the ferocity of the man who would be Tsar. "Do you truly believe you can unite them?" Vasily's words were laced with doubt, a desperation that cut through the tension like a knife. "The nobles will not bend. Not without blood." "Then let it be blood." Ivan's voice reverberated, a thunderous assault on the silence. "Let the rivers run crimson if it means our survival. I will not cower. I will not hide. This is my mother's legacy, and I will not allow it to die." His passion ignited something in me, a spark that caught fire in the room. I felt it in my bones, the resonance of each syllable. It pulled at something primal, something buried deep within. But Vasily was not swayed. The memories of past failures loomed large, specters of long-forgotten battles haunting the corridors of their minds. "They will fight. They will die." His voice trembled, and for a moment, I saw a flicker of fear in Ivan's eyes. The Great Prince, a title so grand, yet fraught with shadows. What did it mean if unification came at such a cost? "I remember the sound of the bells," Ivan said suddenly, as if the memories transported him back to a time of innocence, before the chaos. The ringing echoed in my ears, a promise of hope. I believed then that unity was possible, an embrace of our shared history. Vasily scoffed. "Hope? Hope is a fool's game in the face of reality. They will tear each other apart. You think you are the sun, but you are but a flickering candle." The weight of the room shifted, and in that instant, I was swept into the tempest of their emotions. Ivan, standing at the precipice of destiny, a man caught between the ghosts of his forebears and the visions of a united Russia. A dream shimmering like a mirage in the distance, each step towards it filled with thorns and the acrid taste of betrayal. I remember the way the candlelight cast long shadows, each flicker a heartbeat, each pause a breath. Outside, the cries of the city spiraled into the night, a cacophony of longing and despair. The people, oh the people! They were not just subjects, they were souls woven into the very fabric of his ambition, each one a thread in the tapestry he sought to bind. Do you not see? Ivan turned, his voice rising, shaking with an intensity that threatened to ignite the very air around us. This is not just a battle for land, it's a battle for identity. For dignity. I will not let them be mere echoes of our past. I will forge a new path, a new Russia. But Vasily, consumed by doubt, remained unmoved. And at what cost, Ivan? At what cost? In that moment, I felt the fissures of their conflict, two men, bound by friendship and blood, yet driven by opposing forces. Ivan, ablaze with a vision, and Vasily, anchored in the reality of human frailty and fear. The room spun with unspoken words, the air crackling with the unresolved tension that hovered like a storm cloud ready to unleash its fury. And then came the memories, unbidden, an avalanche of faces and places. I remember the laughter of children once echoing in the streets, the warmth of a community thriving under the sun's watchful gaze. But I also remember the chill of winter nights when families huddled together for warmth, the shadows of death creeping closer with every passing day. Love them, Ivan's voice softened, almost pleading. We must love them enough to fight for them. We must rise above our fears, above our doubts. But the shadows danced, a reminder of the realities that lay ahead. Ivan would face the nobles, those jagged teeth in the mouth of power, and the whispers of rebellion that followed him like a curse. I could see it, the confrontation looming like a specter, a reckoning waiting to unfold in the midst of chaos. I remember the moon overhead, a pale witness to the turmoil below. It hung like a promise, a reminder that even in darkness, there is light. One day, my friend, Ivan said, looking out the window, his eyes reflecting the glow of the moon. One day, they will understand. They will see that this is not just my fight but theirs. Vasily's voice broke through the murmur of night. And what if they do not, Ivan? What if they resist? Then we fight. We fight for every breath, every heartbeat, every flicker of hope. We do not let fear dictate our fate. With that, the air shifted again, thickening with purpose. The candle flickered, the shadows coalescing into a tapestry of resolve, a testament to what was at stake. The great prince stood at the edge of history, and I felt the pulsating rhythm of fate echo around us, drawing me deeper into the storm that was about to erupt. In that moment, as the clock in the corner ticked away the seconds, I could feel time itself holding its breath. The world outside faded, the cries of the city silenced by the impending confrontation. I was an invisible spectator in a grand theater, witnessing the birth of a legacy. And the intensity of that moment, of Ivan, of Vasily, of a country on the brink, wrapped around me like the chill of winter. It was a moment that would lead to a clash of ideals, a struggle for a vision that would shape the future of an entire nation. They were warriors in a different kind of battle, each heartbeat a testament to their resolve. And with every flicker of the candle, every echo of the night, I was pulled deeper into their story, into the swirling mists of ambition and fate that had begun their inexorable dance. A narrative that would bleed into history, unyielding, relentless, and forever haunting. The night was heavy with the scent of blood, a copper haze that clung to the air, thickening every breath. Shadows flickered across the stone walls of the Kremlin, where whispers tangled like a noose, pressing tight around the hearts of those who dared to tread too close. Ivan, his eyes wild as a winter storm, paced like a caged wolf. Each step echoed, a grim drumbeat heralding the chaos within. He was the crown prince of darkness now, the Tsar who wore madness like a second skin. I remember the way the torches flickered, their flames dancing nervously as if they too feared the chaos unfurling in the heart of Moscow. The noblemen gathered, an assembly of pale faces, their mouths stitched shut by the weight of unspoken dread. Liberty was a distant dream, lost in a land where every man felt the iron grip of Ivan's command. And yet, here they stood, the remnants of hope, teetering on a knife's edge. And then there was Anastasia, her heart pounding like a trapped bird. She was more than just a pawn in this Game of Thrones. She was the fragile thread binding Ivan to humanity, a flicker of warmth in the encroaching cold. But even she could feel the shadows creeping in, the way they curled around Ivan's soul, whispering insidious thoughts that gnawed at his sanity. He loved her fiercely, a tempest of passion and paranoia, but love was not a shield against the creeping darkness. I remember the first time I saw him, she would think, the memory cutting through the chaos like a blade. It was in the sunlight, that rare kiss of warmth on a winter's day, and Ivan was a prince then, young, unburdened, full of dreams. But dreams are fickle things, not meant to last. As he stood before her, his laughter echoed with a promise, an innocence that had long since shattered into 1,000 fragments. Now, she was trapped in a cage of his making, and every rattling breath was a reminder of their intertwined fates. "Anastasia!" Ivan bellowed, his voice a tempest that knocked against the walls, shattering the silence. "Come! Be my light in this darkness." There was desperation in his tone, a child's cry for reassurance, and she felt the weight of that plea crush her. What was she to him but a flicker of sanity in an otherwise shattered mind? Outside, the city lay sprawled beneath a cloak of night, a tapestry of fear woven into the fabric of the streets. The echoes of distant cries for justice mingled with the ghostly laughter of revelers, oblivious to the storm brewing within the Tsar's heart. The grand halls of power transformed into a twisted carnival, where the jesters wore masks of sorrow, and the feasts were grim reminders of lives snuffed out too soon. "God, have mercy," the nobles whispered, clutching their goblets like lifelines. "What horrors shall he unleash upon us next?" They could see the shadows flickering behind Ivan's eyes, the way madness clawed at his thoughts, unraveling the threads of time and reason. They were witnesses to a tragedy unfolding, yet the weight of their own cowardice held them captive, too paralyzed to act. And Ivan, surrounded by the weight of his lineage, stood at the precipice of despair, his fists clenched tight, nails digging into his palms. "I will not be betrayed," he roared, a tempest of rage spilling forth, as though the walls themselves could bear witness to his resolve. But in his heart, beneath the layers of fury and fear, a whisper echoed, a hollow emptiness that gnawed at his very being. Anastasia felt the pulse of terror surge through her veins, a primal instinct to flee. She saw the way his madness danced in the flickering light, a dark reflection of himself, and it terrified her. "I remember the laughter," she thought, heart racing, the way it used to fill the halls. But now, it was swallowed by silence, and each laugh felt like a ghost haunting the corners of her mind. "Anastasia," he called again, and this time, there was a tremor in his voice, a crack in the facade of the tyrant he had become. She stepped forward, drawn by an invisible tether, her heart a battlefield. "What do you want from me?" she whispered, her voice trembling like autumn leaves in the wind. "Do you not see?" he answered, eyes glistening with desperation. "I am surrounded by ghosts. They want to take everything from me." He reached for her, fingers brushing against her cheek, warmth mingling with the chill of his breath. But the touch was electric, a spark that ignited a deep fear within her. He was no longer just Ivan, he was a tempest, a creature molded by his own nightmares. "I remember the stories," she thought, losing herself in the memories, the grand tales of a ruler destined for greatness, the hope of a nation resting upon his shoulders. But the burden had turned him into something unrecognizable, a nightmare lurking in the shadows, and she was caught in the crossfire. The clock chimed, its echoes reverberating through the hall, a haunting reminder of the time slipping away. What if he is the monster they say, she pondered, as the darkness wrapped around them like a shroud. What hope remained when the man she loved was drawn deeper into the abyss of his own making? As the moon hung heavy in the sky, casting an eerie glow upon the blood-stained stones, Ivan's laughter rang out, sharp, manic, a sound that could shatter the very foundations of the earth. "I will make them pay," he vowed, eyes wild with fury. "I will make them remember." And with those words, the very air thickened, pregnant with a tension that promised devastation. The tension ballooned, twisting around them, imploding into a crescendo of emotion, fear colliding with love, madness clashing with hope. The world outside faded into oblivion as the walls of the Kremlin closed in, a claustrophobic prison of pain and longing. In that moment, a haunting realization settled in the pit of her stomach: there would be no escape from this storm. The shadows were alive, twisting through the cracks of sanity, and there was nowhere to run. The finality of Ivan's descent into darkness was upon them, a tide that threatened to drown them both. As Ivan's laughter echoed, Anastasia felt the weight of 1,000 futures collapse into one singular truth: love could illuminate the darkest abyss, but it could not banish the demons lurking within. In that moment of haunting clarity, she knew the fight was far from over, their souls entwined in a struggle against the encroaching night, a battle that had only just begun. And the Kremlin stood, silent and watchful, a witness to the unfolding tragedy of a Tsar who craved power, a woman caught in the undertow of love, and a world that trembled at the brink of the abyss. The air was thick with promise and peril, a testament to the haunting legacy of Ivan IV, the Terrible, a name echoing through time, an ominous spectre lingering in the shadows of history. The night was heavy with silence, the kind that sits like a stone in your chest. In the heart of Moscow, the air crackled, a whisper of dread threading through the cobbled streets, thick as fog. A flickering candle cast monstrous shadows against the wall, twisting the faces of the gathered nobles into grim masks of fear and disdain. Ivan IV, the Tsar, had summoned them. His eyes glimmered like shards of ice, his presence a tempest of rage and despair. They could feel it, the tension, the palpable terror. It clung to the skin, a suffocating cloak. In the center stood Dmitri, a loyal servant caught in a storm of conflicting loyalties. His heart raced, a wild drum echoing his fear. He was all too aware of the whispers swirling around him. Who would be next to fall victim to Ivan's wrath? Who would be dragged into the night, never to return? His hands trembled, not from the cold, but from the weight of something darker. Each breath he took seemed an affront to the very air around him, thick with unspoken dread. "Do you think it will be me?" he thought, biting his lip to suppress a whimper. His mind raced back to a memory, a simpler time, perhaps, a patch of sunlight in the vastness of winter. He had stood by the window, watching birds play in the courtyard while the world outside spun into madness. His mother had warned him, "Dmitri, you must be careful. The Tsar's heart is a deep pit of shadows." Those words echoed now, alive in the void of that room. Another figure shadowed the gathering, Ksenia, a woman whose spirit flickered like the candle's flame. She had been Ivan's confidant once, a trusted advisor, until the day she betrayed her own heart by warning a friend, a nobleman, of Ivan's wrath. Now she stood, frozen, an ice sculpture amidst the heat of treachery. Torn between regret and defiance, her heart beat in a rhythm of guilt. "I remember," she thought, "the days when I believed we could change him. But those days were ghosts, long faded into the ether." Ivan had grown darker, his laughter sharper, an echo of madness that sent shivers down spines. What a fool I was, she scorned herself. The weight of her choices hung heavy, binding her to this moment, this fate. The room felt smaller, the walls closing in, infused with the scent of sweat and desperation. Why did I ever think I could save him? The question spiraled, each one a dagger twisting deeper into her soul. She could hear the low murmurs of the courtiers, each one a voice of reason or madness, blurring together like a grotesque symphony. They spoke of Oprichnina, the infamous enforcers of Ivan's will, their black cloaks billowing like crows in flight. They were the harbingers of dread, striking fear into the hearts of nobles and commoners alike. The flicker of the candlelight danced across Dmitri's face, illuminating the fear etched into his features. His thoughts darted back to the tales, horrific stories of Oprichniks dragging men from their beds, leaving behind nothing but echoes of their screams. What happens when the darkness comes for us, he thought, feeling panic rise like bile in his throat. He could almost hear the wails of the forgotten, haunting them like specters in the night. "Do you see me?" Ksenia's gaze pierced through the shadows, landing upon Dmitri, who stood at the edge of the chaos, paralyzed. "We are all here," she whispered, her voice barely a breath. "We are all trapped in the Tsar's web." She could see him, that glimmer of hope buried beneath despair, and it stirred something deep within her, a longing to shatter the chains binding them both. But the Tsar's voice rose above the murmur, slicing through their shared fear. "You think you are safe?" His laugh was a thunderclap, echoing against the stone walls, an explosion of madness that sent chills racing down Dmitri's spine. "Look around you. The Oprichnina is hungry." The nobles flinched, their faces paling under the weight of his words. They will find you. They will drag you into the night. Every heartbeat echoed like a drum, a countdown to doom, an inevitable tragedy. Dmitri glanced at Ksenia, her eyes wide, reflecting both terror and defiance. We must escape, he thought, his mind racing with desperate plans, each more absurd than the last. Could they flee? Would they be pursued? The thought of leaving the only life he had ever known gnawed at him. But what if we don't? The question lingered, a noose tightening around his throat. Ksenia's heart pounded, her resolve hardening as she met Dmitri's gaze. Together, she whispered, almost a prayer. We face this together. They shared a moment, a spark of understanding that ignited a flame of rebellion within them both. They were not just cogs in Ivan's monstrous machine, they were human, aching for freedom, for life. As Ivan's laughter echoed again, jagged and cruel, a scream pierced the night, a voice that shattered the silence, a reminder of the price of loyalty and betrayal. Dmitri's world spun, the sound clawing at his heart, each note a reminder of the inevitable fate that awaited them. He clutched Ksenia's hand tightly, their fingers interlacing like vines, two souls caught in the tempest of a madman's reign. Tonight, he thought, tonight we decide. The shadows flickered and twisted around them, the weight of the unknown pressing them forward, deeper into the abyss. The walls concealed countless secrets, whispers of ghosts that begged to be heard. They stood at the precipice of a choice that would define them, unite them against the tide of impending darkness. Will we be saved? Ksenia thought, squeezing Dmitri's hand, her heart racing, each second a drop of eternity. Fear clawed at her throat, but beside her, Dmitri's courage ignited a spark of hope. We are all ghosts in this twisted tale, haunting our own fates, she mused, yet the thought of standing together against Ivan's terror spurred her forward. In that moment, time suspended, the air thick with the promise of rebellion, of defiance against the encroaching shadows. The world outside continued its relentless march, oblivious to the storm brewing within these walls. And then came the call of fate, echoing through the night, their decision hanging in the air like a blade poised to drop, each heartbeat a countdown to the inevitable. The Oprignina awaited, and the night was long. What lay ahead, neither Dmitri nor Ksenia could foresee. But in the depths of their fear, a flicker of hope ignited, a chance to write their story, not as pawns in Ivan's game, but as fierce warriors against the darkness. The candle flickered one last time, a dying ember in the vast, sprawling chaos of existence. We will not go quietly, they vowed, entwined in their shared fate, as the night deepened, alive with endless possibilities and unspeakable terror. The city is a ghost wrapped in fog, its streets pulsing with the echoes of 1,000 unspoken fears. A bell tolls somewhere, its sound cutting through the dense silence like a knife through flesh. I stand amidst the crumbling remnants of a world once vibrant, now suffocated by despair. Shadows dance in the alleyways, cloaked figures whispering secrets only the wind can carry. My heart races, beating in rhythm with the chaos brewing around me. This is the time of troubles. I remember the moment when everything shattered. The sound of boots marching down cobblestone streets, an army of strangers invading the sanctuary of home. I remember their faces, cold and unyielding, eyes void of compassion. They came like wolves, hungry and feral, ready to devour what little hope remained. I was just a child then, hiding behind splintered doors, clutching my mother's hand, her palm slick with sweat as she murmured promises of safety that felt increasingly fragile. But there was no sanctuary. In the distance, I see Ivan, a once dutiful soldier, now a man lost in the depths of his own disillusionment. He stumbles, battered by the weight of choices made, friends turned foes, loyalty twisted into betrayal. His heart is a battlefield, each memory a shrapnel of regret. When he sees me, his eyes ignite with a desperate need, a flicker of the boy who laughed in the face of the world, before the world laughed back with merciless fury. I thought you were dead, he gasps, breathless, as if each word could pull us back from the brink. I remember when you said you'd always protect me, I whisper, my voice a fragile thing, barely held together. The tears threaten to spill, blurring the horrors that loom ahead. But you're just as lost as the rest of us. His shoulders slump, and for a moment, we share a silence thick with unspoken truths, a chasm dividing hope and despair. Time has twisted his spirit, and I can feel the sharp edges of his fractured soul, each piece a reminder of the dreams we once spun like silk in daylight. Then, from the shadows, a figure emerges, Tatiana, her presence a tempest, wild and unrelenting. She is a firebrand, her heart ablaze with fury against the chains binding her people. Each step she takes sends ripples through the air, igniting a fire in the hollow spaces of my heart. I remember the way she laughed, a sound that could shatter glass, and how it faded into whispers as the world around us crumbled. They think they can conquer us, she snarls, fists clenched, eyes fierce as storm clouds. But they don't know, we are the storm. Her anger is palpable, a living thing that wraps around us like a thick fog. I want to believe her, to feel the weight of that conviction lift the burden pressing down on my chest. But chaos is the only certainty now, and I can taste the bitterness of betrayal lingering on my tongue like ash. Suddenly, the distant roar of cannon fire shatters the silence. My heart leaps into my throat, an omen of what is to come. I glance at Ivan, the boy who once promised protection, and I see only the man who has lost everything. He meets my gaze, and in that instant, we both know, we are too far gone, too tangled in this web of chaos. I want to scream, a primal, guttural sound that will echo across the desolation. But instead, I hold my breath as the darkness seeps in, tendrils curling around my soul. The city whispers of betrayal, of foreign hands pulling strings, and I can feel the ghosts of our ancestors watching, their eyes heavy with disappointment. Remember the stars. I whisper to Ivan, a desperate hope clawing its way to the surface. They're still there, even when we can't see them. But what if the stars fall? His voice is a whisper laced with despair, fear clawing at the edges of his determination. What if they abandon us? Tatiana cuts in, fierce and unwavering, then we will rise. We will become the light. A flicker of hope mingles with dread, a fragile thread that binds us together in the encroaching darkness. But as the cannon fire draws closer, I know that the battle ahead will not only be fought in the streets but within ourselves. Each of us carries scars, memories that haunt us like restless spirits. The specter of our past clings to us, every mistake echoing like an unrelenting drum. The chaos around us thickens, a palpable tension that wraps around our throats like a noose. I remember the stories of our ancestors, how they fought and bled for a future that now slips through our fingers like grains of sand. The night deepens, wrapping the world in its cold embrace, and I can feel the weight of history pressing down, an immovable force that crushes dreams beneath its heel. We huddle together, three broken souls amidst the storm, and I can't shake the feeling that we are being watched. The ghosts of the past linger, their whispers swirling like smoke around us, urging us to remember, to fight, to survive. And as the echoes of war draw nearer, I realize that we are not just fighting for our lives, we are fighting for each other. Love and loyalty collide with fear and doubt, each moment a trembling heartbeat that could tip the scales. But nothing is certain. Each second stretches into eternity as we stand on the precipice, the abyss yawning wide before us. The city, once our cradle, is now a haunting labyrinth of shadows, and we are mere players on a stage set for chaos. I can feel the whispers of betrayal curling around us, a prelude to the storm, and as I lock eyes with Ivan and Tatiana, I know something primal has awakened within me. The fight for survival draws near, and I refuse to let the darkness consume us. The echoes of the past intertwine with the cries of the present, and in this moment, we are both lost and found. The time of troubles has come, breathing chaos and foreign intervention into our lives, but we will carve our names into the annals of history, hearts beating fiercely against the encroaching night. But for now, the city stands as a witness to our struggle, a reflection of our souls, torn between hope and despair, love and loss, a mirror of the human spirit, raw and unyielding. As I stand amidst the ruins, I can only hold my breath, knowing the storm is here, and we are simply its harbingers. The wind howled through the narrow streets of Moscow, a spectral wail that seemed to echo the grief of a nation. I remember the chill that gripped the air, sharp as a knife, whispering tales of ambition and sorrow. The candles flickered in the dim light, casting long shadows on walls that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires. In that moment, I could almost hear the heartbeat of history, thumping wildly in the chest of a city on the brink of transformation. Michael Romanov, a reluctant boykin, stood trembling in the grand hall of the Kremlin. His fingers brushed against the cold stone, feeling the weight of destiny press against his chest. A shiver cascaded down his spine, not merely from the icy drafts that swept through the corridors, but from the knowledge of what he had inherited. He was just a pawn, and the game was far from over. He was aware of the whispers curling like smoke around him, his bloodline tainted by the shadows of uncertainty. Everyone was watching, waiting for him to falter, to fail. His mind was a battlefield of conflict. I remember those piercing blue eyes, wide and haunted, as he replayed the words of his elder, the counselor who had stood before him, a grim harbinger of impending doom. The throne is a cage, young prince, gilded but confining. Trust no one. Those words echoed in his mind, a relentless mantra that twisted the knife of fear deeper into his heart. Would he become a hero or a tyrant? The clock ticked ominously in the background, each second a reminder that time was not his ally. Then there was Anastasia, his sister, with laughter that danced on the edge of despair. She had the spirit of a warrior, fierce and unyielding, but even she felt the weight of their lineage pressing down like an iron cloak. What if the crown is cursed, she once mused, half joking, half terrified. Their shared laughter felt like a fragile glass about to shatter, echoing through the empty halls. She was the beacon of light in the darkness, but also the mirror reflecting their fears. How could they both wear a crown that had been stained with betrayal and blood? And there, in the garden, beneath the ancient trees that whispered secrets only they could hear, stood Grigory Rasputin, the mad monk, the infamous seer, with an unsettling calm that radiated from him like an aura. He was both a savior and a specter, a figure who kept the dark at bay while inviting chaos into their world. I remember his eyes, piercing yet glazed, as he spoke to Michael, "Your destiny is written in the stars, child." But the stars are fickle, and the shadows dance to their own tune. How could anyone trust a man who spoke in riddles while promising salvation? The air crackled with tension. The dynasty was built on the ruins of the past, on the bones of the fallen. Every moment felt like an impending storm, and the shadows seemed to move closer with each heartbeat. The streets of Moscow were alive, buzzing with the hopes and fears of the people. They cheered and jeered, oscillating between adoration and contempt, as if their very souls were caught in the tug-of-war of fate. I could almost taste the fervor, the desperation, the intoxicating blend of dreams and nightmares swirling together like clouds before a tempest. Michael's hands trembled as he faced his people for the first time. He wanted to roar, to unleash the fire that burned within him, but the words caught in his throat like ashes, choking him. What if he failed them? What if the crown became a noose? I remember the way he looked at Anastasia, his anchor, his confidant, her expression a mix of pride and fear that mirrored his own. They were in this together, yet they were also utterly alone. The weight of the world pressed upon young shoulders, and with each passing moment, the laughter in the garden felt like a distant memory. The whispers of discontent grew louder. Outside the palace, the peasants felt the sting of hunger and despair gnawing at their bellies, a fierce reminder that the Romanov dynasty could crumble like brittle parchment if the winds of discontent turned violent. The air was thick with resentment, and the seeds of revolution began to sprout amidst the disillusioned masses. I remember the tension rising like a tidal wave, threatening to swallow them whole. What could they offer but empty promises and gilded dreams? There was a darkness lurking, a palpable threat that hung over them like a guillotine poised to strike. Michael's heart raced at the thought of betrayal, how easily loyalty could turn to treachery, how swiftly friendship could become enmity. He saw ghosts in the faces around him, specters of those who had come before, each a reminder of the cost of power. Would he become just another name in the annals of history, a tragedy to be recited in somber tones? And then, in the flickering candlelight of the Kremlin, as the shadows danced to the rhythm of their fears, the confrontation loomed. A meeting of minds, a clash of wills, the air was crackling with unspoken words and unshed tears. Michael, Anastasia, and Rasputin stood on the precipice, teetering on the edge of destiny, knowing that one wrong step could shatter everything they had fought for. The echoes of the past collided with the weight of the future, and as the clock continued its relentless countdown, I could feel the tension, the heartbreak, the overwhelming dread wrapping around them like a noose. And amid this chaos, this turmoil, hope flickered like a dying flame, begging for breath. Would they rise or fall? Would the Romanov name become synonymous with glory or despair? With every heartbeat, the story of their dynasty unfurled, a tapestry woven of gold and shadow, love and betrayal, dreams and nightmares. All that remained was the haunting question, the unrelenting whisper in the dark: what price would they pay for the empire they sought to claim? The air crackled with tension, thick as the smoke billowing from the pyres of old traditions, as the populace of Moscow stirred, caught in the throes of change. The sound of clanging metal echoed through the streets, an unsettling symphony of ambition, hope, and fear. I remember the day that Tsar returned, his figure looming like a lighthouse over a stormy sea, one hand clutching the tools of Western artistry, the other dragging the weight of an empire desperate for renewal. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced like ghosts, whispering secrets of the past. Peter stood there, a titan forged in the fires of revolution, his eyes wild with a vision that brushed against madness. "Bathe," he bellowed, shaking his calloused fists. "Bathe, for God's sake! Not once a year like livestock." He was a man of contradictions, a creature of the night and day, both ruler and rebel, demanding that his people wash away the grime of ages. The laughter of soldiers mingled with cries of disbelief, for they knew the old ways, knew that to change was to invite the wrath of the ancestors. Moshe, a young woman with spirit aflame, watched from the shadows, her heart pounding like a war drum. She clutched her shawl tightly around her shoulders, not just from the cold, but from the chilling reality of what lay ahead. "What is this madness?" she whispered to herself, a question laced with dread. The whispers of the old women echoed in her mind, warnings about the Tsar's wrath, tales of men who had challenged fate and paid with their lives. Yet, something stirred within her, an undeniable urge to break free from the shackles of tradition, to dance in the rain of revolution, even if it meant facing the storm. And there was Ivan, a soldier, torn between loyalty and desire. He had followed Peter through the mud and blood, watched comrades fall, their dreams extinguished like candles in the wind. But now, as he stood on the precipice of a new era, he felt the weight of conflict crash over him like waves against a rocky shore. "What is a soldier without a cause?" he lamented, his fists clenched, his resolve waning. The Tsar spoke of a new Russia, a land polished like the silver of foreign treasures, but Ivan feared what that meant for him, for his brothers, for the very soul of their homeland. Change is a double-edged sword, he thought, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. It was thrilling, this promise of modernization, yet each phrase uttered by Peter felt like a chain tightening around his heart. He remembered the laughter of his mother as she told tales of their lineage, proud warriors against the tide of invaders. Now, her ghost lingered, a specter of a simpler time, warning him of the price of progress. The streets of Moscow were a battleground for the soul of Russia, a cacophony of voices raised against the Tsar's edicts. "We will not be like the West," the elders shouted, their eyes burning with defiance. Moshe stood among them, torn between her past and the seductive call of a future she could not quite grasp. But what if the West can save us, she thought, her heart racing with trepidation. To embrace the unknown was terrifying, yet the thought of remaining stagnant was a ghost that haunted her dreams. Days turned into nights, and the city pulsed with change, electricity crackling through the very stones beneath their feet. The army marched, clad in Western attire, their boots echoing like thunder, and the citizens of Russia gazed upon them with a mix of awe and horror. "These are the harbingers of change," whispered Moshe to herself, a shiver crawling up her spine. The smell of sweat and metal, mixed with the scent of pine from the surrounding woods, enveloped her, intoxicating and nauseating all at once. In the heart of the city, Peter gathered his council, his voice slicing through the air like a sword. "We will build ships. We will learn to navigate the seas." His passions ignited the room, ignited every heart, including Ivan's, who stood steadfast at the back, wrestling with the flames of loyalty and doubt. But at what cost, he thought, dread pooling in his stomach. The ghosts of the past loomed large, a dark cloud overhead, as he watched his comrades cheer, their hopes riding high on the wings of a tempest. Moshe and Ivan's paths converged in that moment, their eyes locking amidst the chaos, a silent understanding passed between them, charged with possibility and fear. "Will you follow this madman?" she challenged, a fierce light in her gaze. He hesitated, heart pounding like a war drum as he searched her face for answers. "I don't know," he finally admitted, his voice barely above a whisper, the truth more terrifying than the Tsar's decrees. The city transformed before their eyes, a living organism, shedding its skin, reborn yet unrecognizable. The clang of hammers, the murmur of foreign tongues, the scent of fresh paint stung their nostrils, wrapped around them like a shroud. Moshe's pulse quickened with every passing day, every rumor of ships and schools, of weapons and windows thrown wide open to the world. It was thrilling, intoxicating, yet steeped in a visceral fear of losing everything she had ever known. "Let it be a revolution of the heart," she murmured one night beneath the pale moonlight, as stars blinked down like eyes watching, weighing their choices. "Let us dream of a new world, even if it means forsaking the old." But deep down, she grappled with the chilling realization that dreams often come with nightmares, and the ghosts of the past never truly fade. The tension in Moscow roared louder, a tempest of hope and despair, as Peter's reforms began to take root. Change was a living entity, sprawling its tendrils through the cobblestone streets, promising enlightenment yet threatening to swallow them whole. Each step forward felt like a step into the abyss, and the very fabric of their identities hung in the balance, trembling like autumn leaves in the wind. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the city in shadows, I felt the weight of their struggles press down upon me, an unrelenting tide that surged through time, through memories, through dreams. This was not merely history, it was a heartbeat, a symphony of human experience, raw and unfiltered. The story of Peter, Moshe, and Ivan was not just ink on parchment, it was a living, breathing entity clawing for the light, even as darkness lingered on the edges, waiting for its moment to strike. And within that maelstrom of emotion, the cries of the past mingled with the promises of the future, weaving a tapestry dense with ambition and fear, one that would stretch into eternity, unbroken, unresolved, forever echoing through the corridors of time. The air is thick, a suffocating blanket of smoke and despair, as the cries of battle pierce the silence of dawn. The ground trembles beneath us, a relentless heartbeat echoing the chaos that churns in our chests. I stand there, a mere spectator caught in the storm of my own making. The icy wind bites at my face, and for a fleeting moment, I consider the warmth of home, a memory overshadowed by the specter of war. I remember the faces, oh, how they haunt me. Faces of comrades, their eyes wide with fear, uncertainty flickering like candle flames in a tempest. Ivan, fierce and unyielding as a winter storm, stands beside me. His jaw is clenched, a grim line of resolve shaded by doubt. He was once a boy of laughter, his voice a melody in the marketplace. Now, he's a man forged in fire, a weapon sharpened by loss. For Russia, he whispers, a prayer and a curse tangled together, pouring forth with the breath of desperation. The words hang in the frigid air, thick with the weight of dreams shattered by cannon fire. In the heart of it all, the sun rises, not as a beacon of hope, but as a cruel reminder of the blood that stains the earth. A flash of metal catches my eye. I turn to see Dmitri, who once donned a smile as bright as the sun, now transformed into a ghost of his former self. The gleaming sword he wields is heavy with the weight of expectation. "We must push forward," he cries, a frantic plea that mingles with the cries of the wounded. Those words echo in the cavern of my mind, a haunting refrain that stabs deep, igniting an inferno of fear within me. What if we falter? I want to scream, but the sound is swallowed by the cacophony surrounding us. I remember standing in the shadow of the Kremlin, the imposing structure looming over us like an angry titan. The air was thick with ambition, a strange mix of hope and desperation. Peter the Great, his vision, a relentless force, an insatiable hunger for greatness, was a specter that loomed larger than life. He aimed to drag Russia from the depths of obscurity into the spotlight of European power. He was a man of paradoxes, straddling the line between visionary and tyrant, a ruler whose dreams were stained with the blood of his own people. I feel the pulse of his ambition coursing through my veins, igniting an impossible longing for a destiny that feels both exhilarating and terrifying. Amidst the chaos, the clamor of swords clashing against swords, I catch a glimpse of a soldier, wounded, gasping for breath. His face is smeared with dirt and blood, but his eyes burn with an unyielding spirit. I see him reach for a fallen comrade, and in that moment, I am reminded of every promise made under the starlit sky, every oath whispered in the dark. "I will fight for you," I promised him once, but now the air is thick with betrayal. How easily words slip from our tongues, like water through fingers. I watch as hope dissolves into despair, determination faltering like a candle in a storm. In the distance, the battlefield stretches endlessly, a grim tapestry of valor and wretchedness. The sounds of clashing steel intertwine with the cries of the dying, creating a symphony of chaos that reverberates through my core. Grit and grime cling to my skin, yet it is the stench of death that makes my stomach churn. I close my eyes, breath shallow, and remember what life was before this madness. I remember laughter, a sound like music, a balm for the soul. I remember warmth, a hearth, a soft embrace. Yet here, in this frozen hell, warmth is a distant memory, laughter a ghost that taunts me from the shadows. The shadows lengthen, whispering secrets of fate and inevitability. I see Ivan, his face illuminated by the flickering flames of destruction, a warrior's fire igniting within him. We will not be broken, he roars, yet I see the fractures beneath his bravado. He is a man holding onto the shreds of hope, clinging to dreams spun from desperation. You can't fight what's coming. I scream silently, my heart pounding with the weight of despair. What is a dream when the ground beneath us crumbles like ash? Dmitri charges forward, a beacon of reckless courage, eyes wild with a fervor that terrifies me. Follow me, he bellows, and I am torn between loyalty and dread. The battlefield is a chaotic swirl of bodies, blood, and cries for mercy, and I am a reluctant participant in this wretched dance. I want to scream, to turn away, to run back to the warmth of my memories, but I am rooted here, shackled by the weight of expectation. The cannon roars, and time stretches, each second a lifetime, each heartbeat a drum echoing the symphony of oblivion. I see Ivan fall, a sudden stillness enveloping him, eyes wide and empty, as if the light of the world has extinguished within him. A scream tears from my throat, raw and unfiltered, but it is swallowed by the chaos. In that moment, the battlefield transforms into a swirling abyss, devouring dreams, hopes, and futures into its insatiable maw. And then, silence. A heavy, suffocating silence that blankets the battlefield. I stand amid the echoes, surrounded by shadows that whisper of battles lost and won, of lives extinguished and dreams decimated. In the distance, the sun hangs low, casting long shadows that dance across the bodies of the fallen, telling tales of heroism and despair. But somewhere, deep within, I know this isn't the end. The war continues, a relentless tide that carries us along, crashing against the shores of fate. The darkness promises more, and as I stand in this moment suspended between life and death, I feel the call of destiny, a siren song that beckons me to rise, to fight, to forge the future from the ashes of the past. In the heart of St. Petersburg, the air crackled with an intensity that could ignite fires. The Grand Palace loomed above the cobblestone streets, a fortress of opulence surrounded by a city that whispered secrets in the twilight. I stand there, cloaked in shadow, the chill of the evening sinking into my bones, as I watch through frost-rimed windows. Inside, the ballroom pulses with laughter and the clinking of crystal, a symphony of wealth and power. But outside, the world feels alive, a living beast ready to bite. Catherine, the Empress, glides through that ballroom like a comet, radiant and fierce. Her laughter, sweet yet edged with steel, sends ripples of admiration and fear through the gathered nobles. I remember the stories, how she seized power with a heart of fire and a mind like a sharpened sword. But this evening, amid the swirling gowns and powdered wigs, I see the weight upon her, the burden of a throne that can crumble beneath even the most glittering crown. And then, there's Grigory, the once loyal confidant, now a ghost trapped in the shadows of his ambition. His eyes flicker with something dark, a yearning that dances along the edge of betrayal. I see him lurking near the door, glancing at Catherine, a storm brewing within him. I remember the way he once laughed, bright and free, before the whispers of betrayal crept in, before his dreams became tangled in the web of her power. I can feel the tension in the room like a tightrope strung above a chasm. The clock ticks, each second a heartbeat in the throbbing chaos of desires unfulfilled. The nobles preen like peacocks, their eyes darting, ever watchful, sensing the shift in the air, the gathering clouds of unrest. The very walls seem to pulse, holding their breath, waiting for the inevitable clash. Catherine pauses, her gaze sweeping across the room. I watch as her smile falters for just a heartbeat, a flicker of vulnerability that ignites a sense of urgency in my chest. She knows, oh, how she knows, that her reign is a precarious balance, a dance on the edge of a knife. The whispers of revolt swirl like a tempest just beyond the gilded walls, and yet she must charm and deceive, wear the mask of a sovereign while the world around her trembles. Grigory takes a step forward, a boldness ignited by desperation. "Your Majesty," he calls, his voice cracking like the ice outside. The room falls silent, every eye now on him, the air electric with anticipation. I can see the flicker of fear in Catherine's eyes, a flame that mirrors the fire in Grigory's heart. He steps closer, the distance between them charged with a history fraught with longing and betrayal. "You bleed the people dry while you dance in this gilded cage," he hurls, his voice trembling, not with the fear of a subject, but with the rage of a scorned lover. I feel the collective gasp of the nobles, a sharp intake of breath, as if the room itself is teetering on the brink of collapse. Catherine's eyes narrow, a predator assessing her prey. "And what do you propose, dear Grigory?" she asks, her tone dripping with derision, but I hear the quiver beneath it, the raw edge of her own fear surfacing. "Another revolution? Another blood-soaked vision of freedom?" "Yes," he bursts out, desperate and raw. "A freedom you promised and then snuffed out like a candle, leaving us in shadows. The people are starving while you feast." There's a wildness in his tone, a passion that threatens to consume him. He stands at the precipice, and I wonder if he even realizes it, if he can fathom the depths of what he's risking. The nobles murmur, a chorus of scandalized disbelief, but I can't look away. I remember the echoes of their laughter from moments before, now replaced by a heavy silence that suffocates. Sparks fly between Catherine and Grigory, an unholy blend of love and hatred, desire and loathing. It's a battle of souls, two flawed hearts laid bare, a confrontation that could change the fate of an empire. "I remember a time when you stood by my side, when the world was ours," Catherine whispers, her voice suddenly soft, almost pleading. I see the flicker of nostalgia in her eyes, a glimpse of the dreams that once fueled their ambition. But that moment is fleeting, her resolve steals once more. "You've become a traitor, Grigory. A ghost haunting the halls of my power." He flinches, the truth slicing through him like a blade. I can feel the weight of the sorrow, the heartbreak shimmering in the air. "I'm not a ghost, I'm flesh and blood. I'm the voice of those who suffer under your rule." The passion in his words ignites something in the room, an energy that crackles, thick with the scent of impending chaos. And then, just as the tension reaches a boiling point, the clock strikes. The sound resonates like thunder, each chime a pulse of inevitability, a reminder that time is slipping away. I can feel it, a cosmic dance of fate and choice, the universe holding its breath, as if it knows a truth yet unspoken. Catherine steps forward, defiance radiating from her. "Then let it be known, Grigory, if you seek to challenge me, you will not only face my wrath but the wrath of a nation united in fear." Her voice, sharp as glass, slices through the air. I can see Grigory waver, a flicker of doubt creeping into his eyes. The fight within him rages, a tempest threatening to drown him in despair. And yet, I can't help but feel a spark of admiration. His defiance is raw and real, a flicker of hope in a world shrouded in darkness. But as Catherine rises, the queen she is, power radiates from her like a sun, a force that could burn or blind. The nobles hold their breath, the weight of fate hanging in the balance, a moment stretched into eternity. The city beyond waits, teetering on the edge of revolution, shadows whispering of what is to come. In this world of opulence and decay, of dreams dashed on the shores of ambition, I feel the echo of their hearts, their pain, their longing, their desperate fight for something greater. This is not merely the story of an empire, it's a glimpse into the soul of humanity, a struggle as old as time itself, where passion and power collide in an explosion of emotion that reverberates through the ages. In this moment, I am swept away, caught in the tempest of their lives, knowing that the storm is only just beginning. No answers linger here, only questions that hang heavy in the air, a promise of chaos to come. The night is thick, a suffocating blanket pulled tight over the land. In the distance, the flickering of torches dances like fireflies in a graveyard, illuminating the faces of men twisted by desperation. I stand among them, heart pounding, a drumbeat of fear and hope. The air is electric, charged with the scent of sweat, smoke, and something else, something rotten that clings to our souls like a shroud. Yakov, a farmer with hands calloused by years of toil, stands beside me, his eyes glassy with rage. They think we're less than dirt, he hisses, voice low as if the shadows might overhear. I remember the way he once laughed, throwing his head back under the sun, the warmth spilling across his shoulders like gold. Now, that laughter is stripped away, replaced by a grim determination to rise against the weight of 1,000 injustices. I won't let them crush us anymore. The fire in his belly mirrors my own. Beside him, Elena clutches a tattered shawl around her shoulders. The fabric is threadbare, much like her spirit, and yet she stands tall, a flicker of defiance in her small frame. She was once the sweetest of dreams, a girl with laughter like wind chimes, a smile that could melt the coldest of hearts. Now, her eyes are twin pools of despair, reflecting years of hardship, whispers of betrayal. Do you hear them? She murmurs, her voice trembling like the leaves in the wind. The cries of our brothers and sisters? They are calling for us. What does it mean to answer that call? Each heartbeat is a reminder that we are connected, not just by blood, but by a shared desperation. The nobles feast while we rot in the fields, our lives reduced to mere shadows of existence. The weight of the world is crushing, yet within it lies the spark of rebellion, a flame that flickers against the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, the distant sound of galloping hooves pierces the air. I can feel the ground tremble beneath us, a warning that resonates deep in my bones. The soldiers are coming, armed and armored, looking to snuff out our flickering flame before it ignites into an inferno. Yakov's fists clench, knuckles white as he stands his ground, unyielding. They can't take our spirit, he growls, and I wonder if he believes it, or if it's just a desperate mantra whispered to stave off fear. Let them come, Elena says, and the fire in her voice surprises us both. Let them feel our anger. Let them see what happens when you push a person too far. The defiance in her words is intoxicating, a drug coursing through my veins. I want to believe that we can rise, that we can turn the tide, but the reality is heavy, a ball of lead lodged in my throat. What if we fail? The moon hangs low in the sky, a voyeur to our plight, casting shadows that dance like specters among us. We are a ragtag army of farmers, desperate souls armed with pitchforks and a longing for justice. I look around, at the faces of my fellow rebels, eyes wide with fear, hearts pounding like drums of war, and for a moment, I am overwhelmed by the weight of their hopes resting upon my shoulders. The sound of shouting breaks the stillness, a cacophony of anger and fear. Their voices rise, swirling around us like a storm, and I find myself lost in the chaos, swept up in the tide of our shared grief. I remember my mother's hands, worn and rough, the way she used to caress the soil as if it were a living thing. You must fight for what is right, she would say, her voice steady, unwavering. Fight, and do not look back. The soldiers burst into view, their faces obscured by shadows, but their intent is clear, their eyes glinting with the certainty of power. They see us as mere insects to be crushed, but they don't understand the fire that burns within us. They don't know the depths of our sorrow, the weight of our chains. And perhaps that's where their downfall lies. Yakov steps forward, brandishing his pitchfork like a knight wielding a sword, and I feel a surge of adrenaline rush through me. We are not afraid, he bellows, the words echoing through the night, igniting a spark of courage in us all. The sound is raw, primal, and it stirs something deep within me. But beneath that courage is a chasm of fear. What if we lose? My mind spins with visions of death, of families torn apart, of mothers weeping over the empty husks of their loved ones. I glimpse Elena's face, her features tense, eyes alight with an intensity that threatens to consume her. She is a warrior in her own right, but I can see the flicker of doubt that lingers just beneath the surface. We have to fight, she whispers, grasping my hand, grounding me to the reality of the moment. We cannot let them take our future. The clash begins, a violent eruption of sound and fury. The air is thick with the scent of fear, of sweat and blood, and in that moment, I am acutely aware of my mortality. With each thrust and parry, every anguished cry, I feel the pulse of our rebellion, the heartbeat of countless souls yearning for freedom. Time stretches, warps. I remember the taste of despair, the bitterness of loss, but also the sweetness of a dream, the dream of a better tomorrow, of fields not stained with blood but flourishing with life. As the battle rages, I lose myself in the chaos, feeling the rhythm of life and death intertwine. The night is alive, a swirling mass of shadows and light, and I am caught in the tide, unable to pull away. But even as the fight escalates, I can't shake the feeling that this is only the beginning. Beneath the surface, the whispers of fate loom, threading their way through our lives, interlacing our destinies in ways we cannot yet comprehend. And somewhere, in the depths of chaos, the clock ticks relentlessly on, each second a reminder that nothing is certain, that the ground beneath our feet could shift at any moment. I clutch Yakov's arm, and for a heartbeat, we are united, a fragile alliance bound by the need to survive, to fight, to scream against the silence that has long consumed us. As the night wears on, the storm of rebellion swirls around me, an endless cycle of hope and despair, a dance of shadows that knows no end. I can't help but wonder, what will be left of us when the dust settles? Will we emerge as phoenixes from the ashes, or will we be lost, mere whispers in the night? The answers lie ahead, tangled in the web of time, lingering just out of reach. The night cloaked Warsaw in shadows, the air thick with an unshakable tension, like the moment before a storm breaks. Torches flickered against damp cobblestones, illuminating faces twisted with fear and resolve. In that instant, time stood still as a warning bell tolled somewhere in the distance, echoing through the narrow streets. I could hear the whispers of a nation, each voice a prayer, a curse, a desperate plea for salvation. Marta stood at the window of her family's modest home, her breath fogging the glass as she peered into the abyss beyond. She could feel it, the weight of something monstrous creeping closer. The chill of impending doom threaded through her veins. Her heart raced, each beat a drum roll heralding the chaos to come. Outside, the world was a frenzy of movement, men and women rushing to gather what little they could carry before the darkness consumed them. I remember the whispers of my mother, she thought, her mind drifting to a simpler time when laughter danced through the air like sunlight. But those days were ghosts now, fading memories suspended in a web of fear. Across the way, in a dimly lit tavern, Jakub clutched a tankard of bitter ale, the dregs of hope sliding down his throat like bile. He was a soldier, a man forged in the grit and blood of countless battles, yet he felt as fragile as a glass ornament, ready to shatter under the weight of his own despair. I remember the thrill of the charge, he thought, the echoes of war still ringing in his ears. But now, that thrill was a distant memory, replaced by the gnawing certainty that their very existence was at stake. The Russians were coming, and with them, the specter of defeat loomed larger than ever. In that moment, a scream pierced the night, raw and agonizing. Marta's heart lurched, her instinct screamed at her to run, to hide, to protect. But there was nowhere to go. The outside world had turned into a cage, the war closing in like a noose. She felt the walls pressing around her, a suffocating embrace that threatened to crush hope itself. Jakub stumbled out of the tavern, drawn by the sound of that scream. His feet felt heavy, each step a reminder of the weight of his decisions, the choices that bound him to a history he never wanted. The moon hung low, a mocking witness to the unfolding tragedy as he sprinted toward the source, his heart pounding in time with the chaos. With every breath, he could taste the bitterness of desperation, a flavor as familiar as the blood under his nails. In a narrow alley drenched in shadows, they met, Marta, wild-eyed and trembling, and Jakub, a soldier at the edge of his resolve. "It's happening," she gasped, the words slipping from her lips like a haunting melody. "They're taking everything." The ground trembled beneath them, the world shifting as if caught in a fever dream. They could hear the distant rumble of boots, an army marching, a dark tide sweeping across their lives. Jakub's jaw clenched, anger and sorrow coiling inside him like a tempest. He wanted to fight, wanted to scream, but the reality was a cruel whisper that gnawed at him. What could one soldier do against a legion? "I have to go," he said, the words heavy with an unspoken promise. "I have to protect my family, my home." Marta's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her heart aching for him. "And what of us?" she asked, her voice trembling. "What of our dreams? Our lives?" He looked at her, and for a moment, the world faded away. In that fleeting instant, he saw not just a frightened woman but the embodiment of everything he fought for, the future, the light that flickered against the encroaching darkness. But dreams were easy to shatter, and the specter of war had stained them all. "I remember when hope was a choice," he whispered, desperation woven through his tone. As the rumble grew closer, Marta felt the fire of determination ignite within her. "We can't just stand here," she cried, her voice a defiant spark in the suffocating gloom. "We must do something." Jakob hesitated, caught between love and duty. He reached for her hand, their fingers intertwining, a lifeline amidst the chaos. "And what will that something be?" Before she could answer, an explosion rocked the street, sending a cloud of dust and debris into the air. The sound reverberated through their bones, a harbinger of destruction. Shadows danced around them, as if the very fabric of their existence was unraveling. The moment stretched, a breath held in a world gone mad, and in the eye of the storm, they stood, two souls bound by fear and hope, a fragile connection forged in the crucible of war. Suddenly, the realization crashed over them like a tidal wave. This was not just about survival. It was about something deeper, something primal. Their hearts beat in sync, a rhythm born of shared desperation. "I remember the stories of our ancestors," Marta whispered, her breath hitching. "They fought for freedom, for a home to call their own. We must fight too." Jakob nodded, resolve hardening in his chest. The ghosts of the past were rising, urging them forward. "Then we fight together," he said, a fierce light igniting in his eyes. In that moment, a bond formed, a promise etched in the very marrow of their beings. They would not go quietly into the night. They would stand against the tide, against the shadows that threatened to consume them. But as they moved toward the sound of chaos, the world around them transformed. The moon hung low, a silver sentinel watching over the unfolding madness. Time stretched and twisted, a kaleidoscope of emotions, fear, hope, despair, determination. And just like that, they stepped into the abyss, ready to confront their fate, their hearts pounding in time with the slow, relentless march of history. The darkness loomed, but within it flickered the light of 1,000 dreams, the fierce realization that they were still alive, still breathing, resilient in the face of the impossible. As they vanished into the night, the echoes of their resolve reverberated against the walls of history, blending into the cacophony of a world on the brink. Each heartbeat resonated like a drum, a call to arms, as the story of Poland unfolded, its fate entwined with their own, impossible, unyielding, unbroken. The air was thick, heavy with the stench of smoke and despair. Flames licked the sky, casting sinister shadows that danced across the faces of terrified men and women. I stood there, heart pounding, as the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed, a chilling prelude to the storm that was about to break. The world was a cacophony of screams, the cries of mothers calling for their children melting into the air like the last dregs of hope. I remember the moment so vividly, the way the acrid smoke wrapped around me, choking me, as if the very essence of our nation was burning away. I remember Sergei, his eyes, fierce and wild, a harbinger of the fury that lay beneath the surface. He was a soldier, but more than that, he was a brother, a protector in a land where survival had become a daily battle. The weight of his gun felt like a millstone around his neck, pulling him into the depths of despair. "We must fight," he shouted, voice hoarse yet resolute. "If we fall, what will become of our families? Our children?" But the ghosts of the fallen whispered doubts, wrapping their icy fingers around my throat. Then there was Anna, a healer with the wisdom of the ancients coursing through her veins, yet haunted by the specters of those she could not save. Her hands, once delicate and graceful, now trembled with the weight of too many lives held in the balance. I saw her there, kneeling amidst the chaos, her fingers stained crimson as she pressed them against the wounds of the fallen. "This is madness," she cried, frustration spilling over like the dark clouds rolling in, ominous and foreboding. "Why do we continue this dance with death?" But every heartbeat was a reminder, a relentless refrain that echoed in our ears. This was our land, our blood. We could not back down. The day turned to dusk, and the Emperor's ambition hung like a noose around our necks. Napoleon, his name tasted bitter on my tongue, a tyrant cloaked in the guise of a liberator, a man whose dreams of glory ignited the firestorm that now consumed us. All around, Men were readying themselves for a confrontation that felt as inevitable as the stars that littered the night sky. I remember the noise, the clanging of swords, the cries of men charging into battle, the thunder of cannons rolling like an angry sea crashing upon the shore. Sergei's voice rang out above the din, for Russia. For honor. But honor felt like an empty chalice, its contents spilled across the ground, mingling with the blood of the brave. I watched him sprint into the fray, each step a defiance of fate. My heart screamed for him to turn back, to heed the warnings of fear that clawed at my insides like a ravenous beast. But he was a soldier, and soldiers have a way of throwing themselves into the abyss, believing they could conquer the darkness. With each passing moment, the reality of our situation crystallized into something sharp and painful. I saw Anna, her face a mask of determination, yet her eyes reflected a swirling tempest of fear and sorrow. "Stay close," she shouted, her voice a fierce anchor amidst the chaos. I wanted to reach out, to tether myself to her strength, but I was paralyzed, rooted to the spot as the storm of battle raged around us, a cyclone of steel and will. Suddenly, the earth shook beneath our feet, a tremor from the heavens as cannonballs fell like rain, exploding in blinding flashes that stole the breath from our lungs. I ducked, my body instinctively curling into a ball, but even then, I could feel the heat that singed my skin, the searing desperation clawing at my sanity. Each blast echoed in my ears, a reminder that death was not just a whisper anymore, it was a loud and terrifying reality. I remember the faces of those who fell, their eyes wide with shock, as if the realization of their fate had come too late. It was a massacre, a symphony of destruction played to a score of despair. And yet, in the heart of that chaos, I felt a flicker of something else, a dark, intoxicating fire that ignited a resolve within me. "We fight," I found myself chanting, a mantra against the tide of hopelessness. "We fight!" The night enveloped us, a shroud for the dead and dying, a canvas splattered with the colors of suffering. I could taste the metallic tang of blood on my lips, could feel the heat of righteous fury surging through my veins. Sergei! Anna! Where were they? I was lost in a sea of chaos, the world around me a blur of movement and sound, yet in my heart, I clung to the image of their faces, frozen in time, reminders of what we fought for. As dawn approached, the first rays of light pierced the darkness, illuminating the battlefield strewn with the remnants of dreams shattered, of lives unfulfilled. I staggered through the wreckage, each step a confrontation with the ghosts of the past, and there, amidst the wreckage, I found Sergei, his body still as the earth itself. My heart shattered as I knelt beside him, the weight of loss pressing down upon me like the heaviest of stones. Anna appeared, her face pale but resolute, and together we wept for him, for the countless souls that had been swallowed by the ambitions of one man. "This is our country," I whispered, though it felt like a prayer against the void. "We will not let their sacrifices be in vain." The echoes of battle screamed through my mind, the whispers of the fallen mingling with the rising sun. The Patriotic War would be etched in our hearts, a saga of courage and despair, a testament to the spirit of a nation rising from the ashes of destruction. The fight was far from over. In the silence that followed the storm, a new resolve took root, blossoming in the fertile soil of grief and rage. This was Russia, a land of warriors, of dreamers, of indomitable souls who would rise again and again, forging a future from the embers of the past. The clock of destiny ticked on, a relentless march toward an uncertain horizon. We would not back down. We would not forget. There was no end, only the promise of what was to come. Chapter 15. The Decembrist revolt, seeds of reform and revolution. The sun hung low, blood red, painting the sky with an omen thick enough to choke the air. Shadows stretched long, dancing eerily across the cobblestones of St. Petersburg, whispering the names of men lost between dreams and despair. In the crisp chill of the December morning, frost coated the world like a shroud, hiding the heartbeats of the hopeful and the hopeless alike. I remember the chill slicing through my skin, a reminder of the stakes, the fire hissing just beneath the surface, waiting for the spark. Nikolai, a man of quiet fury, stood at the edge of the crowd, his heart drumming against his ribs with a frantic urgency, matching the pulse of the unrest swirling around him. He was a soldier, yes, but more than that, a vessel of frustration, a conduit for the dreams that had been whispered around fires and in dark corners. His eyes, dark and stormy, flickered with visions of a new Russia, a place where serfs could stand tall and demand their dignity. But in that moment, reality pressed against him like a vice, squeezing the hope from his lungs. "Today, we make our stand," he whispered to himself, the words tasting like ash in his mouth. He glanced at the faces around him, young men, old men, some barely out of boyhood, all caught in the web of history. Each breath became a prayer, an invocation of courage, yet the weight of their collective fear hung heavy, a shroud that threatened to smother them before they could begin. And then there was Anna, her heart a wild thrum of passion and fear. A woman in a world dominated by men, she stood resolute, fierce, a spirit aflame amidst the encroaching dark. She clutched a small banner, a symbol of her defiance, her fingers trembling, not from cold but from the tremors of revolution that coursed through her veins. For liberty, she shouted, her voice breaking through the fog of doubt that threatened to suffocate them. For the future. But Anna's heart was a battlefield, torn between the fierce loyalty she felt to Nikolai and the gnawing fear that he might not return from this struggle. She had seen the hollow eyes of men who had marched for the promise of change, only to find nothing but the scaffold awaiting them. What if, she breathed, the thought curdling in her stomach. But dreams can be intoxicating, can't they? They lure you in, promising the impossible, while the cosmos watches with a knowing grin. The clock struck, its toll echoing ominously, each chime a countdown to chaos. I remember the moment clearly, the sky seemed to hold its breath, the weight of history pressing down, a suffocating silence wrapping around the crowd. Time fractured in that instant, dreams collided with reality as the first shout pierced the air, a call to arms that rippled through the throng. The moment expanded like the first crack of thunder on a still night, a wild energy crackling through their veins. Nikolai sprang into action, adrenaline surging, each footfall a beat in the rhythm of revolution. The words he had rehearsed in his heart, the chants, the demands, they burst forth in a frenetic chant, a cacophony soaring and crashing, a melody of strife. But deep down, the dread twisted in his gut, a reminder of the ghosts that haunted every uprising, the specter of consequences looming like a shadow, dark and suffocating. From the sidelines, Anna watched, her heart racing, admiration and fear coiling tightly within her. She could taste the air thick with hope and dread, the pulse of the crowd vibrating like an electric charge. "Come back to me," she whispered, though the words were swallowed by the roar of the crowd. Hope and terror danced within her, a macabre waltz under the watchful gaze of the past. The clash of boots against cobblestone reverberated, the echoes of defiance breaking the fragile stillness. The soldiers, the very ghosts of authority, emerged from the shadows, cold metal glinting in the dying light, faces obscured, emotions hidden beneath layers of duty. Nikolai's heart thundered as he faced them, a storm raging within. He remembered the days when he wore that uniform, proud and naive, believing in the empire, the very empire he now stood against. "Fight for our freedom," he shouted, a voice of thunder amidst the chaos. The soldiers hesitated, their faces stricken with confusion, torn between loyalty to their posts and the humanity surging from the crowd. Anna's heart leapt, the stirrings of hope igniting a fire she'd thought snuffed out. But then, silence swallowed the moment, a pregnant pause that felt like the calm before the tempest. And then it came. A crack, sharp and brutal, the first shot fired, a harbinger of chaos. I remember the sickening twist in my gut as men fell, the world erupting into chaos, cries of anguish and defiance merging into a horrific symphony. The blood that stained the snow was a stark reminder of the price of change. Nikolai stumbled, the shock coursing through him, a visceral reminder that they were not just fighting for ideals but for their very lives. "Stay with me," he roared, reaching for Anna, their eyes locking in the chaos, a moment suspended in time. She nodded, determination etching her features, but there was terror lurking in her gaze. The fire of rebellion was a double-edged sword. Would it burn them alive, or would it forge a new path? The world around them became a whirlwind of fear and fury, the air thick with smoke and the acrid scent of gunpowder. Each heartbeat was a countdown, each breath a prayer for survival amidst the madness. Anna and Nikolai were swept up in the tide of humanity, the street a battleground where dreams clashed with nightmares, where hope struggled against despair. The clock continued its relentless ticking, each second a reminder of the fleeting nature of life, of dreams unrealized. The shadows deepened, creeping closer, threatening to swallow them whole. And in that chaos, the seeds of reform and revolution were sown, not just in the hearts of men, but in the very fabric of the universe, echoing through time, leaving an indelible mark on the course of history. The sun dipped lower, surrendering to the night, as cries of anguish reverberated through the streets, a haunting lullaby for the restless souls caught between what was and what could be. Hope flickered, a candle fighting against the gathering dark, but the struggle was just beginning. The air crackled with possibility and peril, a symphony of chaos begging to be resolved, yet it lingered, unresolved, yearning for the dawn to break. The clang of iron echoed in the stillness, a sound raw and jagged, like a heartbeat stuttering in the grip of terror. In the palace, shadows danced across the walls, twisting and morphing, as if the very fabric of reality held its breath. It was a moment suspended in time, and I was there, the air thick with a tension that crackled like electricity. I remember the faces, contorted with hope and despair, an entire nation standing on the precipice of change, their eyes a mirror reflecting the turmoil of their souls. There was Vasily, his hands trembling as he clutched a faded letter, the ink smudged and running like the dreams he once held dear. He was not just a serf, he had become a symbol of the suffering that thrummed through the veins of Russia. Each stroke of the quill had been a plea, but now it felt like a shackle around his heart. He could hear the whispers of freedom echoing in the distance, yet the weight of the past crushed him under its oppressive hand. I remember how his breath came in ragged gasps, each one a reminder of the chains still binding him. What is freedom, when the soul is so scarred? Then there was Ekaterina, her fierce spirit flickering like a candle in a storm. She stood in the marketplace, surrounded by a cacophony of voices, some chanting for change, others clinging to the old ways like barnacles on a ship's hull. Her eyes, ablaze with a fierce determination, searched the crowd, seeking out the faces of those who shared her dream. But doubt slithered into her heart, a serpent whispering that change was a luxury reserved for the privileged. I remember the moment her voice rose above the din, raw and unyielding. "We deserve more than this," she cried, the words piercing the air like arrows, and for a heartbeat, the world paused, as if listening to a truth so powerful it could shatter the very foundations of their lives. In that electric atmosphere, Alexander II's edict loomed large, a promise wrapped in the weight of centuries. The Emancipation Manifesto, a beacon of hope for some, felt like a tempest for others. Would the serfs truly be free? Or would this be another cruel jest, a mirage shimmering just beyond reach? I remember the tension that crackled like summer lightning, the way it snaked through the masses, igniting every heart with the fire of rebellion and the chill of fear. Vasily's world was one of quiet despair. His nights were haunted by the ghosts of his ancestors, shadows whispering tales of loss and longing. I remember my father's hands, he would murmur, the words spilling from his lips like blood from a wound, calloused and worn, yet they never knew the softness of liberty. Each memory was a dagger, twisting deeper into the flesh of his spirit, yet he clung to them like lifebuoys in a stormy sea. The irony was unbearable. To seek freedom was to confront the very chains that had shaped him. Ekaterina, fierce and unyielding, felt the weight of her own expectations pressing down like a stone. "What if I fail?" she would mutter in the dark, her heart racing like a caged bird. The fear of rejection gnawed at her, but the dream of a better future ignited a fire so bright it threatened to consume her. I remember seeing her face illuminated by the flickering flames of a nearby torch, each shadow a testament to her struggle. It was as if the very night conspired to stifle her, but her spirit shone through, refusing to be extinguished. "I will not be silenced," she declared, the conviction reverberating through the air, as if summoning the spirits of those who had fought before her. The palace, a fortress of the old ways, felt impervious, yet within its opulent walls, a quiet revolution simmered. The nobility watched with wary eyes, their wealth built on the backs of the very serfs who now demanded their rights. Alexander's too, a ruler torn between tradition and progress, stood at the crossroads, his mind a battlefield of ideals. What is a ruler without his people? He pondered, the weight of history pressing down upon him. Change was a dangerous game, and yet, the clock was ticking. I remember the echo of each tick, a countdown to revolution, the sound filling every heart with a paradoxical mixture of dread and exhilaration. Outside, the streets thrummed with unrest, voices rising like a chorus of thunder. "Freedom! Equality!" they shouted, a symphony of pain and hope, drowning out the whispers of doubt. I felt the pulse of the crowd, each heartbeat merging into a tidal wave of emotion that surged through the city. I remember the electric anticipation, the sense of something vast shifting beneath the surface, like tectonic plates ready to unleash a cataclysm. The air was thick with potential, and I could almost taste the bitterness of fear mingling with the sweetness of hope. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the city into a cloak of darkness, the confrontation loomed like a specter in the night. Vasily and Ekaterina, bound by their dreams but frayed by their fears, found themselves drawn to each other, two souls ignited by the same spark. "Will you stand with me?" she asked, her voice trembling yet resolute. In that moment, the weight of the world seemed to lift, if only for an instant, as they found solace in their shared determination. But the shadows were creeping closer, the specter of the status quo lurking just beyond their reach. "What if we fail?" he whispered, the words slipping from his lips like the last rays of sunlight before dusk. And yet, in that uncertainty, they found a flicker of something greater, a shared belief that the cost of silence was too steep to bear. The night held its breath, waiting, as if even time itself trembled in anticipation of the dawn that would either shatter their chains or plunge them deeper into despair. The tension was palpable, a living entity wrapped around their hearts, squeezing tighter with each passing moment. I remember the feeling, an electric pulse coursing through the air, a promise that echoed through the ages. And so, the stage was set, the players ready to clash in a dance as old as time, the struggle for freedom against the weight of tradition. The clock ticked on, each second a heartbeat of history, and I was there, caught in the web of their hopes and fears, a witness to the birth of a new world, teetering on the edge of possibility. The factory loomed like a monster against the grey sky, its smokestacks clawing at the heavens as if to choke the last breath from the sun. I stood there, heart pounding like the relentless beat of the machines, my breath hitching with the acrid taste of coal dust and despair. This was not just a place of work, it was a crucible of broken dreams, where the screams of the past echoed in the clang of iron and the whir of gears. I remember how it felt, standing on the precipice of change, knowing that beneath the surface of this industrial beast, lives were being ground into ash. Anya, my sister, had once danced in the fields, her laughter light and free, but now her spirit was shackled to the rhythmic thud of the loom, fingers calloused and blooded, eyes hollow. She whispered to me, "It's like being swallowed whole, as if every breath taken here is one less for my soul." I longed to pull her away, to flee into the forest where the trees still whispered secrets of a time untouched by the smog of progress, but I felt the chains of our family's survival binding us. The weight of the world pressed down on us, a relentless pressure that stifled any flicker of hope. I remember the night when the workers gathered in the shadows, their faces twisted in determination and fear. Dmitri, the foreman, stood among them, his presence magnetic, his voice both a promise and a threat. "We can't bend to their wills any longer. They think they own us because we feed their machines. We bleed for their profits." The crowd surged with a restless energy, a storm brewing beneath the surface, but I felt the chill of dread creeping in. The factory owners' guards were never far, their rifles glinting under the moonlight, a constant reminder of the price of dissent. The air crackled with tension, and I could almost taste the rebellion. It was intoxicating, yet terrifying, and I stood at the edge, paralyzed by a fear that gripped my heart. The clock on the wall ticked ominously, each second reminding me of the fleeting nature of our lives, of dreams deferred beneath the weight of iron and steam. I could hear the gears grinding in my mind, turning over the possibility of what could happen if Dmitri's daring words took flight. Would we rise, or would we fall, broken like the machines we had come to loathe? Night after night, I watched Anya move like a wraith among the shadows, haunted by dreams of freedom. "I can't breathe in this place," she murmured one evening, her voice barely above a whisper. "I feel the city closing in on me, the smoke curling around my throat like a serpent." I wanted to scream, to shake her from the stupor of despair, but I felt it too, the suffocating grasp of the factory, the merciless grip of industrialization snuffing out our very essence. And then, it happened. An accident? No, a catastrophe. A machine, malfunctioning, roared to life in a frenzy of metal and fury. I remember the sound, a cacophony of screams intertwined with the deafening clang of iron. I stood frozen, heart in my throat, watching as chaos erupted, a surreal dance of horror and heroism. Dmitri rushed forward, pulling a co-worker from the jaws of the beast, his own hands now stained, glistening crimson under the flickering gas lamps. In that moment, I saw him transformed, no longer just a man, but a symbol of rebellion, a spark igniting the dry kindling of anger that had been smoldering for too long. In the aftermath, as we huddled together, the air thick with the scent of blood and smoke, the reality of our existence crashed down around us. We were pawns in a game much larger than ourselves, and the players? They sat comfortably in their gilded halls, sipping tea while we bled for their opulence. Anya's frail form trembled beside me, her spirit fracturing with each passing hour, and I felt the raw urgency of our plight surge within me. We must fight, I insisted, my voice a desperate plea. But fear was a heavy shroud, wrapping tightly around our hearts, and it stifled our resolve. Days turned into weeks, and the factory continued to churn, relentlessly, unforgivingly. Each dawn broke with the same dismal routine, the same haunting reality. The city outside was alive, filled with the hum of opportunity and burgeoning wealth, while we remained entombed in our mechanized prison, forgotten by the world beyond. I watched as Anya faded, her laughter extinguished, replaced by the hollow echoes of despair. "What have we become?" she asked one night, staring into the dark abyss, her eyes filled with a sorrow that sliced through me like a knife. As winter howled outside, I felt the last vestiges of hope slipping away. The streets were awash with the cries of revolution, yet we remained shackled, unable to escape the iron grip of our reality. I could hear the whispers of the city, promises of change teasing at the edges of my consciousness, but within the walls of the factory, darkness reigned supreme. Every moment echoed with the dread of what was to come, a storm brewing, a confrontation looming. And then, the day arrived. It was electric with the tension of 1,000 unspoken dreams, the air thick with anticipation and fear. Anya looked at me, her eyes reflecting the shadows of uncertainty. "What if we lose everything?" she breathed, her voice trembling, and for a heartbeat, I felt the weight of her fear seep into my bones. Yet, in that moment, I knew we had already lost too much. The chains of our existence were forged in silence, and it was time to rise or wither into nothingness. With every beat of my heart, I felt the world tremble beneath us, the clash of industry against humanity echoing in the distance. The factory was alive with the sound of rebellion, and I too would join that cacophony, as the dawn of change broke on the horizon. It was time to confront the monster that had consumed us, to step into the light, or perish in the shadows. The clock was ticking. The clock struck midnight, its chime echoing through the haunting silence of the city. A heavy fog rolled in, thick and suffocating, wrapping the streets in a cold embrace. I stood there, heart pounding, my breath visible in the frigid air. Shadows flickered, dancing in the pale moonlight, as if the spirits of the restless dead whispered secrets that only I could hear. There was a tension in the night, a crackling energy that sent shivers racing down my spine. I felt it, the ghostly hand of revolution pressing against my soul. I remember the moment clearly. The square, once a place of laughter, now resonated with fear. I was there, clutching a crumpled flyer, the words "No more chains" screamed at me in manic red ink. They felt like a lifeline, a promise wrapped in desperation. Around me, a throng of faces twisted in uncertainty, their eyes wide with the raw, unfiltered emotion of the moment. People, broken but unyielding, tired but defiant. I saw Lena, her features illuminated by the flickering street lamp, her fierce eyes burning with conviction. She was the heart of the movement, a flame that flickered towards the heavens, urging us to rise, to fight. But then there was Alex, my brother, my anchor, standing there in the shadows. His brow furrowed like a caged animal, torn between loyalty and fear. I could see the conflict rippling beneath his skin. "We can't do this," he whispered, voice barely breaking through the chaos. "It's too dangerous." His hands trembled, the weight of his own uncertainty dragging him down like lead. I wanted to reach out, to pull him into the light, but it was as if an invisible wall stood between us, each of us trapped in our own labyrinth of doubt. A shout pierced the air, sharp and jarring. It was a rallying cry, a spark igniting the crowd. I felt it course through me, electrifying my veins. My heart raced, an unsteady drumbeat, pulling me into the maelstrom of bodies. The fear was palpable, thick enough to choke on, but mingled with something else, hope? Rage? I couldn't tell. It all twisted together, a beautiful chaos that felt both exhilarating and terrifying. Stand with us! Lena's voice rang out, a siren call in the dark. She lifted her fist, fire in her eyes. We are not afraid. The crowd responded, a wave of humanity surging forward, a collective heartbeat echoing against the cold stone of the buildings around us. I could feel the pulse of history, moving, reshaping, like the raw, unyielding tide. But Alex remained rooted in place, his eyes darting to the shadows, the lurking dread of the unknown creeping into his thoughts. It's madness, he murmured, the words barely a breath. They'll crush us. I wanted to scream, did he not see? Did he not feel the surge of something greater, something that could not be silenced? I remembered our childhood, when we'd dreamt of changing the world, our naive laughter echoing off the walls of our tiny room. That dream was here now, alive and throbbing, begging for our blood and bone. The clash of fists and boots against cobblestones erupted like thunder. The police appeared, a wall of cold indifference, shields glinting in the moonlight. My heart dropped, a lead weight in my stomach. Run! I shouted to Alex, the urgency clawing at my throat. But he hesitated, staring into the eyes of the approaching officers, each step forward a step into the abyss. Lena! I turned, desperate, her spirit igniting in the dark. She was already moving, pulling the crowd behind her, a phoenix rising from the ashes of despair. I followed her, feet pounding against the ground, the rhythm a harrowing anthem of survival. The police advanced, batons raised, ready to beat down the dreams of the many. I could feel the heat of the moment, the surge of adrenaline, the terror mingling with the exhilaration of rebellion. Alex! I called again, my voice a piercing cry, but it was drowned out by the chaos. I felt the distance between us stretching, an unbearable chasm of fear and confusion. In that moment, I was torn, a fragile thread connecting love and conviction. I could see his face, twisted in conflict, as if he were watching me from behind a glass wall, unable to break free. The first blow fell, a crack that resounded through the square, like the shattering of dreams. I stumbled, heart racing, and looked back to see Alex standing still, eyes wide with horror as if he were witnessing a funeral procession for hope itself. I wanted to pull him to safety, but my feet were shackled to the ground by the weight of the moment. I was no longer just fighting for myself, I was fighting for him, for every soul whose voice had been silenced, for the forgotten dreams of our childhood. Join us! Lena's voice rang out again, cutting through the chaos, a beacon in the storm. We have nothing left to lose. And in that moment, something shifted within me, a realization that clawed at the edges of my consciousness. This wasn't just about overthrowing an unjust regime, it was about tearing down the walls we built within ourselves. As the police advanced, I felt the fierce winds of change swirling around us, pushing and pulling, urging us to take that leap into the unknown. We moved as one, a tide of humanity crashing against the granite walls of oppression. I saw Alex's resolve falter, the flicker of rebellion igniting in his eyes, and I held on to that moment, that precious light in the darkness. We were caught in the eye of the storm, the fear and fury swirling around us, a beautiful catastrophe. And as we surged forward, I knew this was just the beginning. The crescendo of revolution was rising, and we were the notes, vibrating in the air, trembling with a promise that could not be extinguished. The night was alive, the air crackling with emotion, with the weight of history pressing down on us. And as the world began to shift, one thing remained certain, something had awakened, something that would change us all forever. The night hangs heavy over the Balkans, a thick cloak of darkness, as the wind howls like a wounded beast through the ruins of a once vibrant village. Shadows dance upon shattered walls, flickering in the pale moonlight that struggles to penetrate the gloom. Somewhere close, a child's cry pierces the silence, raw and unyielding, an echo of the future, a reminder of innocence lost in the chaos of war. I remember the fear that grips the heart, the sweat that pools in the palms, the anticipation that electrifies the air. A soldier, Dmitri, stands at the edge of the precipice, his rifle cradled in his arms like a lover he's prepared to betray. His gaze is distant, lost in the memories of home, his mother's voice, the scent of fresh bread, the laughter that once filled the empty spaces. He curses under his breath, a bitter taste on his tongue. "I never signed up for this," he mutters, though the contract of loyalty binds him tighter than any chain. In the distance, the fires of war flicker like dying stars, a stark reminder of what's at stake. Sonia, a woman with the spirit of a tempest, kneels in the mud, her hand stained with the blood of her fallen kin. She cradles a tiny bundle wrapped in tattered cloth, a lifeless baby, stolen too soon from the world. "You should be laughing," she whispers, eyes searching the heavens for answers, for hope, for something, anything, that could make sense of this nightmare. Her heart aches, each beat a reminder of the life she fought to protect, now extinguished by the relentless tide of conquest. "I remember the sun shining over the fields," she sighs, the sound of the river flowing like dreams against the rocks. And yet, the ghosts of her past haunt her as she looks into the abyss of the present, familiar faces twisted in agony, cries of despair haunting her thoughts like a chorus of lost souls. "I should be planting seeds, not burying children," she murmurs, as the air around her thickens with sorrow. The very soil she stands upon drinks in the tears of 1,000 mothers, each droplet a testament to the price of ambition, of power, of the insatiable hunger for land that gnaws at the heart of kings. Across the valley, the ground trembles beneath the weight of marching boots, an army, like a creeping shadow, moving with purpose, with dread. Dmitri can hear the distant clamor of swords clashing, the cries of men echoing like thunder, reverberating through the silence of his mind. He swallows hard, the taste of iron filling his mouth. This is not glory, he thinks, this is madness. He remembers a time when he believed in the righteousness of his cause, when he thought he was a hero. Now, all that remains is the gnawing realization that he may be nothing more than a pawn in a game played by unseen hands. The confrontation looms like a dark storm on the horizon, a tempest of rage and despair. Sonia rises, determination igniting a fire within her chest. They will pay for this, she vows, her voice a low growl, a promise to the child she lost, to the village that crumbled under the weight of hatred. The flicker of rebellion sparks within her, a flame that refuses to be extinguished by the chill of fate. She clutches her makeshift weapon a plow, rusty and worn, ready to wield it not just as a tool of the land, but as a symbol of defiance against the tide of oppression. "Stand with me, Dmitri," she calls out, her voice cutting through the suffocating night. "We cannot let them take any more." He hesitates, the weight of his duty pressing down on him like lead. "What can we do against a tide of soldiers?" he whispers, doubt clouding his heart. But in her eyes, he sees the reflection of a woman who has endured too much, who has lost too much. He feels something shift within him, the chains of guilt rattling, the stirrings of hope awakening like the first light of dawn. From the shadows, a figure emerges, a general, cloaked in power, a harbinger of death. His eyes are cold, calculating, void of humanity. "This land will bow to us," he proclaims, voice laced with the authority of empires. "You will bleed for our glory." The words slice through the air, sharp as the steel of the swords they wield. Around him, men nod like automatons, their souls consumed by ambition, their hearts hardened against the cries of the innocent. In that moment, the ground trembles with the promise of battle, adrenaline surging through Dmitri's veins. He feels alive, caught between the ripples of fear and courage, longing and defiance. "I remember the stories of old heroes," he thinks, "the ones who fought for something greater." His heart races. Could he be one of them? Could he stand against the tide and choose to be a man of honor, even in the depths of despair? Sonia grips her plow tighter, the iron biting into her palm, a reminder of her resolve. For the land, she shouts, rallying the scattered remnants of her village, igniting a fire in their hearts. For the children. The call ripples through the hollowed faces, awakening a dormant spirit within them, a collective cry that rises to the heavens like smoke from burning embers. We will not fade into the shadows. The clash of armor, the screams of the fallen, war erupts around them, chaos swirling like a tempest, knocking them off their feet. Dmitri, lost in the fray, feels the sting of regret bite as he swings his rifle, not for glory, but for survival. He remembers the taste of freedom, the scent of unspoiled earth, the laughter of children that now seems like a distant memory. Each moment stretches into eternity as he grapples with the ghosts of his choices and the specters of the lives he is bound to protect. Time shifts, fractures, splinters. Memories of laughter and joy intertwine with the screams of the dying, creating a tapestry of sorrow and defiance. I will not surrender, he breathes, each word a prayer, a promise to the past and the future. As the battle rages, the echoes of history pulse through the night, reminding them that this moment is but a fragment in a larger saga, a war that stretches beyond borders, beyond time. The stars twinkle above like distant watchers, indifferent to the human tragedy below, as the cries of the wounded and the roar of the victorious blend into a haunting melody of loss and resilience. This is their moment, fleeting yet eternal, a heartbeat in the chaos of existence. In the shadows, they fight not just for land, but for the soul of a people, one that refuses to be extinguished, one that will rise from the ashes of despair. In the darkness, a flicker of hope ignites, a promise that tomorrow may one day shine bright, even in the depths of war. Dmitri, Sonia, and the echoes of the past collide in a dance as chaotic as the war itself, leaving behind a haunting question lingering in the air like smoke: will they emerge as victors or succumb to the darkness that threatens to consume them? The answer lies somewhere between courage and despair, somewhere between the heartbeat of a soldier and the whisper of a mother's love. As the night presses on, the stage is set for a confrontation that will ripple through the corridors of time, a chapter unfinished, a story waiting to unfold. The air crackled with tension, thick and electric, as the first drops of rain fell like whispered secrets on the cobblestones of St. Petersburg. I stood there, heart pounding, the world spinning around me, as if the very ground was alive with anticipation. It was January 22nd, 1905, a date that would sear itself into the fabric of history, a day when hope and despair collided with a deafening roar. I could feel it in my bones. This was no ordinary day. This was a moment when dreams and nightmares danced in a grotesque waltz, each step echoing the cries of the weary and the oppressed. I remember the faces around me, haunted, desperate, yet filled with a flicker of defiance. Among them was Anna, a seamstress with calloused hands and a heart as fragile as the silk she worked with. She had come here, to the Winter Palace, fueled by a longing for change, a thirst for justice that burned in her chest like a wildfire. I could see it in her eyes, the way they mirrored the stormy sky above, swirling with the promise of upheaval and the dread of what was to come. Anna, with her dreams of a world where her children could thrive, where the haunting spectre of hunger would no longer curl around their bellies like a serpent. And then, there was Alexei, a soldier caught in the crossfire of duty and conscience. He wore his uniform like a shackle, the weight of loyalty pressing down on his shoulders. I could see the conflict etched into his brow as he gripped his rifle, torn between the orders he was bound to follow and the humanity he yearned to embrace. His heart beat in time with the growing murmur of the crowd, a pulse of unity that throbbed like an angry drum. There was something beautiful and terrifying in that moment, as the boundaries of class and creed blurred, a collective heartbeat surging toward a singular purpose. The rain fell harder now, mingling with the tears of the dispossessed, as we all gathered in that sacred space, the space where dreams met reality in an explosion of color and fear. I remember the silent cries, the longing for reform, for a voice in the cacophony of power. Each face told a story, a whispered tale of loss and heartache. Children, mothers, fathers, all drawn together like moths to a flame, ready to ignite the world around them. And then, the silence shattered by the sharp crack of gunfire, a sound that echoed through the square like a death knell. I felt the shockwave ripple through the crowd, a collective gasp that hung heavy in the air. Alexei's eyes widened in horror as he realized that the very weapon meant to protect had turned into a harbinger of despair. The first bullet flew, and with it, dreams crumbled like old parchment, fluttering to the ground. Chaos erupted, a swirling tempest of bodies, of screams and cries that tore through the air like jagged shards of glass. I remember Anna falling to her knees, her hands clutching her heart, as if she could somehow hold back the tide of pain that threatened to engulf us all. I wanted to reach for her, to pull her up from the abyss that yawned before her, but I was paralyzed by the horror unfolding around me. People scattered, their faces twisted in fear, some running toward safety, others toward the truth they believed in, toward the ghosts of their loved ones lost to poverty and oppression. The scent of gunpowder mingled with the rain, thick and acrid in my throat. I felt a sinking dread, the realization that this was just the beginning. How easy it was to dream of change, yet here we were, standing on the precipice, a fragile thread holding us together. Each shot fired was a heartbeat, a beat that resonated through the twisted alleyways of my mind. What would become of us? Would our cries for justice fall silent, swallowed by the merciless tide of history? The shadows danced around me, taunting, whispering of the past, of revolutions that had come before, of brave souls who had dared to rise, only to be crushed beneath the weight of tyranny. And yet, in the chaos, amid the screams and the blood that painted the cobblestones, I caught a glimpse of something more, a flicker of rebellion, a glimmer of hope. I watched as Alexei dropped his rifle, the cold metal clattering to the ground like a forgotten promise. He moved toward the crowd, toward Anna, a fierce determination igniting his spirit. In that moment, he was no longer just a soldier, he was a man, a brother, a father, ready to stand beside the very people he had been trained to suppress. Together, they became a force, a swirling tempest of emotion and resolve that crashed against the walls of oppression. I could feel the energy pulsating around me, a collective heartbeat thundering with the promise of change. Every scream was a note in a symphony of revolt, every tear shed a testament to our shared struggle. And there, amidst the growing storm, I realized that we were no longer alone. We were a community bound by pain, by dreams, and an unyielding desire to rise from the ashes. But as the sun dipped low, cloaking the city in shadows, I knew the price of this revolution would be steep. The ghosts of those who had come before hung in the air, reminding us of the sacrifices made and the blood spilled. This was not just a fight for the present, it was a battle for the future, a legacy forged in fire and sorrow. I remember the echoes of that day, the faces of those who dared to dream, who dared to stand tall against the tide of despair. Anna, still kneeling on the damp ground, her eyes alight with fierce hope. Alexei, stepping forward, ready to face the storm, to stand against the very tide that sought to drown us all. The rain fell, washing away the fear, the uncertainty, and as the crowd surged forward, we became a wave, a force of nature, unstoppable in our pursuit of justice. And as the clock struck the hour, I felt the world shifting beneath my feet, the universe tilting toward a new horizon. This was not just the beginning of a revolution, it was the birth of a legacy, a story that would echo through the ages. The night was dark, but somewhere, a new dawn was waiting, aching to break free. And I knew, deep in my heart, that our fight was just beginning. The air was thick with the smell of smoke, the city looming like a beast restless in its chains. I remember the crackle of firelight, shadows dancing with haunted desperation on the faces of the crowd. They pressed against one another, hearts racing, breaths mingling in the chill of the evening. Hope was a flickering candle, and fear was the wind that threatened to extinguish it. I stood there, a voice swallowed in the cacophony, a mere phantom amid the living tide, watching as the world teetered on a precipice. In the heart of it all was Alexander, his brow furrowed like a storm cloud pregnant with rain. He was a man caught in the vice of his own ideals, the weight of change pressing down upon him like an iron yoke. He had believed in the promise of democracy, the thrill of a Duma, a parliament that could breathe life into the suffocating grip of autocracy. But now, as the mob roared for justice, he felt the creeping tendrils of doubt coil around his heart. What was democracy if it was birthed in blood? He could taste the bitterness on his tongue as he thought of those who would pay the price for this dream, a dream that felt more like a nightmare now. Beside him, Maria stood, a flicker of defiance in her eyes and a heart torn between loyalty and longing. The revolution was a siren song, luring her away from the mundane shackles of her life. She yearned for freedom, for a voice, for the chance to be more than the daughter of a baker, destined to knead dough and serve the whims of men. But as she watched the faces around her twist in fury and desperation, she began to question the cost of this freedom. Would it lead to liberation or devastation? The specter of her father loomed large in her mind. He'd always warned her against dreams that ignited fires. "Do you hear them?" Alexander's voice cut through the noise, urgent and raw. "They want change, they need it. This is our moment." But his fervor fell flat against the jagged reality. The people surged forward, a tide of restless souls, demanding their rights like wolves hungry for flesh. The air crackled with energy, yet beneath it flowed an undercurrent of fear, fear of what they might unleash. I remember, Maria whispered, her voice barely a breath, what it was like when we were children, dreaming of a better world. But this is chaos. She felt the pulse of the crowd around her, a heartbeat that thrummed louder with each passing second. The Duma, they said, would bring representation, would grant them a voice, but every shout now felt like a scream. The romantic idealism of her youth was slipping through her fingers like sand. And then there was Nikolai, the veteran, a man shaped by the weight of his scars, both seen and unseen. He watched the chaos unfold with a grim sense of inevitability, a ghost haunting the edges of hope. He had seen too much, the blood, the betrayal, the promises that turned to ash in his mouth. His heart ached with memories of comrades lost, their laughter now a haunting echo in the silence of his soul. What good is a Duma, he thought bitterly, if the very foundation of it is built upon the ruins of the past? But he also felt a flicker of something deep within, a glimmer of hope that refused to die. Perhaps this was the chance to build anew, to wrestle the power from the hands of the few and deliver it into the hands of the many. Yet would they be ready? Could they be trusted? Outside the grand hall where the Duma would convene, fear and fervor collided, creating a tempest. The people surged, faces twisted in desperation, every shout echoing against the stone walls like thunder. "You promised us freedom," a voice cried out, raw and unbending, a knife cutting through the din. Promises hung in the air like ghosts, haunting, taunting, begging for fulfillment. "I remember," Alexander shouted, voice rising above the tumult, "the dreams we dared to dream. We can't let this slip away." His fists clenched at his sides, every word a battle cry against the tide of despair. But even as he spoke, doubt gnawed at him. Could they really fight for what they believed in? Or would this effort only lead to deeper scars, more chains? "Every step we take is a dance with death," Maria murmured to herself, the words tasting bitter like iron. She turned to Alexander, her eyes pleading. "But what if we fail? What if this leads us to ruin?" He didn't respond, only stared into the chaos, where dreams and nightmares intertwined like the roots of an ancient tree. The shadows lengthened, and he felt the pulse of the past thumping within him, the ghosts of revolutions past stirring, beckoning him forward. Nikolai's heart thundered in his chest, a war drum in the silence before a storm. They will not hesitate to crush us, he thought, but something deeper stirred within his core. Perhaps the fire of hope could outweigh the fear, perhaps the flame of the people would illuminate the dark. The crowd was a living creature, breathing, surging, screaming. "We are the Duma," they chanted, "no more silence, no more chains." Each voice a dagger piercing the silence, each shout a prayer woven into the fabric of their shared desperation. But as the night deepened, so did the shadows. The birth of the Duma would not be an easy one, it would be bloody, unyielding, a clash of ideals and the ghosts of the past, forever haunting the dreams of the living. The clock ticked ominously, each chime a reminder that time was running out. As the final echoes of their cries faded into the darkness, the tension hung heavy in the air, palpable and electric. The dawn was yet to break, but its promise lingered, just out of reach, close enough to taste yet far enough to terrify. In that moment, they stood together, Alexander, Maria, Nikolai, three souls intertwined in the web of revolution, each heart beating with the weight of their choices, their fears, their hopes. The Duma was rising, but so was the tide of uncertainty, swirling like a storm on the horizon, ominous and alluring. And with every heartbeat, the world held its breath, waiting, watching, for the next act to unfold. The clock strikes midnight, its chime echoing through the shadowed corridors of the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg. Each toll pierces the air like a knife, a reminder that time is a relentless predator. I shiver, standing alone in the dark, the weight of the empire pressing down upon me like an iron fist. Outside, the Never River glimmers under the moonlight, but the beauty of the scene feels like a cruel joke. It's a cold summer night, yet everything is on fire, secrets, conflicts, and unspoken fears boil beneath the surface. The air is thick, and the silence feels like a scream, a prelude to chaos. I glance toward the grand ballroom, where the glittering chandeliers cast their warm glow, mocking the gloom that cloaks the world outside. The laughter of nobles drifts through the air, charmingly discordant, like the last notes of a waltz before the music stops. Vonya, my childhood friend turned revolutionary, stands beside me, his jaw clenched tight, his dark eyes ablaze with a fire that could ignite the night. "Do you feel it?" he asks, voice barely above a whisper. The storm is coming. I nod, though my heart races with a cocktail of fear and exhilaration. The spectre of war looms over us, a shadow darker than the darkest winter night. Vonya's father, a man who wore power like a crown of thorns, had just returned from a meeting with the Tsar. The old man's face told stories of betrayal and blood, tales that would soon seep into our streets and stain the cobblestones with grief. In that moment, I remember my mother's voice, her words echoing in my mind like a haunting melody. Never trust a smile behind a throne, my dear. I had laughed at her then, dismissing her fears as the ramblings of an overprotective parent. But now, her warnings clawed at me, reverberating in the hollow of my chest. I can almost feel her hand stroking my hair as she tells me how the empire is built on the backs of the suffering. It's a heavy inheritance, one I didn't choose. And then there's Anya. Sweet Anya, with her laughter that could melt the coldest heart, a warmth that radiates through the ice that has settled in my veins. She dances in the ballroom, oblivious to the storm brewing outside. Her pale gown swirls around her like a cloud, and I can't help but think how fragile she looks, like a porcelain doll in a world of brutality. She is the lighthouse in my tempest, yet I am weighted by uncertainty. She dreams of a future, while I am shackled to the ghosts of the past. Will you dance with me? I hear her voice, bright and clear, almost an illusion against the mounting dread. I want to say yes, to twirl her around in defiance of the darkness, but the urgency of the moment stifles my joy. Later, I manage, the word falling from my lips like a lead weight. A flicker of disappointment flashes across her face, but she smiles, a brave mask for the chaos we cannot avoid. In the corner of the ballroom, I catch a glimpse of Prince Felix, the Tsar's cousin, weaving through the throng. His charm drips like honey, but behind that smile lurks a predator, ever watchful, ever calculating. I remember the stories whispered in hushed tones, the ones that weave through the layers of silk and aristocracy, tales of betrayal that echo through the air like gunfire. He's a man of ambition, and ambition is a hungry beast. Do you trust him? Vonya asks, his voice hardening with every word. Do you think he bleeds like us? Or is he just another ghost seeking more power? I want to tell him that trust is a luxury we can no longer afford, but the truth is tangled up in my heart, a bittersweet vine choking the light. The laughter fades, replaced by the sound of muffled voices rising outside, a tide of anger that crashes against the palace walls. I think of the workers marching through the streets, their eyes glazed with despair, their bodies worn from toil. They are the heartbeat of the empire, yet they are pushed aside like debris. I can feel their rage, see it reflected in Vonya's eyes, hear it in the rhythm of my own heart. The revolution is not a distant dream, it's a living nightmare creeping closer, slipping through the cracks. As a hush falls over the ballroom, I see Anya's eyes searching for hope in a world teetering on the brink. She reaches for my hand, her touch electric, and in that moment, I feel the weight of 1,000 souls pressing down on us. What will happen to us? She breathes, her voice trembling like a fragile leaf caught in the wind. I want to tell her that we'll survive, that love will conquer all, but the words refuse to form. Instead, I grip her hand tightly, feeling the warmth of her skin against the chill of impending doom. We will fight, I whisper, though even I'm not sure what that fight will look like. Outside, a shot rings out, echoing through the frozen streets. The sound shatters the fragile illusion of safety, the laughter replaced by screams that curl up and die in the night. The world outside is collapsing, the city a tinderbox ready to ignite. In an instant, the palace transforms from a sanctuary to a prison, the walls closing in as uncertainty wraps around us like a noose. I am torn between my love for Anya and the fierce loyalty I feel for Vonya. One keeps me grounded, the other sets my soul ablaze. I feel the pull of both sides, a painful rift in my heart that threatens to tear me apart. The whispers of revolution swirl like a tempest in my mind, drawing me deeper into the fray. Stay close, I urge Anya, my voice a desperate plea. We must face this together. But as I say it, I wonder if together is even possible. The shadows stretch further, and the promise of dawn feels like a distant memory. With Vonya at my side, I take a step forward, aware that this night, this moment, will be the catalyst for everything that follows. The air crackles with tension, vibrating against the beat of our hearts. The clock ticks, time slipping through our fingers like sand as we step into the unknown, the walls of the palace trembling with the echoes of revolution. The empire stands on the brink of annihilation, and we are the ghosts caught between what was and what must be. The air is thick, stifling, a palpable tension that hangs like smoke over the scarred earth. I clutch my rifle tighter, the cold metal biting into my palm, a reminder that this is not just another day. The deafening silence of no man's land is broken only by the distant echoes of artillery, an ominous cadence that reverberates through my bones. I remember the faces of my comrades, their eyes hollow, reflecting fear and determination in equal measure. And then there's Thomas, my childhood friend, his laughter a memory now lost in the chaos of mud and blood. I can almost hear him whispering, "We'll be home soon, won't we?" But deep down, I know the truth, home feels like a ghost now. We are trapped in a surreal tapestry woven with suffering. The trenches stretch endlessly, a labyrinth of despair, each corner steeped in darkness. The stench of decay mingles with the metallic tang of blood, wrapping around us like a shroud. I close my eyes, remembering the warm sun on my face, the promise of spring, the way the world felt before the war. Dreams of a life unfurling like a delicate flower now trampled underfoot. I remember the way the sky once looked, blue, boundless. Now, it is a muted grey, heavy with the weight of lost hope. "John, are you with us?" Thomas' voice cuts through my reverie, a shaky whisper that quivers in the air. His hands tremble, too, as he clutches a rusted canteen, the last of our water. I see the fear in his eyes, and it gnaws at my insides. We're not just fighting for survival, we're battling ourselves, the demons that lurk just beneath the surface. I want to tell him that it will be all right. I want to be the fearless leader he thinks I am. But the truth is a festering wound, raw and open. A distant rumble shakes the ground beneath us, an ominous warning. My heart races. I scan the horizon, and for a fleeting moment, I imagine the gates of hell opening wide, swallowing us whole. The sound of a shell whistling through the air triggers something primal within me, a fear so deep it roots me to the spot. I remember the first time I encountered death. It was swift, cruel, and indifferent, a reminder that we are mere pawns in a game far greater than ourselves. "Get down!" I shout, urgency slicing through the air. We hit the ground, faces pressed against the cold earth, and in that moment, time stretches. The world narrows to the sound of our breathing, quick and shallow, punctuated by the chaos around us. There's an intensity in the air, a choking sensation as I taste the dirt in my mouth, the grit of fear overwhelming my senses. Then, the explosion. It's a deafening roar, a violent symphony that reverberates through the very marrow of my bones. The earth trembles beneath me, and I'm thrown back, the world spinning in a blur of chaos. I can't breathe. My heart is a drum, pounding wildly in my chest. I claw at the ground, desperate to find something solid to hold on to, but all I feel is the grip of despair tightening around my throat. I blink and see Thomas, blood streaming down his face, eyes wide with terror. "John! Help me!" The desperation in his voice claws at my heart, a visceral response that pulls me from my stupor. He's trapped under debris, a victim of fate's cruel hand, and I'm paralyzed by the weight of it all. I want to save him. I want to be the hero. But my body betrays me, frozen in horror as shards of bravery scatter like leaves in the wind. "Stay with me, stay with me." I scream, but the words feel hollow, swallowed by the cacophony of war. I remember the promises we made, dreams of returning home, of laughter echoing through the fields. "We can't die here, Thomas. We have to fight." I dig my fingers into the ground, earth slipping through my hands as I pull and pull. But death has a way of creeping in, stealthy and silent, leaving behind scars that don't heal. The cries of men echo in my ears, mingling with the distant wails of women back home, mothers, sisters, lovers waiting for letters that will never arrive. I can almost see them, shadows against the backdrop of a world gone mad. The fabric of our lives, once vibrant and full, now fraying at the edges, unraveling with each passing moment. "John!" Thomas' voice, a threadbare whisper now. I lock eyes with him, and in that instant, a chasm opens between us, a gulf of helplessness filled with unspoken words. I feel my heart break, a sharp crack that reverberates through the void. I remember the laughter, the joy, the innocence we once had, now faded like the sunlight dimming behind storm clouds. I want to scream, to rage against the heavens that have turned their backs on us, but all I can do is watch, helpless as fate unfolds its cruel tapestry. The world shifts, shadows loom larger, and the weight of the war presses down upon our shoulders. I remember the faces of those who came before us, soldiers who fought with courage, only to become ghosts haunting the memories of their loved ones. Please, John, his words fade as darkness envelops him. I recoil, the finality of it striking me like a physical blow. It's a moment suspended in time, a heartbeat that echoes in the silence long after the noise has faded. And there, in that desolate expanse, amid the crumbling remnants of dreams, I realize the war isn't just fought on the battlefield. It's fought inside us. It's in the desperate plea of a friend, the ghosts of those we've lost, and the gnawing despair that grips our souls. The sound of the shells rumbles again, louder this time, a reminder that the fight is not over. And I know I must rise, must face the unyielding tide of violence clawing at our very existence. I breathe deeply, feeling the weight of my grief, my rage, my humanity. Each breath is a rebellion, a refusal to surrender to the abyss. And as I stand, trembling at the edge of despair, I remember, this is not just a war. It's a reckoning. A battle for our souls in the shadows of history, where echoes of dissent rise like smoke, where every heartbeat reverberates with the weight of truth. The fight is not just to survive, it's to remember. To honor. To ensure that the stories of those we love, those we've lost, are never silenced in the roar of gunfire. And so, I step forward into the fray, into the darkness, where the line between despair and hope blurs, and I vow to fight not just for survival, but for the heart of humanity itself. The chilling wind howled through the streets of Petrograd, a mournful ghost that knew the secrets of a discontented populace. It whispered tales of hunger, betrayal, and the burning embers of revolution. I remember the day as if time itself had fractured, each moment splintering like glass, sharp, cutting, and unyielding. The air was thick with despair, yet somehow, there was a pulse, a heartbeat that thrummed against the icy backdrop. Anya, a seamstress, stood at the edge of the crowd, her heart racing, a wild bird trapped in a cage of fear and yearning. She felt the heat of 1,000 angry souls pressing against her, their breath a collective fog of rage and desperation. For bread, they cried, their voices rising like smoke, twisting toward the grey sky. Anya's stomach gurgled in agreement. She hadn't tasted bread in days, and though her body ached, it was her spirit that felt starved. Would she ever feel full again? Across the square, Mikhail, a soldier, his uniform tattered, hands shaking from the weight of his rifle and his conscience, watched the scene unfold. He felt like a marionette, strings pulled tight by a puppet master he could no longer see. "We fought for our country," he shouted, but the words felt hollow, as if they were swallowed by the very shadows that darkened the day. He had seen too much blood, too much sorrow. Now, the revolution was at his doorstep, a tempest he could not ignore. His heart teetered between duty to the Tsar and allegiance to the people. The conflict twisted inside him like a knife, relentless and cruel. I remember the moment the first stone was thrown, sharp and sudden, a crack in the fragile facade of order. The sound reverberated, an echo of what was to come, and in that heartbeat, time shifted. Anya felt it, an electric pulse that surged through the throng of bodies, igniting a fervor that was both terrifying and exhilarating. She glanced at Mikhail, their eyes locking for a fleeting second, an unspoken understanding passing between them. Two people caught in a storm, both yearning for change yet terrified of what it would bring. The crowd exploded, chaos unfurling like a dark flower blooming under the weight of despair. Anya's breath quickened as she was swept along, the sea of humanity pulling her deeper into its fervor. She was no longer just a seamstress, she was a voice, a scream, a cry for justice. As she pushed forward, the world blurred around her, transformed into a dizzying kaleidoscope of faces, pained, hopeful, furious. She felt alive, yet terrified, each heartbeat a drumbeat of uncertainty. Mikhail's rifle felt heavier with each passing moment. He was torn between the memories of his brothers in arms, their laughter echoing in his mind like a cruel reminder of innocence lost. "I remember," he murmured to himself, but the memories felt like ghosts haunting him in this moment of frenzy. The faces of the people he was sworn to protect now seemed to pulse with a life of their own, a living tapestry of suffering. "I can't shoot them," he whispered, fear slicing through his resolve. But would he be a traitor if he refused? What did loyalty even mean in a world so upside down? Riot police emerged like dark clouds rolling over a sun-drenched sky, their helmets gleaming ominously. Anya flinched as they charged forward, baton swinging, a chilling enactment of authority. The crowd recoiled, then surged back, an electric surge of angry humanity. It was a dance of survival, bodies colliding, hearts racing, fear morphing into ferocity. For bread! For freedom, someone roared, and the chant echoed, a mantra of desperation that clawed at the very fabric of reality. Mikhail spotted Anya amidst the chaos, her face flushed with determination and fear. He had to protect her. He had to choose, his heart a pendulum swinging between duty and the raw pulse of humanity that throbbed in front of him. He stepped forward, the weight of his rifle suddenly a burden too heavy to bear. The clash of metal against metal sang in the air, a symphony of despair and hope, and Mikhail felt the world spin faster. Anya caught sight of him, and in that moment, amidst the chaos, her heart soared. "Mikhail," she cried, reaching out to him, fingers outstretched, desperate to bridge the chasm of conflict that tore at them. But the ground shook beneath their feet, and the air crackled with tension, a prelude to something monumental, something that would forever alter the course of their lives. The police charged again, a wall of brutality that sent ripples of fear through the crowd. Anya's heart thundered as she felt the presence of something dark approaching, a shadow that threatened to engulf them all. She fought against it, a flicker of defiance igniting deep within her, and surged forward, pulled by the magnetic force of collective rage. "We will not be silenced," she cried, the words leaving her lips like a spell cast against the dark. Mikhail's soul split. He could not be a part of this violence, yet he felt the pull of duty, the weight of his rifle like a noose around his neck. "Stop," he shouted, but the chaos drowned him out, a tidal wave of fury crashing against the stones of tradition. Fragments of old loyalties crumbled in the face of new dreams, and he stood at the precipice, heart pounding with the knowledge that the world would never be the same again. Anya stumbled, falling to her knees as the riot police surged forward. She lifted her head, eyes blazing, and in that moment, she saw Mikhail's struggle mirrored in the eyes of the crowd. That shared anguish, that unspoken bond, electrified the air. They were all in this together, fighting, falling, rising again. She rose, the fire of revolution burning bright in her chest, and shouted, "We are the storm!" A single shot rang out, piercing the cacophony like a dagger of fate. The crowd gasped, the world holding its breath, and in that fleeting moment, time fractured again. The pulse of history quickened, and all it took was one spark to ignite the powder keg. Mikhail's heart sank. The choice had been made, the line drawn in blood. As he looked at Anya, her spirit unyielding, he knew that this was the beginning of an unrelenting struggle. Fear, love, and hope intertwined, collapsing into an emotional cyclone that swirled around them. As shadows lengthened and night began to fall, they stood at the brink, two souls tethered by fate, caught in a world where nothing was certain anymore, where the only anchor was the raw, desperate need for bread and freedom. In that moment, the revolution was no longer just a movement. It was a living, breathing entity, a fierce beast ready to unleash its fury upon the world, and the Romanovs would soon feel the tremors of a nation awakening from its long slumber. The clock was ticking, the echoes of history resonating through the night, and the final act was yet to unfold. The clock struck midnight, a hollow sound reverberating through the dimly lit halls of the provisional government's makeshift headquarters. Shadows danced along the walls, flickering in the candlelight, revealing faces etched with worry and fatigue. I stood there, heart pounding, feeling the weight of history pressing down on me like an iron shroud. Outside, the city was a restless spirit, filled with hushed whispers of revolution, and inside, we were but mere mortals trying to command the tides of fate. I remember the moment like it was yesterday, the soft rustle of paper crumbling under the weight of 100 dreams, the air thick with fear and uncertainty. Anya, her hands trembling, clutched a crumpled manifesto. Her eyes were wide, haunted. She was a firebrand, a voice for the voiceless, but in that instant, she looked like a ghost. "If we don't act now," she whispered, the crack in her voice echoing the fragility of hope, "we'll lose everything." Across the room, Victor leaned against the wall, the very picture of stoic despair. His jaw clenched tight, a silent war waging within. Once an idealist, now a man caught in the web of compromises, he bore the scars of too many sleepless nights. I watched as he turned away, as if the mere thought of failure could poison the air around him. "What do you want us to do, Anya?" he snapped, each word like glass shattering in the silence. "Scream at the moon? The people are tired of promises. They want action." Outside, the distant echo of marching feet grew louder, a haunting symphony of discontent. The people were restless, hungry, angry, and demanding. I could feel their pulse, a throbbing ache that mirrored my own. It was a tide that threatened to sweep us all away, and we were barely holding on to our fragile vessel. I could almost see the darkness creeping in, a storm on the horizon, waiting to engulf us. Anya's gaze flickered to Victor, and I saw the flicker of recognition in her eyes, a shared pain that bound them. "We can't let fear dictate our choices," she said, her voice barely above a whisper now. "We have a chance to change everything." I wanted to believe her, to cling to that thread of hope, but doubts curled around my heart like smoke. What good were dreams if they withered in the face of reality? I remembered my mother's stories, the way she spoke of revolutions that turned into bloodbaths, how dreams morphed into nightmares, and the people who once believed became nothing more than ghosts in a forgotten tale. "Change?" Victor scoffed, his facade of indifference cracking like brittle glass. "What do you think will happen when we take that step? We'll become the very thing we despise. The cycle will repeat, and we'll all be the ones in the ground." The weight of his words hung in the air, a bitter truth wrapped in cynicism. Anya closed her eyes, as if searching for strength in the darkness. "Then we fight, Victor. We fight for the future, for the next generation." A gust of wind rattled the windows, sending a chill down my spine. The world outside was alive, thrumming with anticipation, while we stood paralyzed by our own fears. I could hear the voices rising, a chant that sliced through the air, a communal cry for justice. The city was awakening, a beast stretching its limbs, and we were caught in its jaws. In that moment, I remembered my own journey. The fears that plagued me, the feeling of being lost in a sea of uncertainty. I was both observer and participant, straddling the line between complicity and rebellion. I was angry at the world, at myself, at the choices that led us here. The weight of it all threatened to crush me, yet I found myself yearning for something more. "Look at us," I said, my voice shaky but fierce. "We are the provisional government, flawed and chaotic, yes, but we are alive. We can't let despair define us." The tension in the room thickened, a taut string waiting to snap. Anya stepped closer to Victor, her voice steady despite the tremor in her hands. "We need to be brave, to stand together. This isn't just about us, it's about the people out there, the ones who believe in a better tomorrow." Their eyes locked, a storm brewing between them. I felt the air shift, a delicate balance teetering on the edge of catastrophe. "If we go forward, there will be pain," Victor said, the weight of inevitability heavy in his voice. "But if we don't, what are we fighting for?" I held my breath, the world narrowing to that moment. The city outside was a roiling sea of uncertainty, the cries for freedom spilling into the night like a haunting lullaby. The ghosts of our choices loomed large around us, a reminder that every action carved a path forward, for better or worse. "Then let's choose to fight," Anya finally whispered, a spark igniting in her chest. "For those who cannot, for those who will come after us." As she spoke, I felt it, an electric pulse, a flicker of hope igniting in the shadows. The room breathed with potential, each heartbeat echoing the rhythm of revolution. But beneath it all, the fear loomed still, a silent specter waiting to snatch away our resolve. This was no mere government, it was a crucible of human emotion, a testament to our flaws and our strengths. We stood on the brink, staring into the void, knowing that every step taken could lead us to glory or ruin. With each heartbeat, the night pressed on, the shadows whispering secrets of despair and dreams. The clock continued to tick, counting down to an uncertain future, and we were left with our choices, raw and trembling, echoing in the darkness. And as the chant outside grew louder, a haunting reminder of the price of freedom, I realized I was no longer an observer. I was a part of this story, woven into the very fabric of a revolution that could either save us or destroy us. The night felt alive, and I could only cling to the hope that we could indeed be the architects of our fate, even if it meant confronting the shadows that danced just beyond the light. The cold air was thick with tension, a palpable weight hanging over the cobbled streets of Petrograd, as if the very city held its breath. Shadows danced in flickering lamplight, whispering secrets to anyone willing to listen. I remember the sharp crack of gunfire echoing through the night, followed by a silence so profound it felt like the universe had momentarily exhaled. It was October 25, 1917, and the world was at a precipice, teetering on the edge of something unnameable. Inside the Winter Palace, the heart of power, a cacophony of chaos and fear erupted like a storm unleashed. I saw Anton, his face pale, eyes wide with disbelief, clutching a rusted rifle as if it were a lifeline. A boy of barely 20, he was a soldier caught in a tide he couldn't control, forced to choose between loyalty and survival. "What do we do now?" he cried, his voice cracking, the tremor betraying the bravado he tried so hard to maintain. But before I could answer, there was Lena. Fierce and resolute, her dark hair cascading over her shoulders like a storm cloud, she stood tall, unwavering amidst the whirlwind around her. "We fight," she declared, voice rising above the din, "for the people. For change." I admired her strength, her passion, but it made my heart ache. Was this truly the revolution we had dreamed of, or just another descent into despair? The walls trembled with the sounds of boots marching outside, a relentless tide of the Red Guards flooding the streets, confident and fervent, their banners bright against the darkening sky. I could feel the pulse of the city, a heartbeat synchronized with mine. I remember a vision of petals falling in a long-lost summer, the dream of a better tomorrow clashing with the reality of what we were about to become. As the clock struck midnight, I found myself in that liminal space, an intoxication of hope and dread swirling in my gut. Time, like the shadows, felt both elastic and cruel. I remembered my father's words, "Revolutions are born from the ashes of despair." Was this the ash, or the fire? I wanted to scream, to shake Anton awake from his daze, but how could I? He was so fragile, a mere boy lost in this monstrous game of life and death. Outside, the gunfire intensified, a symphony of violence and passion. The generals had underestimated the will of the people, just as they had underestimated my friends. Lena's voice cut through my thoughts. "We cannot shy away. This is our moment. We will take the palace." Her conviction ignited something within me. I wanted to be brave like her. I wanted to align my heart with her fire. But the fear gnawed at me. What if this was not the revolution but the beginning of something darker? I caught a glimpse of Anton's trembling hands, the way they gripped the rifle too tightly. It was as if he were trying to hold onto sanity itself. His gaze was lost, searching for something beyond the chaos. I reached out, placing my hand on his shoulder. "We're in this together," I whispered, but my voice felt like smoke in the air, dissipating before it could reach him. Lena was already moving, pulling us forward like a comet streaking across the night. The corridors of the palace were now filled with shadows, soldiers, some loyal, others lost, fleeing from or charging toward a fate they couldn't foresee. I could hear the distant cries of the wounded, the moans of the dying, a haunting chorus that would forever echo in my memory. I remember the moment we burst into the grand hall, the opulence surrounding us starkly contrasting the rawness of the moment. Golden chandeliers hung like stars, but the light felt cold. It illuminated the faces of men who had grown too comfortable in their power, their arrogance now shattered in the face of a revolution. "You think you can take this from us?" one shouted, and in his eyes, I saw the reflection of a past long gone, a time when power was unchallenged and fate was a puppet on strings. But this was the night the strings would snap. This was the night the ghosts of the past would claw their way into the fray. The air thickened with smoke, and the cries of the brave mingled with the terrified. I saw Lena charging ahead, her silhouette fierce against the flickering flames. She dove into the fray, and in that moment, she transformed from a girl with dreams to a warrior with an unstoppable drive. "Follow me," she cried, her voice a battle hymn, calling us to arms. I glanced at Anton, his expression a tempest of fear and hope. He was on the brink, teetering between the boy he was and the man he could become. My heart raced. "What's it going to be?" I asked him, forcing his gaze to meet mine. Time hung heavy between us, seconds stretching into a lifetime. For one breathless moment, he hesitated, and in that hesitation, the world shifted. I could see the shadows of doubt lifting, the fire of resolve igniting in his chest. Together, he finally breathed, and suddenly, the weight of the world felt lighter, if only for an instant. We surged forward, two souls entwined with Lena's fire, rushing into the maw of history. The echoes of gunfire rang in our ears like the beat of war drums, the air electric with the promise of change, the taste of blood mingling with the taste of freedom. I remember that surge, raw, terrifying, exhilarating. We were no longer just spectators in our own lives, we were the storm. The night wore on, a tapestry of chaos and fervor, threads of hope weaving into the fabric of our future. Behind us, shadows loomed, and in front, a dawn awaited, but for now, we fought. I held on to that feeling, that sense of belonging in the chaos, the haunting realization that this was just the beginning, a prelude to an epic that would echo for generations. In those moments, beneath the blood-red sky, we were alive, lost, broken, but alive. And in that tempest, where dreams collided with nightmares, we forged our destinies in the fires of revolution, knowing that the night was far from over, and the true battle was yet to come. The night was thick with smoke and shadows, the air heavy with the scent of gunpowder and betrayal. A single gunshot rang out, piercing the eerie silence that had settled over the snow-covered landscape, shattering it like glass. I stood frozen, heart pounding, as the echoes reverberated through the twisted alleys of my mind. It was a sound that spoke of death and despair, of dreams crushed beneath the weight of history. I remember the faces. Alexei, with his wild, searching eyes, the kind that had seen too much for a man of 20. He was a soldier of the Red Army, wrapped in the fervor of revolution, driven by a desperate hope that this war would tear down the old world and build something new from its ashes. But there was something deeper in his gaze, a flicker of fear, a doubt that gnawed at the edges of his conviction. Each day, the line between right and wrong blurred more, and every decision felt like a dagger to the soul. Then there was Maria, a woman caught in the storm of chaos, a nurse in a makeshift hospital, her hands stained with the blood of strangers. She had vowed to save lives, yet each life she held slipped through her fingers like sand. I remember the way she whispered to the dying, her voice a fragile thread weaving through the cacophony of cries and gunfire. Her heart was a battlefield, torn between the man she loved, a white officer, Anton, who fought for a lost cause, and the ideals of the revolution that surged with the promise of equality and freedom. At night, under the pale glow of the moon, she would stand at the window, scanning the horizon for a silhouette that would never come. "He's fighting for something," she would say, her voice quivering like a candle flame. "But what is it worth if we lose each other?" Her words hung heavy in the air, a ghost that refused to leave. As the war raged on, the lines were drawn deep and dark, dividing friends, families, and lovers. The Reds, with their fervor, their belief in a brighter future, against the Whites, who clung to the remnants of a shattered past. The irony tasted bitter, an unending cycle of bloodshed and sacrifice, all for a vision none could truly grasp. I remember the night I found them in the street, shadows dancing around them, both desperate and determined. Alexei had just received orders to advance on the city, a chance to reclaim the territory lost to the white forces. He looked at Maria, and for a moment, the world around them faded. "Will you wait for me?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. She nodded, tears glistening in her eyes, yet the weight of uncertainty loomed large. "But what if you don't come back?" Each heartbeat felt like an eternity, a drumbeat of fate echoing through the cold air. I wanted to scream, to shout that love was a luxury they could no longer afford, but the words caught in my throat, suffocated by the dread of what was to come. Then came a night thick with tension, the kind that prickled the skin and made the air electric. The White Army launched an assault, a violent wave crashing against the fragile defenses of the Reds. I remember the cries, the chaos, bodies tumbling under the weight of history, love, and loss. Bullets whizzed by like angry wasps, each one carrying the promise of death. The ground shook beneath us, a living entity torn by the violence of men with dreams so grand they could only end in ruin. In the heart of battle, Alexei fought with a wild desperation, each shot fired a plea to the universe, a wish to rewrite his fate. I saw him, a blur of red amidst the chaos, charging forward, yet the specter of doubt shadowed his every move. What did he fight for? What was left when the dust settled? Each fallen comrade was a question unanswered, a family torn apart, leaving echoes of their laughter in the silence. Maria, in her makeshift hospital, bandaged wounds and whispered prayers, but even she could not escape the gnawing dread of the unknown. What if he falls? What if the thought choked her, she couldn't finish. Instead, she poured herself into her work, each life she saved a thread binding her to hope. Yet the more lives she touched, the more she felt her own slipping away, the fear of losing Alexei and Anton intertwining like a twisted vine. And then the moment came, a collision of fate and choice. The streets were painted in crimson, the air thick with the iron tang of blood. I stood there, a spectator to this tragedy, my heart thundering in my chest as the two armies faced off, comrades turned enemies, the bonds of brotherhood shattered by the weight of ideology. I remember the look on Alexei's face as he faced Anton across the battlefield, two men torn apart by the choices of a world gone mad. "You're a traitor!" Alexei yelled, voice raw with heartbreak and betrayal, shaking fists that once clasped in friendship. Anton stood resolute, a soldier through and through, his gaze unwavering. "I fight for my country, Alexei. For a future you can't see." The words hung between them, palpable and heavy, the weight of their shared past pressing down like a vice. In that moment, time slowed, the air thick with unspoken words, dreams, and ghosts of what could have been. Each heartbeat echoed the finality of their conflict, the realization that love could not save them now. And then the first shot rang out, a single crack in the stillness, echoing through the night. The world held its breath as if the cosmos itself had paused, waiting for the inevitable. I remember the chaos that followed, the sound of bodies hitting the ground, the cries of the wounded mingling with the cries of their hearts, as each man fought not just for control, but for the ghosts of their lost dreams, the remnants of their shared humanity. As the battle raged on, I felt the night swallow me whole, darkness wrapping around like a shroud. Choices were made, lives changed, and in that moment, history was written in blood. I remember the echoes of that night, the cries of the fallen, and the shadows that crept into every corner of a world forever altered. In the chaos, everything shifted, but all that remained was the cold truth: love and war cannot coexist. Chapter 28. The creation of the USSR, from empire to union. The clock struck midnight, reverberating through the damp, crumbling walls of the Petrograd factory like a death knell. Shadows danced with the flickering light of gas lamps, illuminating the faces of men and women weary from toil, their eyes reflecting a tempest of fear and resolve. Outside, the night was thick with the smell of gunpowder and revolution, a stench both intoxicating and suffocating. In this moment, I stood amidst the chaos, heart racing, as the reality of our fractured world pressed against my chest like a vice. I remember the first time I heard the rumble of dissent. I remember the whispers curling like smoke through the crowd, curling around my heart, squeezing. Anya, fierce and vibrant, her hair a wild halo of defiance, stood beside me, fists clenched. She was the flame that ignited hope in this darkened world, yet beneath her vibrant exterior lay a fear that gnawed at her. "What if they come for us?" she whispered, her voice barely a thread above the cacophony. Her vulnerability was a stark contrast to her bravado, a reminder that the fire within her could just as easily extinguish. And then there was Nikolai, my best friend, my brother in arms, a man driven by dreams of a utopia that felt just beyond our reach, like stars slipping through fingers. But Nikolai was haunted, disillusioned by the endless cycle of oppression. "Anya, dreams don't feed hungry mouths," he spat, his voice sharp, slicing through the air. The weight of his words wrapped around us, heavy and suffocating. I saw in his eyes the storm of conflicting loyalties, his heart torn between the idealism that had once burned bright and the harsh reality that now threatened to consume him whole. Time twisted and fragmented, each moment bleeding into the next, a jarring reminder that this was not just a fight for a better tomorrow, it was a fight for survival. Our faces were etched with the dirt of despair, yet every sunrise brought the hope of change. I remember standing in the square, the air electric with anticipation, our breath mingling with the mist of our fears. And then, the shouts began, rising like a tide, crashing against the stone walls of the past. Down with the Tsar! It was a cry that echoed through the ages, a chorus of the oppressed demanding their rightful place in the world. But as the masses surged forward, I could feel the fractures beneath our feet. Anya's eyes widened with fear, and I could sense her desire to run. "They're not ready," she murmured, but it was too late. The tide had turned, and we were swept along in its fury. The streets of Petrograd transformed into a battlefield, where idealism collided with the brutal reality of war. Gunfire crackled like thunder, shattering the night, and I could taste the metallic tang of fear on my tongue. Nikolai was there, charging forward, a lion among sheep, but even lions can bleed. "No turning back," he roared, his voice cutting through the din. I could feel his heartbeat matching the pulse of the crowd, raw and unyielding. Yet, as we rushed forth, I glanced back at Anya, her face a mask of terror, caught between the fire of rebellion and the icy grip of reality. "Stay close!" I shouted, reaching for her, but the chaos had swallowed us whole. Amidst the chaos, I felt the shadows creeping in. They whispered sweet nothings of glory, but I knew better. They were ghosts of the past, remnants of a crumbling empire that clung to power with bloody hands. I remember seeing their faces in the throng, familiar but twisted, haunted by the decisions they had made. Each one of us, an echo of our country's pain, our histories bleeding into one another, each conflict a thread woven into the fabric of our shared existence. Then came the moment of clarity. I found myself in the heart of the storm, my heart pounding in rhythm with the chaos around me. The screams, the shouts, the gunfire, it all became a symphony of desperation. I turned to Nikolai. "Do you really believe we can change this?" It was a question that cut deeper than any bullet. His eyes burned with conviction, yet I could see the flicker of doubt. "We have to believe, or we are already lost," he said, but I feared the cost of that belief. Anya was slipping away, her fear manifesting into something tangible, an icy grip on her soul. "We can't do this," she cried, her voice a fragile thread strained to the breaking point. I reached for her, but the tide pulled us apart. She was a beacon of light, but even the brightest flame can be snuffed out. I felt the panic rise within me, clawing at my insides. Then, amid the chaos, a shadow loomed, a figure emerging from the smoke, cloaked in authority. The soldiers, the enforcers of the old regime, were descending like vultures on a carcass, their faces cold and impassive. I watched in horror as they clamped down on the crowd, their batons swinging like pendulums of fate. "Back to your homes," they shouted, their voices devoid of humanity, echoing in the night like a death sentence. Panic coursed through me as I searched desperately for Anya, for Nikolai, for any sign of hope amidst the despair. "We need to go," I shouted, my voice swallowed by the chaos. But as I turned, I saw Nikolai, fighting, refusing to bow, his spirit igniting the very air. I wanted to warn him, to pull him back from the precipice, but it was too late. The world tilted, and in that moment, I felt the fragility of our dreams shatter like glass, scattering into the void. I remember the weight of that night, the fire in our hearts extinguished, replaced by the cold grip of reality. The moon hung high, a silent witness, yet I felt it was mocking us, illuminating our failures. The shadows whispered secrets we weren't ready to hear, the ghosts of a crumbling empire closing in. We fought against it, but as dawn broke over Petrograd, I realized this was not merely the spark of revolution, it was the birth of something new, something terrible. A union forged in the fires of anguish, the ghosts of the past refusing to let go, and the haunting echoes of our dreams reverberating through the halls of history. We had only just begun. The clock struck 3, the sound echoing through the empty streets like a funeral bell. I stood, heart racing, on the cracked cobblestones of a city gripped by a ghostly silence. The shadows of crumbling buildings loomed like specters, each one whispering secrets of a past riddled with despair. Just a week ago, The vibrant market had buzzed with life, a cacophony of laughter tangled with the scent of fresh bread and hope. But today, the air was thick with something darker, something suffocating. I felt it in my bones. The new economic policy had been born from desperation, a flicker of light in the gloom, but even the brightest flame flickers and dims when faced with a relentless wind. A woman appeared in the distance, her figure a silhouette against the ashen sky. It was Anna, her expression a storm of conflicting emotions. Her eyes, once brilliant with dreams, now reflected a weariness that threatened to consume her. "We're losing them, Alex," she said, her voice trembling. "All of them. The people, the spirit of this city." I could see the shadows of fear dancing in her gaze, shadows born from loss and heartbreak. I wanted to reach out, to pull her back from the edge of despair, but my own heart was a battlefield, torn between the desire for recovery and the weight of compromise. I remember every moment like shards of glass cutting into my thoughts. The day the policy was announced, the hope it sparked was quickly followed by betrayal. The workers had rallied, fists raised in defiance, a chorus of voices demanding change. But change is a cruel mistress, and while some saw opportunity, others saw their lives unraveling. The farmers, the industrialists, they were all caught in a snare of uncertainty. I watched Anna cling to her beliefs like a lifeline, but I felt the pull of pragmatism tightening around my throat, choking the idealism I once held dear. "Do you remember," I whispered, "when we first talked about our dreams? When freedom felt like a tangible thing, just within reach?" The words tasted bitter on my tongue. I could see her features hardening, a reflection of the city's jagged edges. "Dreams don't feed families, Alex. They don't pay rents. They don't put food on the table." Each word was a knife, a reminder that our dreams were slowly fading into the shadows. My heart thudded painfully against my ribs. The familiar pulse of hope was turning into a frantic drum, drumming against the reality that haunted us both. Across town, in the flickering light of a makeshift pub, sat Victor, a man caught in the web of his own ambition, eyes bright with the fervor of a zealot. He had once been a friend, a comrade against the tide of oppression. Now, he was a man transformed, a chameleon cloaked in the garb of power. "The NEP is our salvation," he proclaimed, whiskey-stained breath spilling into the air like poison. "We must adapt or perish." His voice throbbed with conviction, but beneath it lay a tremor, a fear that he, too, was playing a dangerous game. I felt the tension in my own chest tighten. Could we trust a man who had traded his soul for influence? I remember the night he spoke to a gathering of hopeful souls, the flickering candlelight casting ghostly shadows that danced on the walls like phantoms of our past. "Compromise is not weakness," he shouted, and the crowd erupted into a wave of applause, but I was paralyzed. I could see Anna in the back, her brow furrowed in doubt. The room pulsed with energy, but I felt electric currents of unease zipping between us, a silent warning that was impossible to ignore. The hope Victor conjured was like a mirage, beautiful, shimmering, yet ultimately unreachable. "Anna," I said, desperation clawing at my throat. "What if we're wrong? What if we follow him and lose everything?" Her gaze pierced through the darkness. "And what if we do nothing? What if we let fear rule us?" Her words hung in the air, a challenge wrapped in vulnerability. I felt the weight of her conviction pressing against me, and I realized that we were standing on the precipice of something monumental. The tension thickened, a coiled spring ready to snap. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the shadows deepened around us. Anna and I were trapped in a dance of conflicting ideals. The city's pulse throbbed in harmony with our own, a reminder of the lives we could save or shatter. I could see Victor's face, illuminated by the dim light, a wild spark in his eye. Was it hope or madness? I felt the pull of both sides, each one a siren song threatening to drown me in its depths. I remember searching for solace in the stars, their distant glimmers mocking my uncertainty. "We are just stardust," I murmured, almost to myself. "Fragile, fleeting." But Anna grabbed my arm, her grip firm, grounding me in the reality we faced. "No, Alex. We are more than that. We are the architects of our own fate." Her voice cracked, raw with emotion. I could feel her heartbeat echoing in the silence, a rallying cry against despair. As night enveloped the city, we stood together, two souls intertwined in the struggle for survival, for identity. Our fears, hopes, dreams, and doubts collided like thunder in a storm. The new economic policy loomed over us like an ominous shadow, a reminder that the road to recovery is fraught with peril and uncertainty. In that moment, I realized the truth: compromise does not come without sacrifice, and recovery does not come without pain. And as the whispers of the past clung to us like ghosts, the tension grew, spiraling upwards, threatening to unleash the fury that lay dormant beneath the surface. We were on the brink, standing at the edge of an abyss. What lay beyond was unknown. But I knew one thing: we would either fall together or rise together, and the choice would forever shape the future of our city, our lives, and our spirits. As I looked into Anna's eyes, I knew we couldn't turn back. Not now. The world was watching, and we were ready to confront the storm head-on, hearts beating in defiance of the darkness. The clock continued to tick, a reminder that time does not wait for the hesitant. In that moment, we clung to our dreams, not as fragile whispers but as roaring flames, igniting the path ahead. The sound of iron clanging against iron echoed through the dimly lit streets of St. Petersburg, punctuated by screams that were swallowed by the swirling mists of emotion. I stood there, frozen, my breath hitching as a figure rushed past, an officer in a tattered uniform, his face pale and wild. Behind him trailed a group of women, their skirts billowing like shadows in the night. They were not just fleeing, they were fighting. Fighting for a place in a world that had always pushed them to the margins, a world where their voices were whispers etched against the backdrop of a roaring empire. I remember the chill that prickled my skin, the heavy scent of fear mingling with desperation. There was Maria, her eyes aflame with defiance, clutching a tattered banner that bore the words "equality." She was not just a woman, she was a storm brewing, a force of nature, reckless yet deliberate, like the waves crashing against the frozen shore. I remember the way her chest rose and fell, a heartbeat echoing the cries of countless souls. And then there was Anya, the quiet one, her spirit tucked away like a hidden treasure. She was shaped by years of silence, her laughter stifled by the weight of expectations. But something had changed, her eyes glistened with a fierceness that spoke of buried dreams. As night fell, she stepped forward, her voice trembling yet resolute, ready to challenge the very fabric of oppression that had wrapped around her for too long. I remember thinking that even the frailest flowers can bloom in the darkest corners. But the street was a cauldron, boiling with chaos. The officers shouted, their command swallowed by the night. "Back! Back!" they roared. But Maria, she surged forward, igniting the others, a flickering flame that refused to be snuffed out. I could feel the electricity in the air, the tension building like a coiled spring. They were desperate, angry, ready to risk everything. How could I explain the duality of their existence? How they were mothers and daughters, lovers and warriors, bound by duty yet yearning for freedom. I remember the laughter of children that echoed in the market, weaving through the fabric of their daily lives, only to be interrupted by the darkness of war. They bathed once a year. I chuckled darkly to myself. So yeah, romance was earthy. But it was more than just filth, it was a cycle of resilience, a reminder that beauty can thrive even within decay. I remember the whispers of my own heart, grappling with the shadows of history. Women in the Russian Empire were often mere footnotes, their stories tangled in the grand narratives of kings and revolutions. Yet, here they were, on the precipice of something monumental. Each glance exchanged between them carried weight, a shared understanding that time was slipping away like sand through fingers. The crowd surged forward, a tide of humanity, and I felt my chest tighten as Anya stepped into the fray, her voice rising above the din. "We are not afraid," she cried, her words a battle cry. In that moment, it felt as if the universe paused, holding its breath. I could see the fear mingling with fury in her eyes, the tears unshed transforming into a fierce determination. But fear was a ghost that haunted them all. The specter of loss loomed large, an undeniable companion in their brave endeavor. I saw Maria's hand trembling, her grip on the banner faltering as memories of her children flickered in her mind like dying stars. "What if I don't return?" she whispered, just loud enough for me to hear. And yet, she pressed on, driven by the hope that tomorrow would be brighter, that her children would inherit a world painted with the colors of equality. Time, it seemed, had slowed to a crawl. Each heartbeat echoed like a war drum, a reminder that change was imminent. I remember the stories of women who had once danced in ballrooms, now standing shoulder to shoulder with revolutionaries, their corsets replaced by the armor of conviction. They had once been bound by the chains of tradition, yet here they were, breaking free, their laughter mingling with tears, crafting a symphony of resistance. And amidst the chaos, I felt the shadows creeping closer, the fear of reprisal lurking in the corners of their minds. What if it all crumbles? Anya's voice wavered like a candle in the wind. But Maria, fierce as a tempest, replied, "Then we will rebuild the ashes into something beautiful." I remember the night stretching out before them, an expanse of uncertainty, yet glimmers of promise sparkled like stars in the void. They were not just fighting for themselves, they were fighting for every woman who had ever felt invisible. They were the ghosts of the past, the echoes of the future, a living testament to resilience in the face of darkness. But just as hope surged, so too did the weight of despair. The officers charged, their numbers overwhelming, their intentions clear. The clash of bodies and bones, the visceral sound of a dream punctured, my heart raced, a relentless drumbeat. I wanted to scream, to throw my own body into the fray, to feel the energy of their struggle coursing through my veins. I remember thinking, this is where history is forged, in the crucible of pain and passion. Yet, what would become of them? The answer hung in the air, thick and suffocating. I could see Anya's resolve starting to waver as the chaos encircled them, a moment's hesitation, a flicker of doubt. But Maria, she roared louder, for our daughters, and I felt the fire reignite. I remember the stars above, indifferent to the plight below, their light twinkling as if to remind us of the vastness of existence beyond our struggles. In that moment, amidst the turmoil and uncertainty, I understood the truth. The role of women was not just to endure, it was to redefine the very essence of strength. They would not be mere footnotes in an empire's tale, but the authors of their own destinies, carving their names into the annals of history with the ink of rebellion. The confrontation loomed, a dark cloud on the horizon, yet amidst the chaos and the cries, hope flickered like a candle in the dark. I felt it in my bones, the world was shifting, and with every heartbeat, they drew closer to something transformative. The night was thick with tension, but it was also pregnant with possibility. And as the shadows approached, I knew this was just the beginning. A scream shatters the stillness, echoing off the cracked walls of a dilapidated farmhouse. It reverberates through the fields of wheat, where the harvest sits unclaimed, heavy with history and dread. In that moment, as the sun sinks into an abyss of blood-red sky, I stand frozen, the weight of despair draping over me like a shroud. An old man, his eyes sunken and haunted, clutches his chest as if to stifle the agony of seeing his land consumed by the maw of collectivization. "They take what is ours," he whispers, a prayer turned curse, "they leave us with nothing but ghosts." I remember the whispers of fear, the flurry of frantic voices that felt more like a storm than a conversation. Maria, my sister, stands beside me, her face pale, lips trembling like the fragile leaves of the birch trees that line our village. She was once so full of laughter, so bright, lighting up the dark corners of our lives like the stars that guide lost souls. Now, she is a shadow, a silhouette of the girl who once danced among the wildflowers, her dreams as limitless as the sky. What will become of us? Her voice quivers, barely piercing the electric silence that surrounds us. I remember the night they came. The door burst open, starlight spilling into our home like a thief. "You must give your grain," the hooded figure barked, his breath reeking of power and dread. "It is for the Great Father." The Great Father. I scoff at the thought now, but then, it twisted my insides, a grotesque puppeteer manipulating the strings of our fate. They claimed progress, promised strength, but all we felt was the chill of terror creeping closer, a wolf in sheep's clothing waiting to pounce. "Do you think they care about us?" Maria's question lingers, suspended in the air, heavy like the clouds before a storm. I wish I could believe in the hope she desperately clings to, but each day the world seems to crumble around us, and I feel the very foundations of my heart quake. They will take us next. I can't help but voice the fear. It slithers from my lips, a forbidden truth that binds us tighter in our shared horror. The tractors rumble like thunder, monstrous machines devouring our pastures, our memories. I remember watching from the window, palm pressed against the glass, heart pounding like a war drum. They're ripping apart our lives, I had told Maria. She had looked at me, her eyes swimming with tears, the kind that can drown hope. We must endure, she whispered, but even the strongest hearts can fracture under the weight of such despair. As the sun dips below the horizon, a deep darkness blankets our world, a shroud of uncertainty. Nighttime descends with a cold, unyielding grip, and I feel the shadows creeping closer, wrapping around me like a lover turned cruel. Do you think they'll come for us? I ask Maria, my voice barely more than a breath, a confession to the abyss. She doesn't answer. Instead, her gaze drifts toward the distant lights flickering in the nearby village, like fireflies caught in a web, entranced but ultimately trapped. The sound of boots marching in sync reverberates through the cobblestones outside, a grim reminder of the regime's relentless watch. I can almost taste the bitterness of betrayal on my tongue, the acrid scent of fear mingling with the smoke of distant fires. I remember how they took our neighbors, one by one, their cries swallowed by the night, leaving behind only echoes of lives extinguished. The whispers of the town become a haunting refrain. They disappeared, they were taken. Do you still believe in dreams? Maria's voice breaks through the oppressive silence, a fragile thread binding us to a past filled with laughter and light. Her question lingers in the air, heavy with yearning. I remember the dreams we used to share, of escaping this darkness, of finding a world untouched by the pain that festered like an open wound. Now those dreams feel like distant stars, burning bright yet forever out of reach. She reaches for my hand, and I feel the warmth of her skin, the pulse of life still flickering. We must hold on to something, she says, her eyes wide with determination yet clouded by uncertainty. Hope is the only thing they cannot take from us. But hope feels like a cruel joke in this land where the ground is soaked with blood and sorrow, where every laugh is met with a frown, where joy is a memory slowly fading. With a sudden crash, the door slams open, and 3 figures burst through, faces obscured by the shadows of the night. My heart races, part fear, part defiance. They are not merely men, they are the embodiment of authority, instruments of terror. I feel Maria stiffen beside me, her breath hitching. What do they want? She hisses, despair coating her words. In that moment, the air crackles with tension, the world narrowing to the space between us and the looming figures. Time's up, the leader growls, a raspy voice that carries the weight of iron fists and iron hearts. You have until dawn to surrender your grain. I see the glint of weapons, the reflection of icy resolve in their eyes. We are mere ghosts in their eyes, shadows to be obliterated. I clutch Maria's hand tightly, feeling the steady thrum of her pulse, our lifeline in this impending storm. I remember the stories of those who dared defy them, their fates woven into the fabric of night, executed, exiled, erased. I want to scream, to fight back, but the truth grips me with a vice-like hold. In this world of relentless hunger and relentless fear, resistance feels futile, useless against the unstoppable tide of terror. But Maria stands tall beside me, a flicker of rebellion igniting within her. We won't break, she states, not as a question, but as a declaration, her voice steady in the face of despair. I can't help but admire her bravery, her spirit a beacon against the encroaching darkness. In that moment, I realize that while we might be ensnared in a nightmare of industrialization and oppression, we still have each other, a fragile bond that might just withstand the storm. The figures turn, their silhouettes receding into the shadows, their threats hanging in the air like a dark cloud, a promise of suffering to come. The world outside shifts with the weight of new burdens, and I feel the tremors of unrest rumble beneath us. What now? I whisper, fear mingling with defiance. What can we do? The question hangs, unanswered, as we stand together, 2 souls clinging to the flickering flame of hope in a world intent on extinguishing it. The clock ticks ominously, a metronome marking our fate, and the night stretches on, a canvas of uncertainty awaiting the dawn. The darkness surrounds us, yet within it flickers resilience. The next chapter waits, heavy with the promise of confrontation, where the ghosts of our past will meet the terror of our present. And in that moment, The world feels both achingly fragile and irresistibly alive, a paradox that we must face together. The cold steel of the door slammed shut, echoing through the dimly lit hallway like a final judgment. Outside, the wind howled like a pack of wolves, hungry and relentless. Inside, a silence thick enough to choke on wrapped around the hearts of those left behind. I could barely breathe. Panic prickled my skin, a sharp reminder of the world crumbling around us. The clock on the wall ticked, one heartbeat, another, time stretching like a taut wire. I remember the way Anna stood there, her eyes wide, glistening with unshed tears, her hands trembling as she clutched a fraying photograph of her son. His innocent face seemed to mock us. "They said it would save us," she whispered, her voice breaking like glass. "But it's killing us." Each syllable fell heavy, resonating with the aching truth. When the government promised safety, it only served to tighten the noose around our throats. And then there was Pavel, a once vibrant man, now a shadow of his former self. He paced the room, fists clenched, his thoughts like caged birds flapping against the bars of his mind. "I can't, no, I won't go to that meeting," he spat, his anger palpable, a living thing. "They'll drag me into the abyss, and I'll never return." The words sliced through the silence, raw and jagged. I could see the ghosts of his past written across his face, each betrayal, each lost friend, haunting him. "They're watching us," he said, his voice trembling. "They want us broken." I stepped closer, feeling the weight of his desperation pull me in. "What about your family?" The question hung, heavy and unyielding. His eyes burned, and for a moment, I saw the flicker of resolve buried beneath the layers of fear. "I can't let them take me," he said, his voice low, haunted. "Not now. Not ever." I remember the first time I heard the whispers of the Great Purge. It felt like a chilling breeze sweeping through the city, carrying warnings on its icy breath. "They're turning against us," they said. "The government has eyes everywhere." I thought it was merely a rumor, a ghost story told to entertain the fearful. How naive I had been. As night descended on the city, the shadows grew long and twisted, creeping along the walls like the memories of those who had vanished into the night. I felt it. The suffocating dread that wrapped around my lungs, squeezing tighter with every passing hour. We were nothing but prey, caught in a web we hadn't seen forming. "Do you remember the old days?" Anna asked, her voice a fragile whisper. "When we laughed. When we felt safe." I wanted to cry at the thought, the bittersweet taste of nostalgia burning in my throat. The memories flashed, laughter echoing down sunlit streets, children playing, families united. Until the world turned dark, until the shadows began to devour the light, one by one. "We were fools," I said, my voice cracking. "We thought we were immune to their reach." A knock shattered the tension, a single, sharp sound that pierced through the thick atmosphere. We froze, hearts racing, breaths held captive in our chests. The door creaked open, revealing a figure cloaked in darkness, a silhouette that sent shivers crawling down my spine. The air was electric with fear, a palpable force that drew us into its suffocating embrace. "Join us," the figure said, words dripping like poison, sweet and lethal. "We can keep you safe. All you have to do is trust." But trust was a fragile thing, a threadbare fabric fraying at the edges. I knew what this meant, the allure of safety wrapped in chains. I could see it in Pavel's eyes, the flickering light of hope battling against the crushing weight of despair. "What price?" he demanded, his voice steady, yet laced with an undercurrent of dread. "What will you take from us?" The figure smiled, a slow, chilling grin that twisted my stomach. "Only your loyalty." Loyalty. The word hung in the air like a guillotine's blade, ready to fall. I remembered the faces of those who had disappeared, the friends who had once filled our lives with laughter now silenced, swallowed whole by the machine of repression. "I refuse," I declared, the stand arising from the depths of my being, fueled by the fire of loss. "I will not be a pawn in your game." Anna's hand gripped mine, her nails digging into my skin, grounding me in the moment. Pavel's posture shifted, the weight of the world settling onto his shoulders. "We're not afraid of you," he said, his voice unyielding, even as his eyes betrayed the flicker of doubt. And just like that, the tension snapped like a dried branch underfoot. The figure's smile faded, replaced by a snarl of fury. "You think you are safe? The shadows will consume you." With that, the door slammed shut, leaving us in a suffocating silence that echoed with the weight of our decision. I looked at Anna, the fear reflected in her eyes, and in that moment, I knew we had crossed a line, a threshold into a darkness that was inescapable. The world outside was a kaleidoscope of chaos, spinning out of control, and we were trapped within it, a fragile bubble ready to burst. "We must act," Pavel said, determination solidifying his features. "We cannot let this continue. We owe it to those who have vanished." "Are you ready for the consequences?" I asked, my heart pounding, a drum echoing in the vast emptiness. "They will come for us." He nodded, the flicker of hope igniting once more. "Let them come." And just like that, we stood on the precipice of an unseen abyss, hearts entwined in a dance of defiance against the storm that loomed ahead. The night stretched before us, an endless shadow, and I felt the weight of the world settle on our shoulders, a burden we were willing to bear. In that moment, nothing mattered but the fire burning within us, a beacon of hope against the suffocating darkness. The great purge had begun, but we would not be extinguished. We were alive, and we would fight. A distant rumble, the kind that shakes your bones, echoes through the winter air, mingling with the whispers of the dying sun. Shadows cling to the charred remnants of Stalingrad, where the ground is soaked in memories, blood, and the bitter scent of despair. I stand there, engulfed by a heavy silence that crushes the spirit, as if the city itself is holding its breath, waiting for the world to end. My heart pounds, a frantic echo of a battle that has raged for months, a relentless ballet of death and survival, where hope is nothing but a flickering candle in a storm. In the thick of it, there's Anton, a soldier with haunted eyes and trembling hands. He shifts nervously, glancing at his comrades, their faces lined with fear and fatigue, the weight of the war pressing down on them like a lead blanket. I remember his laugh, once bright, now faded, a ghost of the man he used to be. He used to tell stories about the stars, how they seemed close enough to reach, a stark contrast to the darkness closing in around them. But now, those stars feel impossibly far, like dreams slipping through his fingers. "I want to go home," he mutters, his voice cracking, a whisper swallowed by the howl of the wind. Across the rubble-strewn street, I see Maria, a nurse with a heart as fierce as the Siberian winter, trying to stitch together the torn fragments of lives shattered by war. Her hands move deftly, but the tremors create a chaotic rhythm, a stark reminder that she, too, is a victim of this merciless ordeal. I remember her gentle smile, the way it lit up the dimmest of days, but that warmth is fading, replaced with a hardened resolve. "Every life saved is worth 10 lost," she says, her voice like steel, even as her eyes glisten with unshed tears. But what is life anymore? Each breath she takes feels heavy, imbued with the weight of the dead and the dying that surround her. The echoes of gunfire punctuate the air, sharp and jarring, a cruel symphony of chaos. I flinch as the ground shakes beneath me, the world vibrating with the violence of men against men, of hope against despair. Each shot fired is a heartbeat lost, each scream a reminder of the fragility of existence. Anton's eyes widen as he darts for cover, a primal instinct taking over. "Not again. Not again," he cries, the words bubbling from a place that knows too well the taste of fear. I can see him, the boy who once danced under the sun, now reduced to a quivering shadow. Maria rushes to him, her heart racing as she yells, "Hurry! Get down!" She pulls him close, shielding him from the onslaught, the fierce protector against the storm. I remember the stories she told me, of love blossoming in the darkest corners, of whispered secrets beneath the stars. Those tales now feel like relics of a world that no longer exists, buried beneath the rubble of bombed-out buildings and broken dreams. "Stay with me, Anton," she pleads, but her voice trembles, the fear creeping in like a thief in the night. The flashes of distant artillery light up the horizon like grim fireworks, illuminating the horrors they face. I see ghosts in the flames, shadows of men who fought valiantly and fell without a sound, their stories ended too soon. What will they remember us for? Anton whispers, his voice barely audible, lost amid the cacophony. Will we be heroes, or just another statistic? It's a question that lingers, heavy in the air, wrapping itself around me like a vice. I want to answer, to tell him that they will remember his bravery, her kindness, that they will be celebrated in stories told around warm fires once the world is healed. But I can't, because I fear that their names will slip through the cracks of history, just like the ashes drifting in the cold wind. A sudden explosion sends shrapnel flying, and I brace myself, instinctively covering my head. The ground shakes violently, and in that moment, everything feels suspended in time. The adrenaline surges, a primal force coursing through my veins. Anton's scream pierces the air, a sound that could shatter glass, raw and unfiltered. Maria's hands fly to her face, her breath catching in her throat. "Hold on," she yells, a desperate plea that seems to echo into eternity. In the chaos, I catch a glimpse of a child, perhaps 7, his eyes wide with terror, clutching a tattered toy, a remnant of innocence in a place stripped of joy. The world spins, and I'm drawn to him, a magnetic pull in a universe spiraling out of control. I remember how laughter used to flow like a river through the streets, how children chased each other under the watchful gaze of the sun. But here, hope is a candle flickering in a tempest, and that child is a living testament to dreams deferred, to laughter silenced. Run! I want to scream, but the words are stuck deep in my throat, tangled with the grief of countless lives lost. Suddenly, the ground erupts beneath me, and I am thrown into darkness, the world collapsing around us. A blinding light fills my vision, and for a heartbeat, I'm weightless, suspended between fear and oblivion, caught in the maw of destruction. And then, silence. A heavy, suffocating silence that wraps around me, a shroud of uncertainty and dread. I gasp for air, my heart thundering in the emptiness, the echoes of the past clinging to my soul like a stubborn shadow. I look for Anton, for Maria, but the air is thick with dust and despair, the outlines of their forms blurred against the backdrop of chaos. Will they remember this moment? Will they hold on to each other amid the ruins? The thoughts whirl like leaves in a storm, a relentless tide of emotion surging within me. I remember love. I remember loss. I remember that in the darkest depths of despair, hope flickers like a dying ember, waiting for a breath to reignite the flame. But as I stand there, lost in the aftermath, the shadows stretch longer, whispering secrets of battles yet to come. The war rages on, clawing its way through time, leaving behind echoes of laughter, shouts of fear, and the ghosts of those who dared to dream. I clutch my heart, knowing this is not the end, only a turning point in a tale woven with threads of sorrow and resilience, a heartbeat away from what lies ahead. The clock ticks, echoing in the silence of a room once vibrant with the laughter of children, now a graveyard of memories. I remember the way the light flickered through the grimy windows of the dingy Soviet apartment, casting shadows like specters on the walls. It was late April of 1946, but the winter clung to the air, biting at our insides, just as fear clung to our hearts. Outside, the world was transforming, one bone-crushing reality at a time. The war was over, but the ghosts of its aftermath lingered like smoke, taunting us, reminding us of the lives we'd lost. Tatiana stood by the window, her hands trembling as she clutched a faded photograph of her brother, a soldier who would never return. Each day she waited for news, each day the absence of his laughter was a gaping wound, raw and unhealed. "I swear, he's out there," she murmured, as if her words could conjure him from the void. The sun dipped behind a cloud, and the room grew darker, heavy with the weight of unfulfilled promises. I felt her pain seep into my own skin, thick and suffocating, a reminder that hope can be an agonizing burden. Then there was Victor, pacing the floor with restless energy, his hands balled into fists. The war had left him a soldier without a war, adrift in a sea of uncertainty. "What's left for us?" he shouted, the echo of his voice reverberating like the gunshots of the past. His eyes were wild, searching for answers in a world that offered none. "We fought for freedom, but all they've given us is chains dressed in silk." Beneath that bravado lay a fracture, a chasm of despair that threatened to swallow him whole. I wanted to reach out, to tell him that he wasn't alone, but the chasm was too wide, and my own heart was too heavy. We existed in an in-between time, a liminal space where the echoes of war and the whispers of a new conflict collided. I remember the night we gathered in that dimly lit room, the air thick with the scent of tobacco and dread. Around us, the shadows loomed, draping our faces in darkness, just as the Soviet hand tightened its grip across Eastern Europe. The whispers of betrayal echoed through our conversations. Who was with us? Who was against us? Everyone was a potential enemy, a traitor cloaked in the guise of a neighbor. In that darkness, I saw my reflection in the window, a ghost of who I once was. I felt the pull of the past, a desire to return to simpler times. The laughter of children playing in the streets, the smell of fresh bread wafting through the air, the warmth of community. But those days were gone, replaced by the gnawing fear of the unknown. The news crackled through the radio, each announcement a chilling reminder of the Iron Curtain descending, slicing through Europe like a knife, leaving us to wonder if we were the last of a dying breed. Tatiana's soft voice broke through my thoughts. "Victor, we have to be brave," she said, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "We cannot let them take our hope." But what did hope mean in a world painted in shades of grey? Every word was a thread, weaving a tapestry of resilience that felt fragile, like a spider's web trembling in the wind. I felt the strength in her words, but alongside it, a creeping doubt, a fear that bravery would lead us to a cliff, and we would fall. Then, in the brisk morning air of a new day, the confrontation came. The knock at the door shattered our fragile peace, a sound that ricocheted through our bones. The three of us exchanged glances, fear etched into our features, unspoken questions hanging heavy between us. Who could it be? Allies? Enemies? The specter of dread loomed larger with each heartbeat, each second stretching into eternity. When the door swung open, a figure stood there, cloaked in the darkness of authority, the uniform a stark reminder of our new overlords. I felt my breath hitch, my heart drumming a frantic rhythm against my ribs. It was a soldier, his expression unreadable, but the glint of a medal on his chest drew a shudder from deep within me. "You're harboring traitors," he declared, as if the very air between us had caught fire. Tatiana stepped forward, resolve flooding her voice. "You don't understand. We are trying to survive." But the words fell flat, swallowed by the icy grip of his stare. I felt the walls closing in, the shadows creeping closer, a visceral reminder that hope could twist into despair in the blink of an eye. "Survival," he sneered, and the sound sent chills racing down my spine. "That's not a luxury we can afford." And in that moment, I understood, we were all players in a cruel game, pawns in a world where survival meant submission, and hope was a flickering candle in a tempest. As the soldier stepped inside, I knew we were standing on the precipice of something monumental. The tension in the air was palpable, wrapping around us like a noose, and I felt the heat of Victor's anger beside me, a fire ready to ignite. I remember the way the light shifted, shadows dancing across the walls, as if the very room was alive with the weight of our fear, our defiance. Every heartbeat was thunder, every breath a reminder of what we stood to lose. And as the confrontation unfolded, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was just the beginning. The world outside was changing, transforming into a battleground where ideologies clashed, and we were caught in the crossfire. The Soviet tide surged forward, relentless, and we stood in its path, trembling yet unyielding. The echoes of war had not faded, they were merely changing shape, morphing into something more insidious, more terrifying. The shadows outside grew longer, the night creeping in, as uncertainty whispered promises of despair. And I knew then, beneath the weight of history, that our story was not over. It was just beginning, an endless loop of revolution and resistance, a testament to the indomitable will of the human spirit, woven together in threads of anguish and hope. The room was filled with ghosts, and we had yet to find our way through the darkness, but as I looked at Tatiana and Victor, I felt a flicker of something profound, a shared understanding that we were not alone in our struggle. And in that moment, as the world teetered on the brink, I dared to believe in the power of our voices, our hearts, and our unyielding desire to fight against the night. The launch pad vibrated beneath my feet, a low rumble that echoed the pounding in my chest. The air was thick with the scent of burning fuels, of ambition and desperation. I stood there, skin prickling with electricity, the countdown echoing in my mind like a heartbeat that refused to settle. 3, 2, the world held its breath, and I was caught in the tension of a moment that felt like eternity. I remember the faces around me, engineers and scientists, eyes bright with hope, shadowed by fear. We were on the precipice of something grand, and yet, the weight of history pressed down on us like an iron shroud. Every tick of the clock was a reminder of the stakes. Across the ocean, they were watching. Waiting. The West, with their bright smiles and cold steel, contrasted vividly against our fervent determination, our unyielding spirit. It felt as if the very cosmos were holding its breath, waiting for us to defy gravity and plunge into the unknown. Then came the silence, a pause so palpable it was almost painful. In the distance, I caught the eye of Sergei, my mentor and the architect of our ambitions. His face was a tapestry of worry and pride, lines etched deep as if carved by the hands of fate. "This is it, Alexei," he whispered, voice cracking, "this is our moment." I could see the ghosts of his past flickering in his eyes, the lost dreams, the failures, the sacrifices. He'd poured everything into this. I could feel his hope intertwining with my own, a fragile thread woven through a landscape of fear. The countdown broke like a wave crashing against the shore. 1. Ignition! Fire roared to life, a fierce dragon winding its way into the sky, trailing smoke and dreams. My heart soared, a visceral lurch in my chest as the rocket ascended, piercing the stratosphere, leaving behind the mundane concerns of humanity. In that moment, we were gods, masters of our own destiny. But the fleeting joy was overshadowed by a creeping dread. What if we fell? I remember the discussions in hushed tones, the flickering lights of our makeshift command center illuminating the faces of those consumed by ambition. "There ahead," whispered Vaja, a bright-eyed engineer, his voice trembling. "The West has satellites, technology we can't even fathom." The room fell silent, the weight of his words settling like an anchor in our hearts. I could see the flicker of doubt in Sergei's gaze as he gripped the edge of the table, knuckles white. It was a battle not just for the stars, but for our very souls. The next morning, the world had changed. I awoke to a radio crackling with excitement, a voice proclaiming the West's triumph, their satellite beeping into the void, a mocking laugh in the face of our aspirations. The room swirled around me, memories of our late nights, of equations scrawled across chalkboards, of dreams that felt like a reality slipping through our fingers. I watched Sergei's shoulders slump, the fire in his eyes extinguished, and I felt something shatter within me. This wasn't just a competition, this was a war waged with technology, with aspirations, with our very identities. Each day turned into a cycle of despair and determination. The hum of machinery became my lullaby, the frantic clatter of keyboards the soundtrack to our fight. I remember the fierce arguments that erupted, the bitterness creeping in like a thief in the night. Vaja, once optimistic, now wore a mask of cynicism. "Why do we even try?" he spat, his voice cracking under the tension. "They'll always be ahead. It's futile." I could feel the words slicing through the air, sharp and bitter. "It's not about them, Vaja. It's about us, our legacy." I shouted back, but deep down, I felt the churning of doubt in my own gut. What was legacy worth if we couldn't reach the stars? It was in the evenings, amidst the hum of machines and the glow of screens, that I found solace in the chaos. I would often slip outside, looking up at the infinite sky, the stars shimmering like scattered diamonds on a velvet canvas. I remember, I would whisper to the night, I remember when we dreamed of touching them. Each star felt like a promise unfulfilled, a reminder of the battles to come. And yet, in their cold light, I found a flicker of hope, a small voice whispering that perhaps we were not done yet. Days bled into weeks, every moment a test of our resolve. Then came the fateful day, a new launch, a chance to reclaim our dignity. The air crackled with anticipation, tension thick enough to cut. I stood shoulder to shoulder with Sergei and Vaja, hearts pounding in unison, fear and hope dancing a chaotic waltz. As the rocket ignited once more, I felt the warmth of their belief envelop me. For an instant, the shadows of doubt faded, replaced by a fierce determination that surged through my veins. Hold on to this moment, I thought. This could change everything. The roar of the engine shattered the air, lifting our hopes higher, a phoenix rising through the flames. We were not just launching a vessel into the void, we were sending our dreams, our fears, our very souls into the cosmos, a defiance against the dark. And then, the unimaginable happened. A shudder ran through the ground, a violent tremor that seemed to freeze time in its tracks. The rocket faltered, a brief flicker of hesitation before it spiraled downward, a trail of fire and despair marking its final descent. My heart dropped, reality crashed over me like icy water, the screams of the crowd mingling with the sirens of our failure. Sergei's face twisted with horror, Vaja's hands clenching tightly at his sides. My world fractured in that awful moment, a kaleidoscope of dreams shattered into pieces. The echoes of that day would haunt us, a chilling reminder of our fragility. Yet, amidst the ruins of our aspirations, I felt a spark igniting within me, a whisper of resilience pushing through the despair. We would rise again, each failure, each heart-wrenching loss, a stepping stone toward something greater. The dance was far from over, the shadows of the past would not define us. We would fight, clawing our way through the darkness toward the light. The stars were waiting, and we would not let them down. Not now. Not ever. The air in Moscow crackled with an electricity that felt almost alive, the kind of tension that thrummed beneath the skin, awakening old fears and igniting flickers of hope. I remember standing there, on the fringes of a crowd that pulsated with urgency, the sound of distant sirens weaving through the thick fog of uncertainty. People pressed in around me, faces lined with a mixture of anticipation and dread, a sea of worn-out souls searching for a spark of change, a flicker of light in a long, dark tunnel. Irina, a woman in her late 40s, stood beside me, her eyes, usually filled with warmth, now glinted with a steely determination. I could see her hands tremble slightly, those hands that had spent decades sewing, mending not just clothes but the very fabric of survival in a world that often felt like it was unraveling. "What if they don't listen?" she whispered, her voice breaking, each syllable steeped in a raw, unfiltered fear. The fear of silence, of being unheard, of being crushed beneath the weight of an indifferent regime. I could feel it gripping her, chaining her in place, just as it had chained so many others. And there was Dmitri, a young man barely 20, caught in the crossfire of dreams and despair. He was a poet, or at least he aspired to be, his heart still beating to the rhythm of hope, but the ink in his pen had run dry. In his eyes, I saw a kaleidoscope of dreams shatter, the pieces falling away like autumn leaves, grey and forgotten. "We're not allowed to speak, you know," he muttered, his tone both defiant and resigned. "But what if we try?" His words hung in the air, fragile yet piercing, daring anyone to challenge the status quo. I could hear the whispers of the past swirling around us, ghosts of a nation held hostage by fear. Every corner of that city echoed with stories of lives lived in muted tones, of laughter snuffed out like a candle in the wind. The shadows loomed larger, threatening to swallow us whole, but in the heart of this darkness, Gorbachev's voice rang out, a distant lighthouse cutting through the fog. "Perestroika," he called. "Glasnost. Change. Openness." The mere sound of those words sent tremors through the crowd, a pulse of possibility that thrummed against the cracked pavement beneath our feet. But hope is a double-edged sword. Irina's gaze flickered to the horizon, where the sun sank into a blood-red sky, and I could see her questioning the very fabric of her being. "What if he fails?" she breathed, the weight of her vulnerability crashing down like a wave, threatening to pull her under. The world was shifting, but could it shift fast enough to save us? The fear of losing what little we possessed loomed like a storm cloud, dark and relentless. What would happen if the veil lifted? If the truth came crashing through the walls we had built around ourselves? I shivered at the thought, the air thick with secrets. The unspoken words sat like stones in our throats, heavy with the weight of history. Each heartbeat echoed with the question, would we risk it all for the promise of freedom, however fleeting? Would we dare to step into the light, or would we cling to the comforting shadows? And then came the night when the first spark ignited, when the crowd surged forward, propelled by a collective breath held too long. The streets erupted with voices, each cry a thread weaving together the tapestry of our shared desperation. We shouted for change, for a voice that could break the silence, for a future unshackled from the past. Dimitri's voice rose above the cacophony, raw and unyielding, a flame flickering against the dark. No more silence. We will not be ghosts in our own lives. Irina's hand found mine, squeezing tightly as if anchoring herself in a tempest. I felt her pulse racing, matching the rhythm of the crowd, a heartbeat that echoed hope and fear in equal measure. The air thickened with resolve, each breath a declaration, each shout a promise. The walls were crumbling, the regime trembling. Could it be? Could we be on the cusp of something unimaginable? And yet, lurking beneath the surface, I sensed a shadow, an undercurrent of anxiety that twisted through our fervor. What if Gorbachev's reforms, heralded as the dawn of a new era, were merely smoke and mirrors? What if the hand that reached out to us was not a hand of salvation, but one of betrayal? I could almost taste the bitterness of doubt, the unsettling truth that sometimes, hope can be a cruel joke. In the days that followed, the streets transformed into a battleground of wills. Irina organized meetings, her passion igniting a fire in others as she poured her heart into rallying her neighbors, urging them to seize the moment. Yet beneath her spirited exterior lay a flicker of fear, a quiet voice that questioned whether her efforts were in vain, whether the cost of standing up was too great. Are we brave or just foolish? She often wondered aloud, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Dmitri wrote feverishly, poems spilling from his soul like a torrent, but with each line, I could see the flicker of hope dimming, the weight of despair creeping in. What if freedom is just another cage, he pondered, his eyes reflecting a darkness that threatened to consume him. He was a volcano ready to erupt, but the lava of his thoughts was scalding him instead. I watched as the vibrant youth in him slowly eroded, chiseled away by the relentless march of doubt and fear. In this whirlwind of change and crisis, I felt unmoored, caught between two worlds, the one I was born into and the one I dared to dream about. The clock ticked on, counting down to a moment that felt simultaneously near and impossibly far. I remember standing at the edge of the crowd, the wind whipping around us, carrying away our dreams and fears alike, and I closed my eyes, willing the universe to answer. Would we rise as phoenixes from the ashes of our past, or would we sink deeper into the shadows that lurked just beyond our reach? The truth was that the winds of change were blowing, but would they sweep us into the light or weave a tighter shroud around our hearts? The lines were drawn, the stakes were high. And as the night deepened, the world held its breath, waiting for a spark, for a whisper, for a sign that the dawn was finally breaking. But in the silence that followed, we were left to wonder, what would become of us when the dawn came? Would we be ready to embrace it? The clock strikes midnight in a city painted with shadows, a ghost of its former self. The air is electric, charged with fear and hope, a palpable tension that seeps into the cobblestones of Moscow. I stand there, heart racing, as whispers curl around me, stories of betrayal, dreams of freedom, and the haunting echoes of a crumbling empire. I remember the faces, so many faces, etched with despair, yearning, and a fierce defiance. I remember my mother, her trembling hands gripping the table, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. They can't take everything from us, she would say, but the unspoken truth hung heavy in the air. Everything was slipping away. In that moment, I see Alexei, my childhood friend. His once bright eyes now dimmed by the weight of an oppressive regime, a soldier lost among the ruins of ideals that once burned so fiercely. He's torn, caught between loyalty to a fading system and the intoxicating allure of rebellion. His uniform, once a badge of honor, now feels like a shroud, suffocating him in its fabric of insignificance. I watch as he stands in the square, fists clenched, his breath visible in the cold night air, each exhale a silent scream against the silence of the crowd. I can almost hear his thoughts, echoing through the darkness. Is this the end, or merely a beginning? And then there's Elena, her laughter once a melody that danced through the halls of our school. Now, it's replaced by the weight of survival, each day a battle against a system that promises prosperity but delivers despair. She stands with a group of protesters, her voice cutting through the air like a knife. I remember how she used to dream of being a ballet dancer, twirling in a world of beauty, but the world has twisted her dreams into something raw and visceral, something that aches for justice. "We are not your puppets," she shouts, her words ringing out like gunfire, igniting a spark that spreads through the crowd like wildfire. The air is thick with the scent of smoke and fear as the first stone is hurled, a projectile of rebellion against the crumbling edifice of authority. It arcs through the night, a harbinger of chaos. I remember the moment, the adrenaline coursing through my veins, the thrill of standing beside them, driven by an electric pulse that dared to defy the darkness looming over us. The crowd erupts, a wave of humanity crashing against the walls of oppression. I feel the ground tremble beneath me, not just from the weight of bodies but from the unyielding force of hope. But hope comes with a cost. I see Alexei, standing at the forefront, his face a mask of determination and dread. He is a soldier caught in a storm, and I can feel his heart pounding against the shrapnel of his loyalties. The moment he raises his hand, it's as if time slows, a heartbeat suspended in the air. Will he choose the path of the heart or the path of duty? I remember the stories of our fathers, tales of heroism and sacrifice, and I wonder if such nobility still exists in this fractured world. The clash of voices rises, a cacophony of longing and fury. I cling to the edges of the scene, a bystander to the storm brewing around me. Each shout, every chant is a reminder of the chains that bind us, chains forged in silence and fear. I watch as Elena's eyes shine bright with tears, the spark of rebellion igniting something deep within her. We are the voices of the unheard, she cries, but I see the flicker of doubt in her gaze, a momentary crack in her resolve. The ghosts of the past linger like shadows, whispering warnings that threaten to drown her spirit. The confrontation builds, tension hanging thick in the air, a fragile thread ready to snap. I remember the sweet taste of freedom, the intoxicating scent of possibility that felt like a distant memory, fading like the last rays of sunlight. A police officer steps forward, his face a mask of indifference, yet I see the tremor in his hands, the hesitation that speaks of his own unvoiced fears. I wonder if he remembers the dreams of his youth, if he longs to break free from the shackles of his uniform, a soldier of a state that has forgotten its humanity. Time warps around us, seconds stretching into eternity as the crowd surges forward. Adrenaline floods my veins, an almost euphoric rush, and yet, beneath it all, a chilling fear creeps in, a fear of what it means to stand against the tide, to become more than just another face in the crowd. I remember the stories of those who dared to dream, who paid the ultimate price for their freedom. The world spins wildly, a frenzied dance of uncertainty, and I cling to the hope that this is not the end, that perhaps it is the birth of something new. Do you hear that? Elena's voice pierces through the chaos, fierce and unwavering. It's the sound of change. And in that moment, I realize she is right. The air is charged with an energy that transcends fear. It is the pulse of a generation awakening, a chorus of voices that cannot be silenced. I see the flicker of resolve in Alexei's eyes as he takes a step forward, a soldier no longer bound by duty but propelled by conviction. I feel my own heart racing, pounding against the confines of my chest, urging me to join them, to become one with that tide of humanity surging toward the unknown. And then, as the first light of dawn breaks across the horizon, spilling gold over the remnants of a fading empire, I know that we stand at the precipice of change. The past has carved its scars upon our souls, but the future holds the promise of something brighter, even if it comes with its own shadows. The clock continues to tick, each second a heartbeat, a reminder that the struggle is far from over. Our story is not yet complete, and for every shadow that looms, there lies the potential for light. The sound of breaking glass resonates in the distance, a shattering of old worlds as the crowd surges forward, and in that moment, I understand, this is not just a fight for freedom, this is a fight for our very souls. I remember, and I know we will not back down. The echoes of the past whisper still, but our voices, our dreams, they rise like a symphony, a reminder that we are alive, that we will fight, that we will be heard. The fall of the Soviet Union is not just a historical marker, it is a lived experience, a heartbeat that will continue to pulse on, weaving itself into the tapestry of history, forever unyielding. The wind howled through the empty streets of St. Petersburg like a ghost begging for release, a haunting melody that seemed to echo the sorrow woven into the very fabric of the city. Shadows danced under the flickering street lamps, and in those fleeting moments of light, you could see the remnants of a past that clung to its inhabitants like a shroud. I stood there, heart pounding against my ribcage, feeling the weight of history crush down like the cold breath of winter. Around me, people hurried, their breaths fogging in the frigid air, their faces hidden beneath fur-lined hoods, each one a verse in the unending epic of survival. Then there was Vasily, a struggling artist whose hands trembled not only from the cold but from the weight of his dreams, of revolution, of redemption, of carving out a place in a world that often felt indifferent. I watched as he clutched his paintbrush like a lifeline, his canvas a swirling tempest of colors, reds like blood, blues like despair, capturing the turmoil of a nation that seemed to be perpetually caught between the echoes of the Tsars and the cries for something new. I remember his eyes, a stormy sea of hope and fear, reflecting the shadows of the empire's remnants, haunted by ghosts of a bygone era that whispered in his ear, urging him to remember the legends of glory and the tales of betrayal. "Do you feel it?" he asked one night, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly would awaken the spirits that roamed the streets. "The weight of what was and what could be. It suffocates me." I nodded, feeling that same suffocation, the air thick with the scent of history. A clock chimed in the distance, each toll a reminder that time was both a healer and a torturer, a relentless force that pushed us forward while anchoring us to the past. Then there was Ludmilla, a woman forged in the fires of grief and defiance. She wore her pain like armor, and though she smiled, it was always a flicker, a fleeting moment before the darkness swallowed it whole. Her family, lost to the oppressive machinery of the state, had become shadows, memories that haunted her every waking moment. Still, she marched through the city with a fierce determination, a phoenix rising from the ashes, igniting the hearts of those around her. I remember the stories my grandmother told me, she said, her voice steady yet trembling. Stories of love and loss, of a motherland that both nurtured and betrayed. How can I forget? The bitter irony was that the very legacy they fought against, the ghosts of the Russian Empire, was the same legacy they yearned to reclaim in a world tinged with uncertainty. I could see the tension in their faces, the conflict tearing at their souls. Vasily, with his brush and palette, sought to capture the beauty and agony of their shared heritage, while Ludmilla fought for a future unmarred by the cruelty of history. They were bound by a thread of fate, two souls navigating a labyrinth of pain, each step resonating with the weight of the past. Do you think we're writing ourselves into the pages of history? Vasily pondered, his brow furrowed, as if seeking solace in the act of creation. Or are we merely echoes of what's already been? I wanted to tell him that it doesn't matter, because every brushstroke, every word, every act of defiance was a heartbeat in this relentless march of time. But the city had its own pulse, and it throbbed with an urgency that threatened to drown out their voices. The shadows whispered secrets, tales of betrayal twisted with ambition, of a twilight that hung heavy over the once magnificent palaces now reduced to ruins. Each day that passed was a reminder of the pendulum swinging over their heads, a clock ticking down to an inevitable confrontation that could shatter the fragile hope coursing through their veins. And then it happened, a confrontation in the heart of the city, a gathering of souls seeking truth under the pall of history. The chilling silence before the storm crackled in the air. I held my breath as the crowd surged forward, a wave of humanity breaking against the walls of power. Vasily painted feverishly, his canvas a battlefield of colors and emotions, while Ludmilla rallied the voices of the forgotten, their cries rising like smoke above the thrumming heart of the city. In that moment, I felt the weight of centuries press against my chest, the legacy of the Russian Empire coiling around us like a serpent, both beautiful and deadly. The air shimmered with tension, the past and present intertwining, each heartbeat echoing the promises and betrayals that shaped their lives. And there, amidst the chaos, I saw the ghosts, Tsars and revolutionaries, artists and dreamers, gathering to bear witness to a new chapter being written in the annals of time. The clash was inevitable, a crescendo built on the backs of dreams and despair. A crack of thunder rolled through the sky, and the heavens themselves seemed to tremble as if the cosmos were watching, waiting for the moment when dreams became reality or shattered into a million pieces. I remember the feeling of time fracturing, the past reaching for the present in a desperate embrace. Vasily's brush danced over the canvas, Ludmilla's voice rang out like a clarion call, and the crowd surged, each heartbeat a reminder that they were alive, that they mattered, and that their stories were worth telling. And in that moment, everything blurred, the colors, the voices, the echoes of the past, and I saw clearly, we are all ghosts, shackled to history, reaching out for a future that remains tantalizingly out of grasp. The legacy of the Russian Empire didn't just linger in crumbling palaces or faded portraits, it breathed in the streets, whispered in the winds, and pulsed in the very veins of a generation desperate to carve its own mark upon the canvas of time. As the confrontation escalated, I felt the shadows draw closer, the echoes of history looming, watching, waiting. It wasn't just a battle for change, it was a reckoning, a clash of souls demanding that the past no longer dictate their fate. The clock ticked louder, drowning out the whispers of forgotten dreams, and in that piercing sound, I knew that this was not an ending, but merely a beginning. The legacy of the Russian Empire rippled forward, an unending tide of emotion, conflict, and hope, intertwining with the lives of those who dared to confront it. The church bell echoed through the cobblestone streets, a grotesque peal that rattled the air, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. The sound clawed at the heart, reverberating like a death knell, as if the very souls of the city felt the weight of its call, an ominous reminder of the unseen, the holy, and the treacherous. In the shadowy alleys of St. Petersburg, where the mist curled like tendrils of a ghostly embrace, I stood between two worlds, caught in a tempest of faith and fear. Nikolai was there, his face pale, eyes wide with an unsettling mix of reverence and dread. He clutched a tattered prayer book to his chest, fingers trembling on the pages, as if the words could ward off the darkness that threatened to consume him. He was a good man, a man of quiet convictions, yet here he was, on the brink of chaos, torn between the sacred and the sacrilegious. I could feel his heart racing beside me, the thudding echoing in my own ears, a shared pulse in the throbbing chaos of the moment. "I remember," he whispered, voice a fragile thread in the thick air. "I remember the first time I set foot in the church, the scent of beeswax candles, the flickering shadows dancing against the gold-leafed icons. It felt like a vow, a promise that the world could be something more. But now, his voice faltered, a chasm of uncertainty opening between his words. The streets trembled with the roar of discontent. People gathered, faces twisted in anger, their cries a cacophony of pain and betrayal as they confronted the church, the ancient institution that loomed large like a gnarled tree, roots dug deep into the earth of their very lives. The Russian Orthodox Church, once their sanctuary, now felt like a cage, a gilded prison in which they were forced to worship under the watchful eye of a distant, unyielding power. Across the square, I saw Anya, her dark hair billowing like night itself. She stood defiant, a spark igniting the air around her, fury etched into her features. I felt her spirit like a flame in the cold. "They say we must submit, that the church speaks for God," she cried, voice rising above the tumult. "But what of our pain? What of the hunger that gnaws at our bellies? Do they not hear the cries of children? Do they not see the suffering?" Anya was fire and ice, passion battling despair. I had known her for years, her laughter brightening even the darkest corners of our existence, yet now that laughter was replaced by a fierce determination as she stood against the very institution that had once wrapped its arms around us like a warm embrace. The church had promised salvation, yet it seemed only to deliver oppression, the weight of history pressing down upon us like a stone. "I remember," I breathed, the words spilling out almost involuntarily. "I remember the day they told us the saints watched over us, how they were our guardians. But what of the shadows that creep behind the icons? What of the whispers in the night? Are they listening too?" The crowd surged, a living organism, breathing as one, driven by a collective heartbeat. Voices rose and fell like waves crashing against the shore, the air thick with the scent of sweat and desperation. I felt the pulse of history, the ghosts of those who had come before us, all of them woven into the very fabric of our struggle. They had bathed once a year, or perhaps not at all, and yet they fought fiercely for what they believed. Romance had indeed been earthy, but love, oh love was a battlefield, a war for the soul. Nikolai's hand found my shoulder, a grounding weight in the storm. "What if we are wrong? What if they are right?" His voice cracked, vulnerability seeping through the cracks. "What if the church truly carries the voice of God?" The doubt was a poison, infecting his thoughts, spiraling into a whirlpool of despair. "Right or wrong?" Anya snapped, fierce as a tempest. "We cannot let fear chain us. We've suffered long enough under their thumb. Look around you. The world is crumbling, and they preach of salvation while we drown in our own sorrow." Her words were daggers, piercing through the fog of uncertainty, igniting a fire within the hearts of those who listened. but just as quickly as it ignited, the fire faltered in the face of the looming shadows, the priests cloaked in their austere robes, walking with the confidence of men who wielded both faith and authority. Their presence was suffocating, a chill that swept over the crowd, cooling the fervor that had ignited moments before. Their eyes spoke of centuries of power, a lineage steeped in control, and for a moment, I felt the weight of history pressing down upon us, an overwhelming sense of doom. "Do you really think they care for us?" I shouted, voice breaking, but the words felt hollow against the oppressive silence that followed. "Do you believe they hear your cries or my pain? This is not salvation, this is a masquerade. They feast while we starve." The crowd erupted, but I could see the flicker of uncertainty creeping back into their eyes, doubt taking root like a malignant vine. Anya's gaze burned into me, a question unasked yet palpable. "What are we willing to sacrifice?" she breathed, the weight of her resolve palpable. "What are we willing to lose to reclaim our souls?" In that moment, I felt the gravity of her words, an unending spiral of decisions, each choice leading us deeper into the abyss or toward the light. The stakes had never felt so high. The tension hung like a heavy curtain, shrouding us in uncertainty. And as Nikolai looked from Anya to me, I remembered the promise that had brought us together in the first place. "I remember," I murmured, fighting against the tide of despair, "that faith can be a weapon, a shield against tyranny. We may not know what tomorrow holds, but we must stand together." Each heartbeat echoed against the stillness, a drumroll of fate, urging us toward an unseen confrontation. The shadows of the church loomed larger, the stakes higher than ever, and as we stood poised on the precipice of change, the lines between salvation and ruin blurred, coalescing into a foreboding tapestry of our shared existence. In the heart of the storm, I realized this was not just a battle of faith, it was a battle for our lives, our voices, our very souls. The church had woven itself into the very fabric of our empire, yet now, perhaps, we could weave our own fate, one thread at a time. The moon hung low over St. Petersburg, spilling its silver light across the frozen Neva, where the whispers of ghosts long past bled into the icy air. A single figure, cloaked in tattered furs, stumbled through the snow, breath visible like spirits escaping the confines of a haunted heart. It was Ivan, haunted by dreams of grandeur and despair, his soul aching under the weight of a history that felt both vibrant and ghostly, like a painting faded by time but still beautiful in its decay. His fingers brushed against the edge of a crumbling manuscript, ink smeared with tears of forgotten poets whose words once breathed life into the stifling void of his existence. I remember the first time a line struck me, he muttered, voice trembling like the candle flames flickering in the windows of the surrounding palaces. "Pushkin, yes." A heartbeat caught in a syllable. It was as if the universe sighed in recognition of my loneliness. The shadows seemed to lean closer, listening, hungry for the truth spilling from his lips, truths laden with the weight of 1,000 lifetimes. Across the river, in a dimly lit salon, sat Sophia, a painter whose brush danced like the flames of her fervent imagination, each stroke a desperate attempt to capture the wild chaos of her heart. She was a tempest in a gilded cage, her canvases splashed with blues and reds, depicting the struggles of life and love, madness and passion, the very essence of the Russian spirit. But tonight, the colors seemed muted, the inspiration that once poured forth like a cascade now dripped like stale rain. "I wish I could paint the ache of longing," she confided to herself, eyes glistening with unshed tears. "But how do you capture the sound of silence? The absence of a soul? My heart is a canvas marred by the shadows of those I've lost." The ghost of her mother flickered in her mind, a woman who once danced to Tchaikovsky's breathless notes, whose laughter filled the rooms like music now silenced. Sophia heard it echoing still, a reminder of all that could never be again. Outside, the city pulsed, a throbbing artery of creativity and despair. The streets thrummed with the echoes of bustling life, merchants haggling, soldiers marching, lovers whispering sweet nothings beneath the watchful eyes of statues that seemed to weep. Every heartbeat, every footstep, was a note in the symphony of existence, a melody that played through the veins of the empire itself. The art, the literature, the music, they were the lifeblood of a nation, a tempest of conflicting emotions that could lift a person to heaven or drag them into the abyss. And in that abyss stood Nikolai, a composer whose pen could weave magic, yet whose heart was a battlefield. His hands trembled over the keys of a battered piano, a relic of his own tortured soul. I remember my father's face when I first played for him, he whispered, a small, haunted smile breaking through the fog of his despair. His eyes, they lit up like the summer sun, yet I feel the cold creeping back, the chill of disappointment casting shadows on every note. The music flowed like a river, each note a reflection of his anguish, a confession of his flaws. They say the heart knows no bounds, but does it not tire? Does it not ache? He lamented, fingers striking the keys with a ferocity that could shatter glass. The world demands so much from us: beauty, brilliance, perfection. Yet in the cacophony, I find only my own dissonance. As the moon sank lower, casting eerie shadows across the city, the three souls, Ivan, Sophia, and Nikolai, found themselves intertwined in an invisible tapestry woven from their collective pain. They were but threads, frayed and tangled, yet brilliant in their complexity. Each one carried the burden of their art, each one searching for solace in the chaos. They met at the heart of the city, where the palaces loomed like giants, their windows glinting with secrets untold, and the air pulsed with the fervor of creation and destruction. "I see you," Ivan breathed, catching Sophia's eye, the flicker of recognition igniting something deep within. "You paint the world as it is, yet I am tempted to write what it could be, an escape from our sorrow." Her heart quickened, a bridge formed, a spark ignited, the essence of shared suffering binding them together. Sophia's gaze fell on Nikolai, a figure lost in a storm of sound. "Music," she whispered, heart racing. "Can you drown out the silence? Can you make the absent sing?" The question hung heavy, an invitation laced with longing. His response was a haunting melody, a declaration of hope wrapped in despair, reverberating through the night, making the walls shudder with the weight of their unspoken truths. Each note, each brush stroke, each flashing sentence, they became a dialogue, a desperate plea for connection. They saw in each other the reflection of their own fears, the rawness of their insecurities. In a world that demanded strength, they revealed their brokenness, laying bare the essence of their humanity. "I remember," Ivan started, yet the words tangled in his throat. Sophia reached out, her fingers brushing against his, a silent promise that they would bear the weight of their histories together. "I remember the laughter of the streets, how it echoed in my soul." "Yes," Nikolai joined, his voice rising in harmony, "the laughter, the pain, the beauty. It's all intertwined, isn't it? The sorrow and the joy, the shadows and the light." And there, under the watchful gaze of the moon, they became more than individuals, they became a chorus, a celebration of the cultural contributions that echoed through the corridors of the Russian Empire. Literature, art, music, it was all there, waiting to be felt, to be experienced, to be lived. The air crackled with the intensity of their collective yearning, a reminder that even in despair, beauty thrived, a paradox as old as time itself. The shadows deepened, and the city held its breath. There was no conclusion, no neat resolution. Only an endless loop of creativity and conflict, a testament to the raw, pulsating heart of an empire that thrived on the balance of light and dark, the laughter and tears, the unyielding quest to create something beautiful, even against the backdrop of relentless sorrow.